Chapter 51, Wrong Analysis Caused by Wrong Information. Spandine, if this happens again, don't contact me, just resign. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, thank you for your trouble. Facing the roaring Den Mushi, Spandine acted very humble. This accident made him use a lot of connections to settle the matter. He wanted to take most of the credit for finding the treasure of rocks, so he concealed some key figures and contacted the higher UPS directly. Unexpectedly, the treasure was not found, but Folt and the two CP0s had accidents. Folt's side was easy to say, because he was in charge of CP9, and Folt was not the strongest one, and the backup personnel could fill his vacancy. In the rear, the CP organization has an island dedicated to cultivating talents. But CP0 is different. There are some outstanding people there, and the most important thing is that these people are very loyal to the government. If such people suffer losses for no reason, someone must be held responsible. Before Spandam set fire to the office, the life card of Prild had been in good condition, so that after the life card was damaged, Spandine completely lost control of the situation in the kingdom of Natyo. CP0 would not contact him, and the last report from Flet was that everything was fine. The two CP0s might not be John's opponents in a head-on confrontation, but it was reasonable to retreat. Mary Joa's life card had confirmed their death, and other people had already investigated the specific situation. In this case, Spandine could only tell all the information. Given that his information had a certain value, he found a lot of connections, and the matter was put aside. However, in order to deal with those people, he could be said to have lost a lot of money, and Spandam, who caused the loss of information, was also cared for by Spandine, and he was still lying on the bed and couldn't get up. After Spandine's wrong intelligence and the subsequent investigation of the kingdom of Natyo, they believed that Prild was the culprit of all this. This person actually deceived everyone and secretly sought Rock's treasure, so there is such a special reward. This matter has not yet ended, and government personnel have conducted a more detailed investigation here. Then the people who investigated the situation in the kingdom of Natho made new discoveries. Unless they knew Rock's secret, no one would have thought that there was such a large space under the central lake of this island. They were able to find some clues thanks to John. His awakened ability caused the change of the terrain of the kingdom of Natho. After Kaido and his team left, a small-scale earthquake occurred here. A hole opened in the underground cave. After some corpses and a small amount of treasure were washed out by the water, the hole collapsed completely in the aftershock. These people's strong physique is not only manifested in life, but also in death. After so long, the corpses have not rotted yet, and their original identities can still be recognized. In the end, they got their own judgment. Those people fell into infighting because of the treasure and finally died at the hands of unknown people. There was no result from continuing the investigation. At the urging of the kingdom of Nathuo, they also planned to end the investigation. The kingdom of Nathuo had protested many times. They were engaged in a grey business. A group of navy and government personnel were investigating the situation here. Coupled with the previous earthquake and abnormal low tide, the national economy was seriously damaged in recent days. If they delayed for a few more days, they would soon be unable to pay the Tianshangjian. However, after they collected among the evidence, there is a small knife with an ancient style, which is the knife that Olga lost. Not everyone knows about ancient characters, and it is a coincidence that Flet can recognize alchemy's characters. These investigators just collected the evidence, and other personnel will be responsible for analyzing the situation after they return. At the same time, Flet's body was also found. Compared with those CP0s whose causes of death are unknown, Flet's body has long been taken in by the kingdom of Natho. Although the kingdom of Natho has regulations, there are always pirates who die in fights on the island, and they are no longer surprised by such people. He has severe burns, most of his body is fractured, and his head has been hit by a blunt instrument for a long time. He seems to have been tortured. What did he find? I don't know, let's wait for the people above to check slowly. We should leave. The king of the kingdom of Natho has called Mary Joa several times. Then a group of professionals conducted the so-called exploration of the clues they found, and the dagger produced in alchemy also attracted their attention. Under Spandin's solemn promise, the world government successfully misunderstood and believed that it was Prild who planned all this. Either Rox found pure gold, or Prild found new clues about alchemy, and finally set a special reward for Prild. This is also the reason why Spandine can operate successfully without even a demotion. But in any case, they did not have the ability to catch a dead person on the sea. For a time, the person in charge of this matter was deadlocked. Based on a bunch of wrong information, they put the clues on alchemy. They believed that as long as they could find the missing alchemy, they could find Prilt. A few months later, after a period of sailing, their ship of the beasts had also arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. This ship can be said to have become a gathering place for ethnic minorities. The only two survivors of alchemy, the two survivors of the Lunaria tribe, and the long-extinct race of the basilisk lizard, but the style of the crew has been abnormal recently. Everyone has bruises on his body. No, to be precise, only Quinn has bruises on his body. Athi was not in the training range, and he was not a combatant. Olga's physical training had just ended, and she had not yet entered the stage of being beaten. Jin wrapped himself tightly, and Shayna was similar, so even if there were injuries on his body, they could not be seen, but Quinn was different. His size was originally larger than that of outsiders. Under Kaido's teaching, even with the animal-type recovery ability, there were many bruises on his body. However, it was also effective. After this period of time, the domineering level of several people on the ship was significantly improved. At the same time, the clothes of the same style in Olga's cabinet were also modified, and the prominent alchemy characters on them were removed. The lesson last time made her understand that it was not a good thing to expose this information. She had never seen what Shayna and Jin's faces looked like, and they had no intention of taking off their masks or cancelling their transformations in front of Olga, at least not now. However, Athi had some guesses. Just like alchemy, it was something that was not easy to expose. More than 100 years ago, the Lunaria tribe was much more numerous than it is now, and the government's arrest efforts were also greater. Chapter 52, Drunk Kaido is always abnormal. The news of the wanted Lunarians was all over the islands, and Athi had seen similar news, but he had no interest in speaking out. He would be happier if he said it this way. Whether it was the pure gold or the Lunarians, they would avoid the world government, so that everyone would be truly on the same page. But Quinn was still quite happy, because after a few months, Kaido finally recruited the first batch of subordinates to fill most of the number of the beast pirates. However, this group of people were not really subordinates to Kaido, but only consumable troops. He was not taking a single elite route, and the number of people was also part of his requirements. At present, this ship of people joined voluntarily, and such things were not uncommon. Pirates are a world where the strong are respected, and powerful pirates often have a group of fans who come here to admire their reputation. After Kaido's bounty was updated, he was a powerful pirate even in the New World, not to mention in Paradise. It was not surprising that someone came to him to admire his reputation. After a few months, they also understood that except when Kaido was drunk, they were safe most of the time. And Kaido rarely took charge of things. The big and small things on the ship were mainly handled by Quinn and Jin. Quinn was in charge of miscellaneous affairs, and Jin was in charge of the general direction. However, everything involving Arceus would attract Shayna's attention. Through practical actions, Shayna made them understand Arceus's position on the ship. The last person who spoke inappropriately was almost burned to ashes by Shayna. It's just that now, there is a little problem on the ship. The captain of this ship, the governor of the beast pirates, Kaido, is missing. No, to be precise, it was a banquet a few days ago. This guy drank too much, and then turned into a dragon and flew to who knows where. This kind of thing has happened before, but after 2 or 3 days, he can fly back by himself, thanks to the life card that Quinn gave him. At first, the people on the ship were still panicked, but now they are used to it and gradually accept the problem that Kaido will disappear periodically. Usually the frequency of disappearances depends on the frequency of banquets, because. But this time, Kaido still did not return after a longer period than usual, and the direction of his life card was not right. It was not until the newspaper arrived this morning that the people on the ship figured out what had happened. Lord Holy Beast, are you there? Something seems to have happened to Mr. Kaido. He has been arrested again. Shayna was holding the newspaper that the newsbird had just delivered. Generally speaking, the Navy's G4 branch discovered that an unknown creature had entered the base's warehouse. After investigation, it was found that it was the wanted Kaido. He has been detained and will be sent to the underwater prison Impelton in the near future. Who is the chief of the G4 branch? The former Vice Admiral of the G4 branch has retired, and now Vice Admiral Hadera of the Navy headquarters is in charge. The branches of the Navy's Grand Line are named GX, and the G4 branch happens to be near the Sabayati archipelago. Unlike the 4 Seas branches, whose ranks are 3 levels lower than the headquarters. The headquarters ranks are the same as the branches of the Grand Line, so there is no difference. Just like pirates can judge their approximate strength by bounties, the strength of the navy can also be estimated by ranks, but there are always some individual cases, such as a certain Garp who refused to be promoted. Hadra, a name I've never heard of. Excluding those monsters in the navy, Kaido will not be defeated easily. After all, the strength span of the Vice Admiral level is also very large. A name that he has no impression of can probably rule out the possibility of Kaido's defeat. According to Kaido's behavior, Arceus thinks that he was arrested after a second round of drinking in the Navy's warehouse, and maybe he is still drunk. According to his impression of Kaido, although he can't remember the exact number of times, he has definitely been arrested many times. If nothing unexpected happens, he will run out by himself after waiting a little longer. But at this time, Arceus can clearly feel that the ship has changed its direction of travel. The course has changed. Yes, the specific you will know after listening. Sana pointed to the deck below. We're going to rescue Kaido. Oh. Let those Navy know how powerful we are. Oh. These people are really energetic. Do they know what a Vice Admiral is? Although the group of brothers recruited by Kaido were already strong in the first half, going to the branch to rescue people is like hitting a rock with an egg. Being able to shout such words is enough to show their naivety, but there will never be a lack of such naive guys in the group of pirates. Sacred Beast, do you want to stop them? No need. After all, we are in a cooperative relationship. It is reasonable for them to rescue their captain, but these guys can't rescue people at all. Just treat it as an infiltration training for Olga. It's unrealistic to expect these people to rescue Kaido. At most, they can drive the ship, fire the cannon or pretend to be powerful to deal with some ordinary soldiers. Either force Kaido out, or get Kaido's handcuffs off and let him escape by himself. Arceus thinks Kaido can escape by himself. Although he was most likely put on sea stone handcuffs, if the purity of sea stone is too low for the body of the ability user can still use the ability freely. Sea stone is a special mineral produced in Wano country. Before Kurozumi Orokai sought the position of general, Wano country had always been a closed country with little contact with the outside world. Although sea stone has flowed out, the amount is not large, and most of it is in Impelton. The purity of the sea stone in the branch may not affect Kaido. If the concentration is not enough, he will naturally get away after he wakes up. But just in case, I decided to go there. At present, the cooperation is very pleasant, and he has no intention of changing his partner. Olga has developed Zoroark's ability quite well. It may be because of her personality. She is more proficient in the ability of illusion. The attack system only masters a few skills such as Evil Wave, and the former race-specific skill Dark Blast has not been mastered. In a sense, this is also a person who has lived for more than 100 years. A little practical training is very necessary. In order to search for the stone tablets in the future, it is inevitable to infiltrate and collect intelligence. It is just right for her to practice, otherwise Arceus would not have chosen Zoroark. The ability of the Phantom Overlord is not to be wasted. Master Shenju, isn't it a little early for her? Or should I go? Don't worry, I will get her out if something really happens. Your temperament is not suitable for doing this kind of thing. The ship of the beasts approached the direction of G4. The location of the Sabayati archipelago and the G4 branch base was not far away. They soon arrived nearby at full speed. They waited until dark before Elizabeth and Olga started this infiltration operation. Chapter 53, The Overlord of Phantom. The Navy G4 branch, even at night, the high-power searchlight illuminated the nearby sea. In this era, there is never a shortage of pirates who dare to provoke the Navy. The Four Seas are okay. Except for the incident caused by John, the Four Seas branch has not had any problems for a long time. Relying on the solid fortresses and coastal defense guns, the branches of the Four Seas can deal with most of the local pirates, but after John's incident, each branch has also strengthened its vigilance. The branches in the Grand Line have stronger firepower because the enemies they face are also strong. John's incident is a wake-up call for the entire Navy. No one wants to become the next shame of the Navy. And this incident seems to have stimulated the nerves of some pirates. There are always pirates who want to step on the Navy branches to become famous. The G4 branch has strengthened its vigilance because of this kind of thing. In addition to the high-power searchlights shining on the sea, there are even a few beams of light in the sky. In the past, except for facing special enemies, the Navy would not be on guard in the air. The technology of this world, the point, is originally crooked. It can rush out war machines like the pacifists, but it does not have large-scale airships. The world government is like this, let alone the pirates. Except for the Golden Lion, no pirate can have a large-scale air force. So the branch base will not waste manpower and material resources, but under the current circumstances, they have also added a few searchlights in the sky. However, the sparse lights cannot block Elizabeth, and Jin also helped them a little. The ability of the Thousand Faces escape is to glide, not fly, so it needs a sufficient height. Jin is the plane for airdrops. Elizabeth's wing membrane flew high in the sky with the help of the sea breeze, bypassed the Navy's searchlights under the cover of night, and landed in the G4 branch. This captain is really worrying. The people on the ship called Kaido differently. Olga preferred to call Kaido Captain, Arceus called Kaido by name, and Shayna and Jin and others called him Mr. Boss, and Big Brother from time to time. The newly recruited subordinates are similar. Kaido has not standardized the ranks and titles of the pirate group at this time, but even if he does, he won't care. Over there Elizabeth is the one who speaks. After a few months, she has made some progress in learning and successfully mastered a new language, but so far, she can't speak 2 long sentences. Usually she just uses a few words to express her meaning. The life card is a good thing, it won't be easily damaged, the previous text of Spondum has been changed. With this, she can easily find Kaido's location to avoid wandering around in the naval base. The ability is activated, and the illusion shrouds the two of them. Zoroark's illusion does not change its own form like Ditto, but shrouds itself like a holographic projection. Olga has only a preliminary control of the ability. The application of the fantasy ability is very simple. The observation haki can detect her difference, but no Navy will always release the haki in the base. Olga pinched the faces of 2 passers-by casually. There are so many people in the naval base, she doesn't believe that the people here can know all their colleagues. And the next step is to find 2 people who are alone and replace them. There will be people on the pirate ship to keep watch at night. Such a large base must have patrols at night, and there may be passwords or something. Olga and Elizabeth walked in the naval base, and occasionally there would be problems with model penetration. Although Olga can change her appearance into an adult naval soldier, her body structure has not changed. Her perspective is still the previous perspective, so she will inadvertently collide with some buildings. The phantom has no entity, and the phantom she created will not disappear directly because of such a collision, so it penetrates. The range and ability that the phantom can affect are related to its own strength. Zoroark's phantom is so real that it can deceive the camera and deceive people's feelings, and even make Entei, Suicune, and Thunder King unable to break free from the false phantom cage. Quinn has not studied the principle. Olga can't affect a city, but it is still okay in a small range. She and Elizabeth followed a patrol team with a similar direction, and let the 2 people at the end of the team go on the wrong path. Elizabeth, who was lurking on the wall, swung her tail and pulled the person into the corner like an alien hunting. Then, Olga made 2 hand cuts after her beast transformation. If you want to fully exert the ability of Pokemon itself, complete beast transformation is the best choice. Although Olga now looks like a Navy soldier, the real body under the phantom is a blonde Zoroark. At first, Azir didn't want Olga to be a combatant. Even if she joined Kaido's group, he could choose to be a scientific researcher in the rear. He meant that Olga should learn technology from him. He tried hard for this, but a genius child may not be a genius. Olga really has no talent in learning, and she would rather train with Kaido than listen to Azir's lectures. After the hotel incident, she thought that her own strength was more important than the technology in her mind. However, her talent in fighting is not bad, provided that she does not use maces. Bare hands or daggers are what she is good at. She and Elizabeth replaced the phantom behind the original team without anyone noticing, and followed the patrol soldiers into the depths of the base. In the prison of G4 base, Kaido was tied up like a dumpling, but this did not affect his sound sleep at all. Look carefully, this place looks like a temporary prison. It was originally just a wine cellar, and the barrels scattered around can explain it all. The naval base does not prohibit alcohol. It is common for the Navy on duty to get drunk. The Navy on duty can also drink, but the amount is very limited. Tobacco and alcohol are both rigid necessities in the base. People here need to rely on tobacco and alcohol to vent their emotions. Pirates will appear all the time, and they may die in battle at any time. Vice Admiral Hadera, go and rest. You haven't closed your eyes for 3 days. An old man sat on the chair in front of the temporary prison. Since Kaido appeared here inexplicably, he has been guarding here in person. No, this is a pirate with a bounty of 73 million. You can't deal with him. Don't we have sea stone handcuffs? If he is a person with special abilities, he should be powerless. The purity of the sea stone in those handcuffs is too low, and the total amount is too small. It may not be able to completely restrain him. He is a remnant of rocks. The prison ship sent by the headquarters will arrive tomorrow. When this matter is over, I can apply for retirement when I return to the headquarters. 54. Do you believe in fate? The flag was set up like this, and his worries were not without reason. The purity of sea stone can be adjusted by changing the proportion of pyroborwan in it. However, this technology is a secret of Wano country, and only the craftsmen of Wano country have this technology. Sea stone is extremely hard and difficult to process, and the content of the ore is random. The purity of the sea stone handcuffs in the hands of the Navy depends on the purity of the ore. G4 is located in the first half, and the previous base commander is a veritable hawk. He advocates elimination rather than capture, so most of the sea stone handcuffs in the base were taken by him to support brother units. Ability users are not cabbages. Many times, you can't meet one for several months, so leaving 1 or 2 for emergency is enough. Lieutenant General, are you overthinking? This is a naval base. What could happen? Have you forgotten the lesson of branch 277 so quickly? Lieutenant General, that is the branch of Shikai. This is the Grand Line. We are different from those people. And I have tripled the number of sentries. Lieutenant General, don't worry. However, they did not notice that with the arrival of new soldiers, there were 2 more people in Kaido's prison who should not be there. As for how they got in, this is a temporary prison, and the size is based on Kaido's body size. And Kaido's arms are thicker than Olga's waist. For Olga, the temporary prison built just to imprison him is no different from an undefended prison. But at this time, she was already sweating. The ability of the fruit consumes physical strength. Although her real age is more than 100 years old, her physical age is still more than 8 years old. It is already very good to be able to maintain the illusion for such a long time. She created an illusion that Kaido was still bound, and she gestured to Elizabeth to unlock it. She gained this ability after transformation, and would be affected by sea stone, but Elizabeth was different, she was not affected by the devil fruit. Facing Kaido's chain, a stream of water condensed on her fingers, and then injected the water into the keyhole. With the sound of clacking, the chain began to loosen obviously. Relatively speaking, Olga encountered new difficulties. How to wake up a drunkard, waiting online. She had only 2 ways to retreat, either wake up Kaido and let Kaido lead them out, or declare the mission failed and wait for Arceus' rescue. In fact, she didn't know that Arceus had an idea. When he found the Fighting Stone tablet, he wanted most of the beast group to learn the wake-up slap to save Kaido from sleeping. Well, falling asleep drunk is also sleeping, it is equally effective. She almost pulled Kaido's beard off, and Elizabeth's lock was pried open, but Kai had no intention of waking up at all. Finally, she had no choice but to see some remaining wine barrels on the side. Although Kaido smelled of alcohol and looked drunk, she could only fight poison with poison at this time. She walked to Kaido with a barrel of wine and poured it directly on him. It turned out that this was effective. Burp kid, what are you doing? Do you want to drink too? Kaido burped, then sat up against the wall, looked at the chains on his body with disdain, and then continued to drink. Captain Kaido, can you be more careful about the occasion? This is a naval base. Not a place for you to drink. The first official operation was to run to the naval base, and the tension was imaginable, but she had already honed it. She used to be very timid, but she had experienced too many things in the stomach of the Sea King for more than 100 years, including dinosaurs, plant poisoning, gastric acid tsunamis, and man-eating plants. It was not easy to survive. Olga's words seemed to sober Kaido up. Looking at Kaido, who was silent, Olga thought he understood the current situation. Okay, Captain Kaido, the Navy outside hasn't discovered my illusion yet, let's hurry back to the ship now. In her opinion, it's better to leave now, after all, there is a whole base of Navy outside. And her illusion will last for a short time. But the next second, she saw Kaido crying, and then she had a bad premonition. After drinking too much, Kaido either sleeps soundly or gets drunk. This is something everyone on the ship knows, and one of the biggest characteristics of his drunkenness is that he starts crying after losing control of his emotions. The next moment, he threw the barrel in his hand fiercely and smashed it on the fence outside. Woo-ah! I'm really useless. I was caught by the Navy, and I had to let a trainee come to rescue me, damn, bastard. He said and started to hit the surrounding walls. Hey! Captain Kaido, if you do this, my illusion will not be able to maintain. Under Kaido's drunken destruction, Olga's physical strength was no longer able to maintain the illusion. In fact, there was no point in maintaining it, because when Kaido smashed the barrel against the fence, the Navy outside discovered something unusual. Who are you? How did you get in? Several guns pointed at the temporary prison, and at the same time, several cannons also turned around. For ordinary Navy soldiers, firearms are still the most secure thing. Compared to Olga and Elizabeth, who suddenly appeared beside Kaido, Hedrol looked at the chains on the ground, which meant that Kaido was no longer restrained at this time. Illusion ability user? Damn it! An unrestrained Kaido will definitely cause great damage here, but to his surprise, Kaido did not seem to have the intention of killing. He grabbed Olga and Elizabeth in one hand, and turned into as a giant dragon. He rushed out of the prison directly and walked away in front of countless Navy. The wine in your base is good. Goodbye, you bastard Navy. There is no reason, just don't want to. He does things according to his mood. Last time he caused a lot of damage in the research institute, but this time he didn't mean to destroy it, and he also brought Olga and others, although Olga's infiltration operation proved her ability. But she is not qualified to face the Navy of a base with Kaido. Just because he wants to leave, it doesn't mean that the Navy wants him to leave. The gunner adjusted the angle of the artillery, and dense bullets also shot at him. Really, you bastards, I want to leave. A thick column of fire spewed out of Kaido's mouth, and the ammunition of several artillery positions exploded. Looking at the Navy busy with firefighting, Kaido also left here contentedly. When they returned to the ship, they were greeted by a kind of younger brother's carnival. In their opinion, this is the proof of Kaido's strength, but there is an exception: Arceus. The pirates below were still reveling, and Arceus found Kaido alone. What good is it for you to do this? What have you gained besides wasting time? What's the meaning of this behavior? Kaido's face was still drunk, but his eyes were very clear, and he said something that Arceus didn't quite understand. Do you believe in prophecy and fate? Chapter 55, What Fishman Island Will Fly Away? No. Oh, no hesitation at all. Arceus simply made Kaido stunned for a moment. Although he had never told others about this before, most people would still hesitate. No, prophecy and fate are the most illusory things. You can't change the past, and you can't do anything about the future. It all depends on the present. When you know about the future, whether you accept it or not, grasping the present is what you should do. But he didn't say it firmly. After all, the power of time and space is also one of his powers, but that was the power of his heyday, and he can't change time now. And changing time is not necessary until the necessary moment. Who knows what terrible reaction will be caused by doing something in the past decades later. Besides, not to mention this regular power, the psychic has a bug skill of predicting the future, but this release method is only to predict the opponent's action trajectory, and set up an attack in advance where the opponent will appear after a period of time. It is still different from the real power of time and space. After developing the observation color to the point of being able to predict the future, the strong people here can also do this. Two people who can predict the future may only fight for 1 second on the surface, but their hearts may be like 1,000 layers of cake, going through countless layers of games. Are you thinking about life after drinking? People like you actually believe in the so-called fate. Ugh, of course I don't believe it, so I have to prove that the so-called fate is bullshit. I was born in the kingdom of Woka, where prophecies are very important. At that time, someone predicted that I would die on the battlefield, so I became the strongest soldier of the kingdom at the age of 10, and I have lived well until now. Kaido lay next to the fence and made a great philosopher look. So you went to the naval base just to commit suicide? It's not that I'm not dead, don't worry, I won't die in a place like this. Even if I have to die, I have to have a grand enough exit. But you are right, the illusory prophecy is not worth believing. You are worthy of being my partner, ugh. He took out a wine gourd from somewhere, and it seems that he is going to have another meal. When people are drunk, their behavior is also controlled by the subconscious. Kaido's behavior seems to be committing suicide, but in fact it has been controlled within a range. Whether it was eating and drinking in the prison ship before, or going to the G4 base to drink this time, it was all controlled within the scope of what he could deal with. This place is not too far from Marineford. If he really doesn't want to live, he can just go to the headquarters of the Navy, or dive into the sea, or find a devil fruit to eat. BCW. On the one hand, it is to express his disdain for the prophecy, and on the other hand, it is also to train himself. The ability of the mythical beast is a good way to become stronger when it encounters continuous attacks. Some mythical beasts can only truly awaken when they are beaten. However, when he raised the wine gourd, he found that the wine in the gourd could not drip down no matter what. Don't waste time. If you hadn't been delayed for 2 days for no reason, we should have finished the coding and appeared in the new world. Wait until you conquer the mechanical island before you continue to drink your wine. Kaido's behavior has indirectly delayed his search for the stone slab. The main component of the wine is also water, which is naturally within his control. Forget it, I've drunk enough anyway, I'll drink next time. He had drunk enough in the naval base, so it didn't matter for a while. Little guys, get ready, we're setting sail for the new world. Oh. The dangers of the new world do not need to be expressed in words, but these pirates are only excited about the unknown future, and there is a hint of excitement in their words. I heard that you have to pass Fishman Island to go to the new world. Yeah, there are all mermaids there, beautiful mermaids, if I could. Shut up, Big Sister hates that kind of thing the most. Do you want to be kicked by Big Sister? The rules on Kaido's ship are obvious. Strength is the truth. He can accept Arceus not letting him continue drinking, and besides him and Arceus, the strongest one at present is Shayna. In addition, Jin is her only fellow tribesman, Olga is studying and training also live with her. There are few women on the ship. There are only 4 officers on the ship now. Kaido understands the importance of technology, so he treats Archie as a special officer. In addition, Olga is nominally an intern, but she is also a reserve officer. These younger brothers recruited later are not really crew members at all, but more like affiliated forces. In terms of life, Quinn is relatively indifferent and indifferent to life. Jin has a similar attitude, but Jin does not take the initiative to kill, but acts according to the wishes of Arceus and Kaido. Shayna respects life more, except for the enemy, and the same is true for Archie, so the current rules of the beast pirates are relatively many. Among them, human traffickers, navy, agents of the world government, and traitors are all what Shayna hates the most. At the beginning, these pirates who surrendered were not so obedient, and they also reported to Kaido that Shayna wanted to seize his position as captain. However, he made 2 mistakes. First, he reported to the wrong person. Although Shayna is now a coder on the ship, she obeys Arceus. If Arceus plans to leave here one day, she will definitely respond first. Arceus wanted to use Kaido's name to act, so he let Shayna join Kaido temporarily. Secondly, Kaido doesn't care about this kind of thing. The solution he gave is very simple. Fight a fight. If you win, Shayna's coder position will be his. Then he became the chicken that killed the chicken to scare the monkeys. Since then, the people on the ship have been much more obedient. As for Quinn's opinion, he has no opinion. As long as he is not at the bottom, he will be satisfied. If he can't beat the top, he can only bully those who are weaker than him. Although he works in an illegal research institution, he is a legal citizen outside. It was not until Mads was disbanded that he embarked on the road of being wanted. Although the unrealistic thoughts about mermaids were dispelled, this could not stop their fantasy of mermaids, which are the most beautiful creatures in the sea. However, just as they were imagining the beautiful mermaid island, Kaido personally extinguished their dreams. The flame cloud rolled up the huge ship, and the beast pirates flew high into the sky. Captain, aren't we going to Fishman Island? What Fishman Island? Of course we'll fly there directly. Chapter 56, Feel the Greetings from the New World. Fishman Island is located 1,000 meters below the sea. It is the only way to reach the New World. To be precise, it is the only way for ordinary pirates to reach the New World. The Red Earth continent divides the Grand Line into 2. As the Red Earth continent with the deepest influence of the world government, especially with the residents of the celestial dragons Marijoa on it, the security here is very strong. Illegal pirates are not qualified to pass through here, so they can only take risks and choose Fishman Island in the deep sea. There are submarines in this world, but most pirates can't get this high technology. The only way to enter Fishman Island is coding. But humans are not marine creatures after all. There are countless crises in the deep sea. Whether it is sea kings or submarine volcanoes, they will pose a fatal threat to ships. Once the coating is damaged, it means the destruction of the ship and the death of people. The huge water pressure will kill most people instantly. Moreover, coating is also a technical job. In the first half, only the Sabayati archipelago can find coating craftsmen. There are good and bad among them. There are truly skilled craftsmen, and the coating they make is safe and reliable. There are also unreliable scammers. Their coating is a death countdown, and there is a risk of rupture at any time. It's okay if it breaks just after diving. If the coating breaks after reaching the deep sea, the consequences are unbearable. BCW. Not to mention that there are people with abilities who are originally landlubbers. Even if Kaido sinks to the bottom of the sea, there is nothing he can do, so he didn't plan to leave Fishman Island at all. Fishman Island is a must-go passage for ordinary pirates, but he is not an ordinary pirate, but a pirate with large-scale flying ability, just like the flying pirates of Golden Lion, but when Golden Lion goes out in person, he must fly through the sky with his own ship. The same is true for Kaido. Although they cannot pass through the Red Earth continent like the Navy and ordinary people, they can fly over the Red Earth continent, but they have to take a slight detour. They will not fly over Mary Geoase's head. On the cloud layer, the Beast's pirates took a shortcut across the Red Earth continent. There was also a group of pirates on the ship who were lost because they could not see the mermaids. It took nearly a year for them to leave the Institute and finally arrived in the New World. Compared with the paradise in the first half, the sea here is more dangerous and the climate is more changeable. The first thing the Beast's pirates welcomed was the thunderstorm in the sky. A real thunderstorm, a special climate with only thunder and lightning but no rain. Darkness enveloped the sky, and the sound of electric charges colliding rang out one after another. The dense lightning hit the deck of the ship like rain, making these pirates who had just arrived in the New World extremely frightened. And they also knew what kind of power Arceus, who had a very high status on the ship, had. A beam of light was shot from Arceus to the sky, and the thunderclouds dispersed in an instant, making it a bright sunny day again. The world of pirates admires the strong. Previously, they obeyed Arceus because of Shayna's force, but now they are impressed by Arceus' power to change the celestial phenomena. They don't know how many times they respect the holy beast. It's necessary to choose a good time to establish your prestige. He is not like Kaido who has a high bounty, and he doesn't want to show his strength like a monkey. Now is just the right time. This is also his first time to show his power in front of people. Another point is that this dense thunderstorm disturbed his rest. As for ability transformation, these people's abilities have not yet been qualified for his transformation, even Kaido did not bring it up. Abilities are for people with strength. These people must at least be polished in the environment of the New World for a period of time, or have some special abilities that are valued. The clearing he used is completely different from the clearing used by Jin. Even the most difficult weather in the New World is not worth mentioning to him, but as the ship of the beasts left here, the dense thunderstorms also covered this sea area again. This made the people on a nearby island relieved. Selling umbrellas is an important source of income for this island. Without this source of income, it would be much more difficult for them to pay tribute. And the ship of the beasts soon docked on this island, and they needed to replace supplies, such as the recording pointer unique to the New World. Due to the special magnetic field of the Grand Line, the original compass, and other items will lose their original function. If you want to sail on the Grand Line, the recording pointer is an indispensable thing. They can capture the magnetic signal of the next island and record this signal. Before arriving here, the direction of the recording pointer will not change. So every time you arrive at an island, you have to spend a few hours to a few months to fill the record of the compass, so that you can set off to the next island. This is also one of the reasons why Arceus delayed his search for the stone tablet. Sailing on the sea is already very laborious. Once you encounter an island with a long signal storage time, it will be even more time-consuming. After all, there are only a few islands with eternal pointers. This is the case in the first half of the paradise, and sailing in the New World is even more dangerous. The magnetic field of the New World is more chaotic than that of the paradise. The thunderstorms before are the manifestation of this magnetic field. In addition, there are also strange clouds that drop icebergs and even knives. Even if there are no enemies, sailing in the New World is extremely dangerous. The record pointer allows the ship to sail safely in the first half, but after arriving in the new world, the originally reliable record pointer is no longer reliable. But this does not bother people who make a living on the sea, and an upgraded version of the record pointer was born. It looks no different from an ordinary record pointer, except that there are 2 more dials, and the pointers on it have changed from 1 to 3, so there are more options, and you can choose the safest route from them. The safer the route, the lower the fluctuation frequency of the record pointer, and normal pirates will choose a safer route from it. The islands in the New World all have their own masters behind them. If they don't want to take the initiative to provoke, ordinary pirates will abide by local rules, even big pirates are no exception, otherwise it means declaring war. At this time, the beasts did not intend to take the initiative to start a war. They were still in the development stage, so the money that John's treasure had previously exchanged for played a role here. A large amount of supplies were purchased on the ship, including more than a dozen record pointers. This thing is a necessary material for preparation. In order to prevent damage due to various factors such as wind and waves, a few more spare ones will be stored on the ship. What remains unchanged is the news bird flying in the sky, and their newspapers can always convey new news. Brother Kaido, Boss Holy Beast, there is new news in the newspaper. Chapter 57, The Strongest Organization, Photographer. Kaido of the Beasts, bounty of 1.6 billion berries, regardless of life or death. The news they brought was not too shocking, just about the update of the bounty order. Kaido's bounty order was rounded up to 1.6 billion berries, and his photo was changed with a prefix of beasts. It seems that in the eyes of the Navy, Kaido's escape from the branch base is no big deal. This also has something to do with Olga, because this time Kaido did not escape by himself, but was rescued. Although Olga and Elizabeth just opened a lock, the Navy does not think so. They put a large part of Kaido's escape on Olga. The reason is simple. Letting a pirate escape from the custody of the branch chief and being rescued by others are 2 completely different concepts. Although both are embarrassing, it is much better to be jailbroken than for the prisoner to escape by himself. This was also Hadro's operation. He was a vice admiral who was about to retire and encountered this kind of thing. He was also helpless in his heart. If the coastal defense artillery had not fired and Kaido had left directly, there would not be any casualties in the base. It was just that Kaido's hot breath in response to the attack caused them considerable damage. The prisoners in the base escaped and the base was damaged. The branch chief was of course responsible for this, so his retirement benefits were reduced from the vice admiral level to the major general level, which was not a big punishment. This was related to his definition of this matter. He defined Kaido's escape as the intervention of external factors. The price was that Olga and Elizabeth also had their own bounty orders. Who is the strongest agent in this world? It is not CP0, which is known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, nor is it CP9, which is unknown to ordinary people. Those detectives in the underground world are not even ranked. The strongest ones are the photographers of the world government and the Navy. The wanted order requires photos, and most of these photos come from photographers, from small pirates worth millions to monsters like rocks. As long as they are wanted by the world government, no one can escape the photographer's lens. Whether it is the Sky Island in the sky or the Fishman Island under the deep sea, they can always be found. In terms of candid photography, they absolutely the strongest in the world. Unless there are some special circumstances that cause the photographer to forget to take off the camera cover, no one can escape their lens. Olga and Elizabeth's photos were listed on the wanted list, but these photographers are not omnipresent, at least Olga and Elizabeth's true appearance has not been exposed. It's just 2 Zoroarks and 1,000 faces standing on Kaido's flame cloud. Although the Navy failed to defeat Kaido, they took the photos. These were not taken by the Den Mushi in the base before. Those Den Mushi took pictures of the illusion released by Olga's ability. Only when Olga was out of strength at the end, she was photographed after the transformation. Because the beasts didn't make any big moves before, there was no name on the wanted list, only the prisoner was marked, and the bounty for both of them was the same. Olga didn't fight head-on, and those Navy didn't even figure out who had the ability to create illusions. Is it just this little thing? For Kaido, the update of the bounty is not a big deal. He has long passed the age of being happy because of the bounty. No, but the rest is the Navy's business. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the family of that black-armed Zephyr was killed. As soon as he finished speaking, an energy hand composed of evil energy took away the newspaper he was holding. The death of Zephyr's family was one of the major events in Arceus memory. This means a change in the state of mind of a generation of Navy admirals. Although he retained the rank of admiral at the request of his superiors, he has since retreated behind the scenes and became the chief instructor of the Navy. In the following time, he cultivated a large number of cornerstones for the Navy. Fire and water are very inconvenient when taking paper items. The 4 stone tablets gradually perfected his power and made him use various energy hands with ease. Zephyr is really cowardly. The news in the newspaper was written in great detail. Zephyr's family was unfortunately attacked. The world government expressed deep condolences. The murderer has been arrested by the Navy and taken to Impel Down. He never killed pirates, but all his family members were killed by pirates. This is what he paid for adhering to the concept of no killing. Moreover, the relatives of the headquarters admiral were not adequately protected and were killed by a few unknown pirates, and these pirates were not killed on the spot. This is even more outrageous. Maybe it was a conspiracy that Zephyr offended someone, and Zephyr's status in the world government was indeed problematic. There are so many pirates on the sea, and there are more than one person who can take the position of Shishibukai. They chose the one who made Zephyr's arm broken and his disciples killed to take the position, which is simply rubbing salt into the wound. If you have a normal mind, you will not do such a thing. Impel Down is a place where people suffer. Everyone knows this, but blood debts must be paid with blood, and only by killing enemies with your own hands can you feel a certain degree of peace in your heart. Ze did this because of the Navy's regulations. He obeyed the regulations to this extent, and he didn't know what to say except that he was a coward. This is the Navy, countless rules, the lackeys of the celestial dragons, but the food on the prison ship is really good. Kaido is prejudiced against the Navy and has resistance, which is normal. You can't expect a pirate to praise the Navy. People will always find a more reasonable explanation for their behavior. At first, his resistance to the Navy was not so high, until the king of the Kingdom of Woka forced him to participate in the world conscription of the Navy. The rebellious psychology determined that he took this path and spent his adolescence on the Rocks ship. Br. At the beginning, this was also a young man with ambition who could question his compatriots, why they should be dogs for the celestial dragons, and why they should hand over the gold in the sky. The death of Zifa's family is tantamount to another alarm bell, and it also slapped the face of the Navy. As the highest combat power of the Navy, the safety of his family cannot be guaranteed. For a time, the number of soldiers who signed up for the Navy has decreased to a certain extent. But this refers to the grassroots soldiers. Some talented people saw the chaos on the sea. Some chose to go to sea and become pirates, and some joined the Navy to realize their ideals. By the way, your empowered abilities can also be divided into strong and weak ones. Kaido suddenly asked a question after sending his subordinates to carry supplies. Of course, the ones you see now are relatively strong. If you insist, Quin's should be the weakest, after all, his is the most labor-saving. What's wrong? Nothing, there are still 14 pieces to find. Remember to reserve a stronger ability for me. Chapter 58, This island is my territory. Can't wait? The cost of transforming you is too high, and your current strength is not suitable for transformation. Arceus thought Kaido wanted to transform himself. Qinglong was originally a top-level fantasy beast, and ordinary strength was really not worthy of him, and the transformation of fantasy beast species was even more laborious. They already have unique abilities. Adding new abilities while retaining the original abilities is a technical job. Although Arceus has not yet made a move on the fantasy beast species, he has made an estimate using Kaido. If the fantasy beast species is transformed, it is not the original transformation, but the addition of abilities. This kind of transformation is reflected in the outside world as a special double fruit ability user. Jin can only transform into a fossilized pterosaur now, but not into a toothless pterosaur. If he is a mythical beast, then he can transform into both the appearance before and after the transformation. No, it's not prepared for me. My current abilities are enough, and I can't just rely on abilities. The blessing of the sword dance is enough for me to use for a long time. I just plan to prepare an ability for my future children. Hey! Arceus didn't react to Kaido's train of thought, and this was discussed in future children. Zephyr's child died, but in the final analysis, it was because his family was too weak. If his child had the power to resist, wouldn't the result be different? That was just a 3-year-old. I wasn't that weak when I was 3. Anyway, my child can't be like Zephyr. Well, I have to start training early. Help me arrange a stronger ability, like Shayna's. Abilities are divided into strong and weak, and the way abilities are granted is also divided into strong and weak. There is no doubt that Shayna got the most, and Kaido knew very well that Shayna's ability would not be restrained by sea stone and water, which is already a huge advantage. Subordinates don't matter, but the best children must be arranged. Let's talk about this after you have a child, but your training method, can a child withstand it? Olga is a special case. Don't worry, I know my limits, and my bloodline can't be weak. That's it, but whether the ability is strong or weak depends on the slate in the past few years. Hehe, don't worry, after occupying the island, we will immediately arrange Quinn to start research. At the same time, we will also start to expand the troops and increase manpower. As long as the thing is not hidden by anyone, it will be found eventually. Little ones, speed up, it's time to set sail. Zephyr retreated behind the scenes and opened the prelude to the replacement of the old and new eras of the Navy. The world of pirates is the same, and even more cruel. The weak retreat and the strong appear. The forces in the New World are always in a reshuffle environment. The world government announced the cause of death of John and other pirates according to the intelligence it compiled, and emphasized that Prilt may have taken all the treasures, hoping to use this opportunity to force him out. However, the fact that no one was forced out made some of the seas in the New World even more chaotic. The islands in the New World basically have owners. The loss of 3 great pirates means that 3 territories are vacant, and everyone wants to eat this piece of meat. Golden Lion did not participate in this matter, because the territories of the 3 people were too far away from him. Among them, Wang Zhi's territory became the possession of Whitebeard, and Silver Axe's territory was occupied by Charlotte Linlin. She took action first, and chose to take the initiative when Silver Axe had no news. Well, Kaido, you really helped me a lot. Charlotte Linlin is now reading the newspaper in the new territory. She doesn't believe that there is no relationship between the news reported by the world government and Kaido's previous contact. But now she and Kaido have no conflict points, so there is no need to expose this matter. Besides, she has a new plan to have a baby recently. As for John's territory, which was left at the end, it was stuck in the middle of several forces due to its special location, so the big forces did not take action and left it as a buffer zone. Instead, a group of newcomers and pirates without fixed territories started to fight for it. Almost all the surrounding islands have owners, and only the main island has not been determined. Now the pirates nearby are almost divided into 2 factions. One faction is the new stars who have just arrived in the New World and have not realized the cruelty here. Among them, there are also supernovas with bounties of over 100 million. The other part is the pirates who have been here for a long time and have enough understanding of the New World, but their own strength is not enough, and they don't want to join other forces. They can only wander on the sea and have no fixed territories so far. There are both people born in the New World and pirates from the first half and other seas in previous years. Ability users, swordsmen, artillery, various abilities collide on the island and the nearby seas in order to determine the ownership of this place. At the same time, a third-party force was born. In order to ensure the safety of the Icelanders themselves, the adults on the island spontaneously formed a guard team. They are average in strength, but this is an island with developed heavy industry, and there is a military factory on the island. The arms business is not uncommon in the New World, and arms are also hard currency here. In addition to ordinary guns and cannons, they even made coastal defense cannons from the military factory. They have gained a part of safe space for themselves. No one wants to have a shell fall on their head when they fight with other pirate groups. But there is not much food on the island. This is a winter island. Most of the food on the island depends on foreign materials. After the battle between pirates began, the transportation of materials around was suspended. The income is not high and there are more risks. Naturally, no one will do this kind of business. To be honest, they urgently hope that the fight between the pirates will be suspended. And what the pirates did at this time was exactly what they hoped. Both sides found that they could not do anything to each other. The pirates on both sides began to sit down for peace talks and planned to establish a larger pirate alliance. Together in the cruel New World, they hugged each other for warmth. Then starting today, our pirate alliance is established. Before the alliance wine was picked up, a sound came from a distance, followed by a series of explosions getting closer and closer to them. The negotiation table was immediately tense, and the pirates on both sides entered a state of confrontation. Ayalaya, you guys are still unwilling to give up. Don't talk nonsense, Mayor, I don't need to go through so much trouble to kill you. But no one put down their guns. It was obvious that no one believed what the other said. Even if they came to form an alliance, they were wary of each other. At this time, the door outside was pushed open, and a person stumbled over. "No, no, Captain, someone is coming." Before the voice fell, the half-open door behind him flew out directly and embedded in the wall behind them. The island is my territory from today on." Chapter 59, This is the monster of the new world. The door was broken, and the biting cold wind rushed into the room. This is a winter island, but the winter island is also divided into 4 seasons, but the summer of the winter island is almost colder than the winter of the summer island. The cold wind that penetrated the collar made them shiver. To be precise, this chill is not simply caused by the weather, but also has a lot to do with Kaido. Without entering the Dragon Man form or the dragon form, but only using the human form, Kaido has fought here alone. People's actions need some motivation, and Kaido is this type. He is about to produce a stage reaction. Because he drank alcohol at the naval base before, Arceus set a small goal for him. Quit drinking before laying the foundation. At that time, he was still drunk and was discussing what kind of ability his future child should have. He agreed to it in a daze, so that he was almost addicted to alcohol during this period. He may not keep his word to outsiders, but he will take his own words seriously. Although he and Arceus are not subordinates, they are also very close allies. Kaido's idea at this time is to deal with these guys, then hold a banquet and have a good drink. Before the ship docked, he rushed over alone. Although these people fought fiercely here, it was because the pirates with cards in the New World did not look here. Whether it is young people who have just arrived in the New World and don't know the height of the world, or losers who survive in the cracks of the New World, they are the same type to Kaido weak. "Hey, this island is my territory now, who has any objections?" This is the place where the 2 groups of pirates formed an alliance. Of course, a lot of alcohol is indispensable. "We are already here." It's almost the same the agreement between him and Arceus was before occupying this island. Now that he is here, he assumes that he has occupied this place, so it's okay to drink a little. Besides, he didn't feel any threat from the people present, so in front of these pirates, Kaido grabbed a wine jar placed beside him. He was not blind yet, and there was a big word "wine" on it. He raised the wine jar high as if no one was around, and drank it in front of them. The scene was a little weird for a while, and these pirates were stunned. Finally, this tranquility was broken by a gunshot. Looking at Kaido's Adam's apple moving with the wine in his stomach, someone raised his flintlock. I don't know if it was because of poor marksmanship or too nervous, the shot missed, but after the gunshot, Kaido was left with only a broken wine jar in his hand, and most of the wine was scattered directly on the ground. This gunshot also became a signal. The next moment, there was a lot of gunfire in the house, and some people even carried shoulder-fired cannons. Kaido's position was covered by the smoke produced by the gunpowder explosion. Until the ammunition in his hands was emptied, these people finally stopped. Dead. He should be dead. Someone who can take so many shells can't be a madman like him. But why should we shoot? He came in alone. I don't know. I fired after you fired. Some scattered conversations were heard. Many people didn't understand Kaido's seemingly strange behavior. But when the smoke cleared, Kaido appeared in their sight without any damage. It seems that you don't agree that this island belongs to me. You also knocked over my wine. Do you know how many days I haven't drunk? The mace was swung out, and the invisible stick energy hit the first shooter. The broken body flew in the air like a rag bag, and finally fell on the fire in the house for heating. The flames ignited the clothes, and the flesh carbonized under the action of high temperature. A burnt smell came out, but it quickly dissipated under the blowing of the cold wind. The pirates present had no time to deal with a dead person, because they were facing Kaido, who was already angry. Whether it was the captain who was high above or the guard at the door, they were all the same at this time, and no one could hold on under Kaido's attack. This was a gap in strength. Kaido achieved an alternative equality among these people with absolute force. How could this happen? How could there be such a monster? The pirates who asked this question were those who had just arrived in the New World. They had no clear understanding of the New World, and the enemies they encountered at the beginning were still within their understanding. Although it was relatively strong, it could still be killed. But for a monster like Kaido, the sword would be broken, and the shells would only leave some black ash. Even the arrogant ability users on the ship before would have the same fate when facing Kaido's attack. Fear spread among the crowd, and the people around them began to think about escaping, and those close to the periphery began to try to escape from this place of death. Kaido did not stop these people. This time he was no longer a lone commander. There was also a group of pirates lying on the ground outside the door. That was the damage caused by Kaido's rush. He ran on the loose snow, turning his head back from time to time. He wanted to go to the ship moored in the port, and then leave here, leave this hellhole of the new world. Kaido's physical strength has broken his inherent thinking concept. There is a corner in front, and as long as he turns here, he can see the port by the sea. Then he bumped into a pillar, and when he looked up, it was not a pillar at all, but an alternative Brachiosaurus standing here. The place where the ship was originally moored also became a mess. Kaido rushed too fast before, completely leaving the other members of the beasts behind, and the remaining members of the beasts began to deal with the pirates left around. These pirates are weaker than the pirates in the venue, but there are more of them. The biggest role of the cannon fodder brothers that Kaido subjugated is to support the scene or operate the artillery on the ship. They are not much stronger than these pirates in terms of basic combat power. But in terms of high-end combat power at the Cotter level, the pirates here were completely crushed. There is no need for Arceus to do anything. The abilities of flames, boulders, and leaf blades mythical beasts caused a devastating blow, and most of the opponent's artillery was also misfired. Under Elizabeth's precise sniping, those gunners had no chance to fire at all. Even if hiding in the cabin, the water bullets fired by Elizabeth's sniping were enough to penetrate the wooden boards of the hull. Although for Arceus, a sanction light gravel is enough to destroy all pirate ships, but there is no need. These people are subordinates, not invited masters. If they can't do anything, what can they do? Besides, they don't resist this kind of thing. For these pirates, fighting is the most normal thing. If you ask who has the most complicated feelings on the whole ship, it must be Ace. Chapter 60, Surrender and Resistance. Olga was also mixed in the battle. She did not fight a ship alone like Shayna did. It was too early for her. She worked with the grassroots minions of the beast pirates and joined hands with those ordinary pirates. Although she was over 100 years old, for Ace, time was basically stagnant during those years in the belly of the Sea King. Olga at this time was still the little daughter who had not yet turned 10 years old for him. This should not be her life, but she had to accept this kind of life. Since the hijacking incident, Olga seemed to have grown a lot. She realized the importance of power and began to desire power. However, gaining requires a price, and her current experience is part of the price. Ace felt a little guilty about this. He thought it was all the fault of pure gold, but without pure gold, Olga, who was more than 100 years old, could not survive the heat of the South China Sea Emperor. In the final analysis, it was the result of the person who leaked the pure gold information. He was not idle either. He carried a box of shells and walked to a gunner. Life has become like this, and he has no ability to fight head-on, so he can only find a way to help. Use this. Ace is at least a cotter in the Beast's pirates, and because he is a scientific research talent, Kaido does not allow his pirates to threaten his safety. He is a top chemistry and material scholar. During this time, he has refamiliarized himself with the knowledge and accepted the changes in the world over the past 100 years. With the help of Quinn, he modified the gunpowder according to the existing formula to make the shells more powerful. It's just that since it is in the experimental stage, there are not many such shells. Wow, Brother Ace, your shells are so powerful. Looking at the range of the shell's detonation, the gunner gave a heartfelt admiration. Fire a few more shots in that direction. Pointing to Olga's direction and giving a few instructions, Ace returned to the cabin. He was just causing trouble by staying outside. Although the number of people was inferior, the firepower, high-end combat power, and air superiority quickly killed the pirates who resisted, and most of the remaining ones chose to surrender. The minions of the beast pirates also played the biggest role, guarding these prisoners. There were also some pirates who wanted to escape to the meeting place to find their captain. Quinn was just chasing those people, and the pirate who escaped back just bumped into Quinn. Attacked from both sides, the pirate alliance, which had just been established for less than a few minutes, was about to disband, but the sound of gliding shells came from the distant sky. A shell much larger than a regular shell flew towards this side. For the strong in the pirate world, dealing with shells is not a difficult task. Jin in the form of a human hand flew through the sky. The wings shining with metallic light split the huge shell in two, grabbed the shells that were split in two with both hands, threw them out and destroyed the shells from the back. The modified hands in the form of wings are much more convenient than the traditional bird devil fruit. After all, when they enter the form of wings, their hands will turn into wings. That direction isn't at the pirate station? Yes, Lord Saint Beast, that's where the civilians on the island live. Shayna, you and Jin go and ask them to stop resisting and be gentle with the civilians. After all, this is our territory in the future. Civilians are different from pirates. They are the natives of the island. We can't kill all the people on the island. Besides, they need to develop in the future, and population is also the foundation of the economy, so they can't be treated like other pirates. Yes, we will take care of it, Jin. Let's go. Two figures, one red and one grey, flew in the direction of the shells and soon disappeared in the sky. Okay, let's see how Kaido is doing next. Except for the people who stayed to guard, the rest of the people followed Arceus to Kaido. Gable. Who told you to fire? A conflict broke out in the civilian area of the island. The reason was that the captain of the escort team fired the coastal defense gun for self-protection in the direction of the pirate base without the consent of the village chief. Do you know how much effort I put into getting those pirates to give up the idea of attacking us? Even if you don't care about these, you don't even care about the safety of little Gable and your mother. A bearded man was pushed aside, and the village chief blocked the way with his body. In front of the barrel, his tone was full of anger and helplessness. This is an opportunity. Those pirates seem to have a big conflict. As long as we can take the opportunity to destroy them, we will be free. Our food is only enough to last for one day. We can't save it anymore. Look at what we have eaten these days. Gable pointed to the food in the pot next to him. It looked like boiled potatoes and the like, and the proportion of water was higher. They have been eating this kind of watery food these days. Gable, those are pirates. I know, but we also have weapons. Why don't we stand up and resist them? They are not as strong as John. They will be afraid of artillery. We have the ability to resist. The goal of civilians is just to survive. Even if there is still a way to survive, most people will choose to surrender. This is why the island belonged to John before. But now the struggle of these pirates is almost forcing them to die. Then he pointed to a few people standing behind him. These were the people who agreed with his idea and participated in the bombardment. They are still fighting. We still have the strength to resist. If we wait a few more days and they don't stop, foreign merchant ships will not approach here. Are we going to starve to death here? While they are fighting to the death, we will catch them off guard. As long as we deal with them, the fight will be over. Gable, you are too young. They are pirates. They just don't want to be attacked by surprise, so they compromise with us. You will force them to the same front line. Once they put aside their disputes and want to deal with us first, what will you do? In that case, hand me over to calm their anger, but now is our chance to resist. We can't put our hopes on pirates. If that happens, village chief, remember to help me take care of little Gable and his mother. Those who are willing to resist, pick up your guns and follow me. Then Gable found that there was something wrong with the eyes of these people. They seemed to be looking at the sky. When he turned around, he saw Shayna and Jin flying in the sky. You guys fired the cannon just now. This island is now the territory of the beast's pirates. We can let the bombardment go. Now, put down your weapons and stop resisting. Chapter 61, This is a notice, not a discussion. Shayna and Jin in the sky made many people feel fearful. Their beastly faces and flying wings have surpassed the scope of human beings in the eyes of many people. The residents of the New World are not necessarily well informed. There are also many weak people in the New World. The more dangerous seas and the battles between pirates from all sides have led to more closed communication between islands in the New World. The vision of many island residents depends on the level of the occupiers here. Some islands still live in primitive tribal life, where people with special abilities are even worshipped as gods. Although John is a person with special abilities, he has never exposed his abilities to outsiders. Moreover, he was also a notorious pirate during his lifetime. Few people invaded his territory. Most people on the island have never seen a few people with special abilities in their decades of life. And they are just ordinary civilians. There is no need for people with special abilities to deal with them. A few ordinary pirates with swords and guns are enough to deter them. The ability users are usually codders with their strange abilities. These people have a more important position in the pirate group. As long as the residents in the territory do not have a large-scale rebellion, they will not take action. But whether it is the man called Gabol or the village chief here, they are not unfamiliar with the ability users. A large part of the reason why they can become leaders on the island is that they have more knowledge than the people on the island and are more capable of handling things. The beast pirates are they new here. The war that broke out on the island has lasted for a long time. During this period, the newsbirds have not approached here. Those newsbirds know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and will not send messages to places that will threaten their lives. Therefore, the people on the island lack a certain understanding of what is happening in the outside world during this period, and lack understanding of the beasts that have just made some names. Kaido's previous style of doing things did not provoke the navy. He was determined to go to the new world, or he mistakenly entered the navy base after being drunk, which made the new beasts pirates born in the public eye. According to past practices, the beasts pirates can also be regarded as a new pirate group. If Kaido's pirate career had not lasted for a long time, he would be a well-deserved supernova among this group of pirates. Even if they don't know about the beasts, Gabol and others know one thing clearly. There was no beasts in the previous pirate group, and the pirate flag they held was also a brand new pattern. This island is really full of disasters. If you have the ability to deal with other pirates, we can accept your rule. But we will never lay down our weapons. Before the village chief finished speaking, Gabol said this and clenched the pistol in his hand. In his opinion, the safety of the island must not be handed over to an outsider. They must have enough self-protection force to prevent the pirates from doing more excessive things. Gabol. Shut up. You too, he's not. You seem to have made a mistake. We are not discussing or negotiating with you, but informing you that you have only two choices, accept or be forced to accept. Arceus's request was to stop their resistance, with the additional condition that the means be gentler, otherwise their previous firing could be considered a declaration of war. But gentle means do not mean sitting down for negotiations, an appropriate military deterrence is also indispensable. So Shayna looked at the giant cannon, and kicked the cannon with her right leg burning with flames, and this big guy that made the Icelanders intimidate the previous pirates flew out directly with this kick, and the traces of melting on the barrel could be seen in the cold winter. The cannon casting technology of this island is really good. No wonder Quinn praised the mechanical level of this island so much. I thought you were holding back. I didn't use my full strength, but it didn't achieve the effect I expected. I thought I could kick the cannon directly to pieces. Jin and Shayna whispered about the technology of this island, and the people on the island, except for Gabol who still insisted. The few people who originally supported him also put down their weapons. Shayna and Jin are not at the same level as the previous pirates. But in Jin's eyes, this is the last thorn. In more than a year, Jin, who is well nourished, has grown very fast. It is already amazing for ordinary people to grow more than 10 centimeters a year, but Jin has grown more than 1 meter in height in more than a year, which has surpassed the scope of ordinary humans and exceeded the 3-meter mark. Shayna's height change is not that exaggerated. Now it is only about 1.9 meters. Even if they are of the same race, their individual genes are very different. At the age of 15, they still have a lot of room for growth. Although there are many people with exaggerated heights, there are more ordinary people of normal size overall. Size does not necessarily represent strength, but it means greater deterrence. Moreover, Jin, who is dressed in black, is much more ferocious than Shayna. The fossil pterosaur does not have a mask like the flame chicken. Although the face will change in the form after the transformation, it still has the original characteristics. Jin still chose the airtight special clothing as in the original timeline. Gabol, forget it, didn't we get here like this before? Yes, this is the same guy as those monsters under John's men. We can't beat them. The people around him persuaded Gabol. Their will was not very firm to begin with. They decided to stand up and resist under Gabol's persuasion. Such people will naturally retreat when they encounter force majeure in their cognition, especially when Shayna and Jin have left them with sufficient retreat. It is not difficult to accept that an island is ruled by a pirate in the New World. Some people are even willing to pay a high price to enter the territory of some big pirates, which means a safer living environment. For example, Big Mom's territory, Wanguo, is the kingdom of Totland. Although Big Mom has not occupied several islands yet, a basic base has already appeared. Due to the ability of the soul fruit, she requires people living in the territory to pay 1 month of life every 6 months as a unique protection fee in her territory. Coupled with the irregular attacks of bulimia, her territory is extremely dangerous. Big Mom prohibits people who join Totland from leaving. So far, those who want to leave usually have their lifespans drained, but if you calculate it hard, the survival time in Totland is longer than that in the outside world, because under the protection of Big Mom, few pirates will make trouble in the territory. The same is true for this winter island. The flame of resistance exists, but most people choose to accept it. If it weren't for the previous fights between the pirates that made these people almost unable to survive, these people would not have the idea of rebellion at all. Jin's steps would not stop because of their hesitation. He had already arrived in front of everyone. Chapter 62, The Gap in Force. Every time Jin took a step forward, the others would take a step back. When Jin came to them, only Gabol was left. It can be said that Gabol represented the last will of resistance. As long as this person is dealt with properly, even if others have the intention to resist, they will be suppressed because of fear or other reasons. According to Jin's idea, the simplest way is to kill the person who dares to resist directly. After all, only a few people are not afraid of death. Under absolute force suppression, violent rule is the way many pirates choose. This will leave the seeds of hatred and resistance, but as long as the force can be suppressed, resistance will not be possible. This is not the best method, but it is the fastest way to see results. Except for the Lunarians, all people are foreigners to Jin, and he will not be soft on these foreigners. Arceus's request saved his life. Gentle means are not suitable for direct killing, but if he continues to insist, it may not be the case. Jin's big hand grasped the barrel of his flintlock, and the barrel was twisted into a ball in his hand like a twist. This toy is useless. No one is willing to stand with you. Your resistance will only be futile. You will not gain anything except making your family sad. Flames also ignited on Jin's palms. The temperature was not as high as Shayana's, but it was enough to kill one person. Wait, wait. Gabel is the best craftsman on this island. You must have occupied this island for the factory here. If you kill him, no one can reach his level. Looking at Jin who wanted to take action, the village chief hesitated for a moment, but still stopped him in front of him and gave a very reasonable reason. The munitions manufactured by the factory are the main export products of this island, and are also the target of most pirates occupying this island. Gabel has technology that others cannot reach. This is the only thing that the village chief can think of as a bargaining chip. It is not easy to be a village chief in the territory of pirates, especially since this was John's territory before. The notorious John is not an easy person to get along with. It's useless to reason with him, only interests are fundamental. I will convince him to work for you. Killing him won't do you any good, right? He doesn't have a strong resistance spirit like Gabber, he just wants the Icelanders to live smoothly. It doesn't matter who the ruler is, because all the pirates are the same. In his eyes, the guns and cannons in his hands are not enough to trade with the pirates. What really makes the pirates willing to trade is the technology in their hands. Those complex machines are not something that anyone can use, and most pirates don't produce, so they need enough workers. So the owner of the island has changed again and again, but the residents of the island have not been affected too much. Who are you? I am the village chief here. When Captain John was in charge of this place before, I was also in charge of things here. You'd better do this. Now we are here. When the rest of you come, if you still have this idea, you will really die. The atmosphere is almost set off. It is obvious that this village chief is the real manager here, which can be seen from the reactions of the people around him when he speaks. The sound of gunfire from a distance gradually weakened, which means that all the battles have ended, whether in the periphery or with Kaido. The battle is almost over. I'll give you 2 hours to integrate the people here, and then let a few people take us to the rest of the pirates' bases. I'll go with you. I know all the bases of those pirates. Gabel, you. Don't worry, village chief. They won't be relieved if I stay here, right? Take care of my family for me. The reason why he knew the location of the base was because he was planning the bombardment, so he summarized the places where all the pirate ships stayed. And the reason why he wanted to go was not because he wanted to do anything, but because he didn't believe in these pirates. The reason why the villagers were very resistant to resistance before was because in John's time, all those who tried to resist had a bad ending. Even if they had good skills in their hands, even if the village chief said so, he didn't think he would let him go. In this case, it would be better not to drag down his family. Gabel walked out of the safe house in the wind and snow. Everyone thought he would never come back, but 2 hours later, Gabel was brought back in one piece, but he looked a little dazed. Some pirates also sent some food. The food on the island was almost consumed, but those pirates were different. They still had sufficient supplies on their ships. As pirates, they had more material channels than the Icelanders. After they were defeated, these naturally became their spoils of war. Now that the island has been occupied by the beast pirates, they can't let these people starve to death here. After delivering the things, the pirates left here. They were going to have a banquet. Kaido, who had quit drinking for many days, couldn't stand it anymore. Gable, how are you? What did they do to you? After the pirates walked away, many people surrounded Gable and touched him randomly. Gable's dull expression made them think that Gable was tortured, so he became like this. I'm fine, just I saw some incredible things. Shayuna and the others didn't do anything. They just solved hundreds of pirates and 2 pirate ships in front of him, and then walked back unscathed. The high-end combat power of those pirates had been wiped out by Kaido, and the remaining small fish could not hurt them at all, which made Gable realize how powerless his resistance was. The idea of freedom he insisted on was just empty talk. It's good that you are fine. Village chief, these are all food. It seems that these people are stronger than those before, let everyone share some, at least we can eat enough today. The Icelanders had a rare full meal, and the beasts also started their own banquet. As for the pirates who originally fought for the ownership of the island, they suffered heavy losses, especially the high-level members of the pirate group. Kaido's wine jar was smashed with a little more force, and no one present could take Kaido's thunderous gossip in anger. When Arceus and others arrived at Kaido's place, the battle was already over. For those pirates who surrendered, the way they were handled was also very rough. The seriously injured were directly killed, and there was no intention to waste medical resources. Among the remaining people, those who were willing to surrender were temporarily accepted as coolies on the island. Those who are unwilling to surrender will be executed directly. These people are not worth wasting time at all. And now is the time for the beasts to lay their own foundation. These people will become the grassroots force of the beasts' pirates in the future. These people cannot all be composed of captives. Chapter 63, Slate Radar. In a few days, the island made a simple plan, and the factory that had been shut down for a long time was operating again, but the operation policy has changed a lot. The people on the island voluntarily went to the factory to continue working. Although Kaido is the captain, it is normal for the captain to not take care of things. Usually there is another person in charge on the ship. So far, the best person in the Beasts Pirates who manages personnel is Ashi. He used to be the manager of alchemy and can be said to have more experience in this area. He is not a vicious pirate, so he did not oppress the Icelanders blindly, but like a normal manager, he offered a certain salary, but the share was less than that outside, and those were counted as taxes that the residents of the island need to pay. And some rules about the island were formulated to restrict the pirates from harassing the residents without reason. At the beginning, some people opposed it. This kind of thing was incomprehensible to many pirates, but their opposition was meaningless. Kaido didn't care about this kind of thing. Because he got the support of Arceus again, this indirectly got the consent of all the cotters. Quinn felt that this matter didn't matter. Anyway, his interests were not damaged. Archie was not a stubborn person. He knew that these pirates were not ordinary law enforcers, so he had stricter requirements for the Icelanders, which could be said to have divided the status of the island. However, the residents of the island did not rebound on this requirement, but were very happy. Compared with the period of John's rule, Archie's policies were much better. During John's time, they had to go to the factory to work without any pay. They worked to ensure that they could survive. John's territory did not need people without value. Once they could not show their value, John's crew would not issue any food. On Dongdaeo, this kind of thing is almost fatal. Although the work requirements set by Archie are also mandatory, in addition to the necessary food, they will also pay part of the salary, which is a big change for the people on the island. As for the captured pirates, their status is lower than that of civilians. In addition to the arms business, there is another business on the island: minerals. Mining is undoubtedly a very difficult task in the climate of Winter Island, so this kind of work was handed over to those pirates with more physical strength, and it also gave those people of the Beasts Pirates a place to vent their emotions, that is, the mine supervisors. For these pirates, the policies formulated by Ashi are not so restrictive, whether it is beating or scolding, there are no special restrictions. The flag of the Beasts Pirates fluttered over the island, which also gave the island some stable space. Then, With this island as the center, Kaido began to expand to the surrounding islands, and the policy implemented was very simple. Pirates who actively surrendered will be taken as his subordinates for the time being. Among those who resisted, if there are people Kaido likes, he is willing to give them a chance, and the rest will be thrown directly into the mines and farms of nearby islands. This winter island alone needs to rely on the outside world, but the nearby islands together can form a complete industrial chain, including minerals, manufacturing, grain production, etc. Shayna and Jin followed Kaido to conquer the territory, while Arceus brought Quinn and Athi to the factory on the island to study things like slate radar. Do you remember how that thing was made? Arceus looked at the environment here and understood the reason why this island was established. There are factories on every island. It is not necessary to choose this place to simply make some arms, but there is actually a very sophisticated machine tool on this island that can process more delicate parts. That's it. This was one of Madza's secret bases back then. This is what we left behind. With this, can you make it? This I'm not sure. Vegapunk only made an experimental machine, and it's still a semi-finished product, but I know the idea. It will take some time to replicate it. The conductivity of pure gold should be able to meet the demand. I haven't forgotten the method of making pure gold, but there is a problem. I looked it up before. Many materials of pure gold are now contraband. If purchased in large quantities, it is likely to attract the attention of the government. Don't worry about this. The world is not short of grey industries. Even the world government can't control the underground market all over the world, let alone in the New World. Really? I won't talk about common materials. These are some scarce resources. See if you can get them. Athi handed Quinn a list of materials. Without the ratio and synthesis method, it would be useless to just take this away. He was not afraid of exposing this. When Quinn saw the list of materials, a few drops of sweat fell from his head. Lord Arceus, maybe our plan is not going so smoothly. What's wrong? These materials are too difficult to deal with. Fresh branches and leaves of the treasure tree atom, eggshells of island turtles, although these things are rare and expensive, there are ways to find them. It takes some time to find them. The problem is that some materials have long been extinct. It has been more than 100 years since he made pure gold. Many things have happened in this 100 years. The conquest of emperor fever in the South China Sea is a matter of medicine. But at the same time, many organisms and plants have been declared extinct during this period. The manufacture of pure gold is not a simple mineral synthesis, and there are also some animal and plant components. In other words, this ring is the last pure gold. This I am afraid so. Maybe there are some left in the inventory of the ancient island or some people, but Quinn didn't continue talking. He couldn't do anything about this. He couldn't transform extinct materials. There was a lot of pure gold in the stomach of the Sea King, but he didn't care about it at that time. Now the Sea King should have become food for other creatures. In terms of the proportion of pure gold, it is unknown where the ocean current has carried it to in the deep sea for such a long time. Looking for those pure gold is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is better to look for stone slabs directly. Gather some of those materials and slowly look for them. Try it with what you have on hand first. This news made him unhappy, but he did not release his emotions to Athi or Quinn. After all, this is an uncontrollable factor. As for using the power of time and space to go back to the past to find materials, when he had the power of time and space, he had already recovered to his heyday, so there was no need to do such a thing. With the assistance of Arceus, Quinn and Athi stayed in this laboratory for several months, but the efforts during this period were not in vain. A stone slab radar with a perception radius of about 1 kilometer was successfully built. Chapter 64, 3-line operation. 1,000-meter reconnaissance radius. Arceus was not satisfied with the result, as this distance was much worse than his own perception range. Athi and Quinn also knew that the result was very ordinary, but they had no other choice. There is no way, Lord Arceus, although you helped us solve the problem of reconnaissance fluctuations, the core components of this radar are made of pure gold, and only the characteristics of pure gold can make this device run smoothly. But we only have that much pure gold, and Arceus and I have tried our best to extend its size. This is the limit of what we can do at present. A good cook cannot cook without rice. He made the original test machine and improved it. Arceus solved the problem of core parts, but without raw materials, there was nothing they could do even if they had complete technology. This was what they could deliver. Even if they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. In a few months, they not only conquered the technology here, but also found out a lot of things, such as some materials that had disappeared in the world, and could not be found even on the black market. Now, in addition to the stone slabs, the beasts have to search for an ancient island. Only in the ancient island can they survive. During this period, they also tried to fish with the pure gold in their hands to see if the Sea King had the luck to survive. It turned out that it did not have such luck. But it is better than nothing. With this radar, at least they can operate on 2 lines on the way to find the stone slabs. Well, Lord Arceus, we can still make a smaller one with the remaining materials. A sensing range of 1000 meters is an ideal value, and this value has the highest cost effectiveness. If you want to increase the sensing range after that, you need more pure gold. The remaining pure gold cannot expand the range, but with a little modification, we can probably make a small radar with a range of several hundred meters. You mean delete the specific positioning function and only leave the general sensing ability? Yes, in this way, although it cannot be specifically located, the range is also reduced. A range of several hundred meters can be found at most by digging 3 feet in the ground. At Azir's suggestion, the 2-line operation was upgraded to 3-line operation. Arceus was not interested in whether the location could be determined specifically, as long as there was general information and he was notified. He proposed to disassemble the original one and make 2 more low-profile versions, but due to the proportion of pure gold, it could not be made into 2 even if it was disassembled, so 2 radars, 1 large and 1 small, became the final products. Where did Kaido go? Brother Kaido, he should be expanding his territory during this period. Almost all the nearby islands are our territory. Arceus' policy is very effective. The people on the island are very cooperative and their enthusiasm for work has also increased a lot. Of course, blindly exploiting will only accumulate conflicts. Even if they don't explode for a while, when they accumulate to a certain extent and our military strength has problems, there will definitely be a fire in the backyard. Use part of the profit in exchange for the sense of belonging of the residents on the island, so that we can better rule an island. By the way, Lord Arceus, Shayna wants to cast a statue for you. What do you mean? Forget it, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. What about those newly recruited pirates? He has no interest in statues at all, and he doesn't need things like faith. He cares more about the recruited pirates. Compared with the residents on the island, these pirates are the ones who go out to search for information. Even if there is no radar, you may be able to find the information of the stone tablet simply by using the number of people, but it depends more on luck. Those pirates are not very disciplined, but generally they are fine. Of course, Arceus, you still don't understand pirates. Quinn answered Arceus with the same words. Although he is not good at internal affairs, he knows pirates better. As long as they can be convinced by force, they will obey your orders even if your will is inconsistent with their thoughts. Your arrangements can be implemented smoothly, thanks to Kaido. You are too good to them. How can you be so majestic? Forget about those miners, but you should be more friendly to your own people. You don't want your subordinates to think about how to rebel every day. Quinn disagreed, but was blocked by Arceus. According to Arceus, he can do whatever he wants to enemies or prisoners, but for his own people, at least don't treat them as consumables. Even if they are actually consumables, they should be treated as ordinary subordinates. Pirates who don't take their subordinates live seriously usually don't have a good ending. Let's not talk about the distant past. John is an example. If he hadn't been so heartless, all his subordinates would have betrayed him, and the result wouldn't have been so miserable. During the war in Wano country, a large number of subordinates of the beasts rebelled. If we have to divide the blame for this, Xiaohu's fruit ability is one aspect. The dango fruit allows her to control animals. The half-baked artificial devil fruit made by Caesar is another aspect. This half-baked artificial devil fruit causes most of the givers to be controlled. If it is a real animal-type fruit, it only gives people the power of beasts, rather than transforming people into beasts. As for the remaining problems, the blame may be thrown on Quinn, who is also one of the reasons that prompted those people to rebel. To change the problem from the root, is to change Quinn's idea first. After the radar research is completed, they will naturally not continue to stay in the research in the station, but when they went out, the people in the village who were not working saw Arceus and his men and made way for them, with respectful expressions on their faces, but there was also a hint of fear under the respect. Arceus continued to deal with the internal affairs of the island, while Quinn and Arceus walked to the seaside. Why do I feel that they look at me so strangely? This Lord Arceus, you should ask Shayna about this question. Although there is no statue, she has instilled the importance of your status in these villagers. If you disrespect you, she will really throw you into the mine to dig. Although it felt a bit strange, Arceus couldn't say anything. What Shayna did was to protect him, and he couldn't criticize her for such a thing. Originally, he planned to wait for Kaido and his men to come back, but when they came out, they just saw a group of pirates gathering and sending boxes of shells to the bow. What happened to you guys? Chapter 65, World Destroyer, Bondi Walled. Brother Quinn, Lord Holy Beast, are you done? Brother Kaido encountered a group of difficult people, and we are here to deliver ammunition. Kaido has been expanding his territory. For the grassroots pirates, operating artillery is one of their main jobs. They encountered new enemies just after conquering an island, and their ammunition is a bit insufficient. What made Kaido feel difficult? Who did he encounter? The Walled Pirates. The captain is Bondi Walled, who is called the World Destroyer. The pirate next to him answered the question respectfully, and then took out a bounty from a pile of bounty orders. A man wearing a horned helmet like a Viking pirate showed a slightly honest smile on the bounty order. World Destroyer, Bondi Walled, bounty of 200 million Baileys. Looking at the bounty order, Arceus remembered something. Although he couldn't remember the details, this was also a pirate active on the sea, but the bounty was a bit unscientific. These days, the bounties for pirates in the New World are basically above 1 billion Baileys, especially for the remnants of rocks. Although the rocks incident was something that the world government and the navy wanted to conceal, rocks still buffed these remnants invisibly, and the world government had a very high bounty for them. And Bondi Walled's record included Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, and the fleet led by Zephyr before he retreated behind the scenes. Of course, there was some water in these battles. Close combat for 3 days and 3 nights was also called a fight, and firing a few shots from a distance was also called a fight. In most cases, he would fight briefly and then withdraw. If these people were defeated by him, his bounty would not be so low, and he would not be able to sail for so long. I'm afraid the government would give him the same treatment as rocks and mobilize heavy troops to eliminate him. But no matter what, he still galloped on the sea after fighting with these strong men, which already shows his strength. And the reason why the world government gave him the title of World Destroyer is because he is a threat to the order of the world government. Navy warships, powerful pirates, and innocent residents are all his targets. His existence seems to be for destruction, and his purpose cannot be found at all. Why is the reward for this guy only 200 million? This I seem to have heard someone in the research group mention that the government seems to want to downplay this person's existence, so after he entered the New World, his reward has never been increased. The world government does not mind that the pirates on the sea maintain a certain balance. What they hate most is those who try to break this balance. Rocks was one of them. Unlike other pirates who occupy a piece of territory and become the local snake, Walled destroys aimlessly. Relying on his ability of the multiplication fruit, he can increase the size and speed of the shells by 100 times, so that the firepower of his pirate ship is stronger than that of a naval fleet. In addition to his irregular destruction, not only the navy hates him, but even the pirates don't like him. Such pirates can easily cause panic among the people, so the world government stopped the increase of bounties. Moreover, Valder is not a remnant of rocks. His reputation has only risen in the past 2 years, and he has no background bonus. As long as his bounty is not further increased, more pirates will challenge him, and the pirates will consume their strength in internal strife. Many pirates want to become famous, and the best way to become famous is to step on the corpses of others. There are very few fools who challenge more than 1 billion pirates at the beginning. Valder's bounty of 200 million is just right in the New World. Quinn, what year is this year? 1491 in the Sea Circle calendar. Any problem, Lord Arceus? After working hard for several months, the time has come to 1491. His bananas have grown again. This time he did not eat them, but planned to find a suitable place to cultivate new bananas. Nothing, let's go and see how Kaido is doing. He remembered that Bondi Valder was imprisoned because a large number of CPS were mixed into the ship, and it was besieged by pirates and the navy. Calculating the time, it was about this time. Arceus and Quinn boarded the material transport ship together and headed for the battle in the distant sea. The battle between Valder and Kaido continued. At this time, Valder had not experienced 30 years of freezing, and his physical condition was still at its peak. When the power of the multiplication fruit was attached to his body, his speed could reach the extreme. According to Borsellino, who was still a Navy recruit at this time, speed is power. After he multiplied himself, even Kaido would be in a head-on confrontation. Can't take too much advantage. At this time, Kaido is already in the form, standing with the full-body armed color Waddle. The battlefield around the two has been completely cleared, and the ground is full of cracks and big pits. It seems that they can't tell the winner for a while. However, it can be seen that Waddle is a little distracted. Now he can still be on par with Kaido, but in the battle between the two pirate groups, the Waddle pirates are already at an absolute disadvantage. The gap between the cotters is too big. Due to the lack of ammunition, the artillery on the ship of the beast pirates has basically been silenced, but the artillery on the side of Waddle can't cause any effect. All the shells were blocked in the sky by Shayna. Under the cover of Shayna, the ship of the beasts is approaching. Without ammunition to keep a distance, it can only be hit unilaterally. In this case, it will move over to start a boarding battle. At this time, on Wadl's ship, a small man is holding a den mushi and directing the battle. Bondi Beanjack, Wald's elder brother, is weak and sickly compared to Wald's strong physique. He has no fighting power at all. He is the vice captain and staff officer on the ship, and he arranges the specific actions on the ship. Usually he sits on Wald's shoulders, but when facing a strong enemy, Wald will not take Beanjack with him. Retreat. Keep your distance. Don't fight them in close combat. They are short of ammunition. Try to make the most of our firepower advantage. Sebastian. Find a way to get rid of that ability user. One ability user completely blocked their firepower advantage. Sebastian is a cotter on Wald's ship. He is a fish giant of a fish. He is huge because he is a hybrid of a fishman and a giant. He was blinded by the battle, but his observation color made up for this deficiency. After Beanjack's order was issued, Sebastian planned to use fishman karate to attack Shayna in the sky. However, things did not go as smoothly as he thought. The ship suddenly shook, and a large number of stone spikes pierced the deck. Jin had already broken through to Wald's ship. Chapter 66, Where did so many mythical beasts come from? The surrounding pirates quickly shot at Jin with guns. In many cases, muskets can have unexpected effects, and many strong men finally fell on that inconspicuous bullet. However, when facing people with accuracy and abundant physical strength, bullets generally have no effect. The wings behind blocked in front of him, shining with metallic light. The wings strengthened by steel wings blocked the dense firepower of those pirates. Haki needs to consume physical strength, and abilities also need to consume physical strength. Although Jin is a Lunaria tribe, and a transformed Pokemon ability user, he has abundant physical strength, but not unlimited physical strength. It is also very important to reasonably distribute physical strength in battle. Then Jin stomped on the deck with one foot, and a row of sharp stone spikes extended from his feet, sweeping away the surrounding pirates, and many were directly pierced by stone spikes. Rocks that appeared out of thin air, dragon-like bodies, these features combined can only be understood in one way by ordinary people, a person with the ability of a mythical beast. Another mythical beast already 3, where can they find so many mythical beast devil fruits? Looking at Jin who was killing everyone, Beanjack's forehead was sweating a little more. Kaido who was fighting with Wald, Shayna who blocked all the shells in the sky, Jin who broke through to the ship, the 3 different abilities of the mythical beast made him very confused. Why would the mythical beasts, which were praised as rarer than the natural ones, appear in groups at this time? But he no longer had time to think about such meaningless things. No matter how the beast's pirates got these abilities, it was a fait accompli. What they needed to do now was to fight. Jin, who had cleared the surrounding soldiers, did not continue to destroy the artillery on the deck, but rushed towards the direction of the rudder. Not good. His target is the power room, Garam. Stop him. Sebastian, go find a way to deal with that woman. At present, the ship of the Wald pirates is pulling with better power and sufficient firepower. Although the cannon of the beasts is more powerful, the ammunition has been exhausted, so it is approaching them to try to start a boarding battle. Beanjack does not want to waste the advantage of firepower, so the two sides have been circling around this sea area. If Jin destroys the power device and waits for the other side to rush up, then the original advantage will be gone. Garam, the shipwright of the Wald pirates, is also a fighter on the ship. He and Sebastian are the two cotters with the highest combat effectiveness on the ship. Although they performed mediocre in 3D2Y according to the timeline, this has a lot to do with the change of mentality. The power of domineering can be said to be the power of the heart. The young Moria dared to fight the young Kaido head-on, but after all his partners died in the battle, his mentality changed drastically and he became a fat otaku who simply relied on zombies and fruits. His strength was much weaker than when he was young. Crocodile dared to challenge Whitebeard when he was young, and even fought with Barrett. However, after losing one hand, his character changed drastically, and he began to look for the legendary Pluto, but was finally defeated by the Straw Hat. He was sent to the Gate of Impel Down for a while before he recovered, and became as strong as he was in the past, and could defeat anyone. The walled pirates at this time were much stronger than those 30 years later. At that time, not only did walled strength drop greatly due to long-term freezing, but even these cotters were also damaged due to old age. In addition, Wald had a grudge against his subordinates who abandoned him at the beginning, and the combat effectiveness of the walled pirates was weakened too much. However, the world government still directly summoned the 7 warlords of the sea without the navy, and the navy headquarters was also led by Akainu to show its importance. The walled pirates at this time are stronger than they were back then. There are too many, whether it is the cotters or Valder. As soon as Binjak finished speaking, a man with a square sledgehammer on his back and his hair tied into 2 square pigtails rushed out of the crowd and slapped the deck with both hands. Cube space. Rays of light appeared on the deck, and the deck split into cubes, blocking Jin directly in front of him. He is a person who has eaten the superhuman cube fruit, and can turn any object into a cube and move and combine them. However, Jin has the ability to fly, which makes his cube space lose most of its effect. Air cube. Several cubes made of compressed air were thrown at Jin, and the cubes exploded when they approached Jin. The surrounding pirates could not help at all. Under Jin's indiscriminate attack, the surrounding artillery was silenced, which indirectly reduced Shayna's pressure to block the shells. During the battle, Jin's flames ignited the sails. His flames were not as hot as Shayna's, but simply igniting something was enough. By the time they put out the flames, the sails were almost damaged. Although the ship was not driven by wind alone, without the sails, the sailing speed was noticeably slower, and the ships of the beasts were getting closer and closer to them. Shayna in the sky formed an impenetrable barrier, and no shells could get past her defense line, but a sense of crisis suddenly arose in her mind, and she instinctively tilted her body, and then several boulders passed by her at an exaggerated speed. Her wings were accidentally hit by a stone, and the flying height was much closer to the sea surface. And Sebastian, who had just dived into the water, also took the opportunity to emerge from the water. Oya takes aim. The shark formed by the water flow appeared with his figure. Although it failed to hit Shayna, the rolled-up sea current enveloped Shayna, and he also rushed up with his weapon. Although the ability users are powerful, the sea water is your natural enemy. Your flames are nothing in front of the sea. The sea water is the home of the fishman, even if he is only half a fishman. After releasing Oya takes aim, he used the fishman jutsu to roll up the waves, trying to roll Shayna into the sea. However, how fast he rushed up, how fast he flew back, and the huge impact directly hit him back to the bottom of the sea. When he floated up again, there was still a charred scar on his shoulder. Is the amount of water not enough? He thought that the amount of sea water he rolled up was not enough to make the other party enter a state of powerlessness, but he didn't know that this behavior had angered the other party. I hate the feeling of being wet the most. Shayna was wet all over, but the look under the mask was a little unfriendly. At the same time, her flying posture was a little strange. The sudden flying stone before affected one of her wings, and now the waving posture was very strange. Chapter 67, Spear and Shield. Sebastian's body in the sea gradually became illusory, and finally entered a state of invisibility and dived into the water, attacking Shayna in the sky from all angles, and the two entered a contest of observation. However, he also successfully delayed Shayna. If Shayna ignored him, he would probably attack the beast's ship directly. If they lost power now, they would become a living target with insufficient ammunition. He tried to do this before, but was stopped by Shayna. Only Jin went to carry out the assault operation to prevent the fish giant from destroying their ship. No. Shayna hates water, but is not afraid of water, so she stayed to protect the ship, and Jin went to destroy the enemy's ship. Sebastian had tried to destroy the ship before, but was always stopped by Shayna halfway. Even if he approached from the bottom, Shayna's flames would stop him when he approached the bottom of the ship. The power of the flame will be affected by the sea water, but her destruction death ray is enough to attack the target in the sea water. After a long period of training, the stiffness time after she uses the destruction death ray is almost negligible. After several unsuccessful attempts, he returned to the ship of the walled pirates according to Binjak's instructions and started this kind of kite battle. Binjak didn't expect Shayna to be able to block such dense artillery fire. So Sebastian was sent out again. He just needed to make Shayna unable to escape. You go full speed. Just rush up and you will win. While the observation color captured Sebastian's position, she also gave orders to the people behind her. When the opponent has slowed down, the ship of the beast has the ability to catch up. Leave it to us, big sister. Guys, go full speed ahead. Boss Kaido said that the best performers in this battle will receive special rewards. If Sebastian wanted to evacuate, he could do it. As long as he dived into the deep sea, Shayna would not be able to do anything to him. However, whenever he wanted to destroy the ship of the beasts, he would be stopped halfway. His attacks were not good enough in front of Shayna. At this time, the people of the beasts pirates also made a concerted effort. The ramming horn of the bow successfully hit the ship of the walled pirates, and a fierce boarding battle began. But compared to this side, the battle on the island was the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Kaido was very angry at this time because not long ago, Wald actually attacked Shayna in the sky in front of him. The boulder that hit Shayna before was the gravel that Wald strengthened with his ability. After the speed and strength were doubled, Wald threw the stone and still caused Shayna a lot of trouble, which also relieved Sebastian's pressure. But this was a provocative act for Kaido, intervening in another battle while fighting him, and letting him succeed. You bastard really underestimated me. I wanted to recruit you, but now it seems that you'd better die, Thunder Bagua. Kaido in the form raised the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Wald's head. Recruit? What a joke, I am Bondi Wald. Doubled 30 times faster. The fruit ability acts on himself. Wald's speed is better than before, and at the same time, his strength is also stronger. With a strong domineering aura blessing his whole body, Wald, who is covered with armed color, turned into a little black man, and his fist hit Kaido's head directly. He thought Kaido would definitely return to defense and would not choose to take this punch, but Kaido did not use any defense, as if he was exchanging injuries for injuries. The multiplication fruit would not increase his defense, but he thought that his punch was more powerful than Kaido's. Since Kaido wanted to do this, he would let Kaido know what the consequences would be. The mace hit Wald's face. Even though he was covered with armed color, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a few teeth in it. On the other hand, Kaido had a smile on his face. Wald's fist did not hit him at all, and was blocked by an invisible barrier in mid-air. Although it is more physically demanding, this ability is really useful. Rising Dragon Bagua. Kaido twisted his body and swung his mace from bottom to top, directly knocking Wald out. When Wald got up again, the bull-horned helmet on his head had disappeared. He rolled awkwardly to avoid Kaido's combo. Every collision between strong men is crucial. Now he has entered Kaido's rhythm. After being hit twice in a row, his mind was in a mess and he felt dizzy. The mysterious force that blocked his fist also made his wrist swollen. The force was mutual, and the unknown object almost bounced back all the force of his fist. The ability of the mythical beast species is really willful. He didn't expect that Kaido actually had barrier skills, and the 30-fold multiplication could not break the barrier. And this is not Kaido's ability, but Arceus's ability. Arceus taught Kaido 2 skills in total, one of which is Sword Dance. Kaido's attack power is better under the blessing of Sword Dance. It can be said that this is his spear. And the barrier just now is the shield he taught Kaido, which can be called absolute defense. The consumption is greater than that of Sword Dance, but the effect is also more significant. Wald's full-strength attack can't even shake the barrier generated by the guard, and the recoil force also caused some damage to the wrist. In addition to the failure of continuous release, the guard is more powerful than the barrier fruit that requires specific gestures to activate in some aspects. Multiplied 20 times shotgun. Wald grabbed the gravel on the ground, multiplied it and threw it at Kaido, and then the gravel was blocked by the sword shadow formed by Kaido's sword dance. After several months of development, he has been able to skillfully integrate domineering into the sword dance. Not only can he move when releasing it, but also can defend from a distance while releasing it. After the sword dance, Kaido's mace ignited dragon flames, and the thundering Bagua hit Wald again. The balance of victory completely tilted towards Kaido. On Wald's ship, the two sides had completely fought once, and Shayna could assist from a distance from time to time. Sebastian had no way to completely restrict Shayna's actions. At most, he could hold her back so that she could not participate in the battle. And as time passed, her strong recovery ability gradually healed the injury on her wings, and he soon couldn't do this. The battle on the ship was very fierce, but some people were hiding in the corner and making phone calls. Moshi Moshi, sir, the situation has changed. The walled pirates and the beasts pirates are engaged in a fierce battle. I'm afraid they won't be able to enter the ambush area within the expected time. Chapter 68, Quinn, who is only handsome for 3 seconds. There are many pirates on the sea, and there are some stronger than walled, but the world government has recently made similar plans only for walled. The reason is very simple. Walld's behavior is too harmful to the world government. He is not like other big pirates, who maintain the alternative stability of a sea area like a warlord. The scope of this world is very large, and each member country needs the power of the navy. Although the overall strength of the navy is very strong, it has to be distracted by the whole world, and it has to divide a part of its power to serve the celestial dragons. As for the power of the world government, they have always been laissez-faire about such things. Whether the big pirates in the New World exist or not does not affect the operation of their rules. The annual Tianshangjian is collected as usual, and the pirates can help them divert conflicts. Even in the commercial activities of the seas under these big pirates, the world government is also a beneficiary. Slave trade, arms trade, and other grey businesses are inseparable from the existence of pirates. As long as it is not a major event that shakes the foundation of the government, the world government will not interfere too much, just to maintain the balance in its own eyes. Many things are troublesome for the world government, but as long as they do not involve the mysterious D family and Joy Boy, they are not a big trouble. Rox has gathered too much power, has the idea of subverting the world, and has the mysterious letter D in his name. These reasons are the reason why the government took action. Garp also has D in his name, and now he is firmly in the position of the hero of the navy. As for Wald, although there is no D in his name, his actions have a great impact on the balance of the world government. There is no meaning in balance. His purpose of sailing had long been changed. At first, he wanted to take his elder brother to see the world, but in the process, he lost himself in power. Destruction and overthrow of the current world government became his goal to pursue the highest freedom. Wald did not have a large territory and fleet, and he attacked indiscriminately. Pirates, navy, civilians, no matter whose ship they belonged to, would be attacked by him. Such a person was naturally added to the exclusion list by the government. The reason why Wald appeared in this sea area was to build a powerful cannon. With this super cannon and his ability, he believed that it was enough to subvert the world. His subordinate Garam had a good talent in machinery, and the design drawings had appeared, but they needed the technology of Kaido's island to make it, and they also needed a lot of special materials. And these plans had long been reported to the world government by the spies on the ship. According to Wald's voyage, if he wanted to obtain those materials, he would inevitably pass through a sea area after a period of time. At this time, the navy had already set up an ambush near that sea area, but there were too many changes on the sea. Kaido suddenly became the leader of this sea area and fought with Wald, which completely disrupted the original plan. Act according to the situation. Don't reveal your identity until the necessary moment. Report the results of the battle at any time. Yes, I understand. Although the battle between Kaido and Wald is an opportunity, there is no intention to send troops to take advantage of the opportunity. This is why they arranged an ambush halfway. The territories nearby belong to Golden Lion and others. If the fleet is sent in rashly, it may break the current balance. The world government does not want to start a war rashly. They will wait for the battle between the two pirates to end, and then send corresponding personnel according to the results of the battle between the two sides. There is more than one agent who sneaked into Wald's ship, but an elite team. They disguised themselves as miscellaneous soldiers on Wald's ship. The Cotters will not intervene in low-level battles before solving their opponents. It is still very easy for them to fish. Animal-type ability users are not afraid of protracted battles. The longer the time drags on, the more beneficial it is for the animal type. Their strong recovery ability can even make them more courageous. Sebastian is a hybrid of fishmen and giants. In addition, the home advantage brought by the ocean allows him to avoid most attacks. Moreover, Shayna and him have always been in a state of wandering and fighting, so his physical strength is still sufficient. But Garam, who is fighting with Jin, is different. His fruit is not strong in frontal combat, and the flames behind Jin are very fierce, which means that his own defense has been maxed out. The rough and thick body of the rock type makes it difficult for his attack to work. And Gayram had to fight Jin head-on. After the ship of the beasts had approached, he no longer had the need to continue attacking the power room, and instead set his target on Binjak. He was too eye-catching standing on the bridge to command the battle. As the commander on the ship, the combatants must protect him, not to mention that he is Wald's elder brother. The ship's doctor, Nakin, has also joined the battle. The two of them together slowed down Jin's steps. Nakin is the only female coder on the Wald ship. She is good at using the Chinese medicine boxing she researched, and occasionally sprinkles some medicine to interfere with the enemy. Originally, the battle here could continue for a while, but the reinforcements of the beasts have arrived. Mhahaha, taste the power of your Uncle Quinn. Dense rain of bullets fell from the sky, and a large number of members of the Wald pirates fell one after another, but some of the beasts were also shot. This is not Quinn's indiscriminate attack. At the request of Arceus III, he will still pay attention to such things, but now the two sides are in a melee, and accidental injuries are inevitable. From the overall benefit point of view, Quinn's attack solved most of the enemies, and his own people were only injured. Compared with letting them continue to fight, such casualties are smaller. Quinn's human body modification technology has always been outrageous. Originally, he had a machine gun installed in his mouth, but after obtaining the ability of the tropical dragon, he modified it, removed the original ammunition supply device, and replaced it with a special barrel. Through this special barrel, he can increase the power of his seed machine gun and add special toxins to the bullets fired by the seed machine gun. This time, due to the fear of accidental injuries, he did not poison it, but he could carry out unlimited fire suppression while flying in the sky. It's Boss Quinn. Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge! The ships that appeared in the distance and Quinn in the sky completely reversed the situation. The morale of the beasts' pirates was greatly boosted, and the Wald pirates were defeated and gradually began to lose control of the ship. That's right, that's it, everyone come on. Quinn in the sky laughed wildly, but he was handsome for only 3 seconds. A heavy punch hit him directly in the face. Wald, who was originally fighting with Kaido, suddenly appeared here. Chapter 69, The Defeated Wald. Quinn's huge body suddenly fell down and hit the ship of the beasts' pirates. The sight of the ship did not stop his huge figure, and the whole person fell directly into the sea. This jerk, you guys, go get him. Yes. Quinn left the scene at a faster speed, which made Jin, who was fighting on the boat, speechless. He could only ask the people around him to get him up. After all, he was a special ability user and couldn't swim, and he was in the middle of a battle and couldn't free his hands. Fortunately, the beasts were in an advantage now, so it was no problem to split a few people. And Quinn also had something to do with this advantage. It just so happened that the pirates who had freed up their hands because Quinn had solved the enemy could go down and get him up. Except for the special ability users, there were almost no pirates who couldn't swim. Swimming is a compulsory course for making a living on the sea. The only person who can knock Quinn off the sea with one blow is Bondi Wald himself. The battle between the coders on the ship came to an end, and Jin looked at Wald in the sky with some vigilance. That was the skill of the moon step. Wald didn't know where he learned this skill. He was in a very bad condition. One of his eyes could not be opened due to swelling, and the armed color attached to his whole body had also dissipated, which was a sign of physical exhaustion. Although he was panting, Jin had no intention of relaxing. The dying camel was bigger than the horse. Even if a pirate like this monster was on the verge of death, it was possible for him to burst out with the last blow. From the fact that he knocked Quinn off with one blow, although his situation was bad, he had not lost his combat effectiveness. The most critical question was that Wald appeared here again, so what happened to Kaido who was fighting with him? But Kaido, who followed closely behind, dispelled Jin's doubts. Hey! Don't run! I just had a great time. It's been a long time since I met an opponent worthy of a full fight. When John was there before, he didn't do much, just sitting back and reaping the benefits. John didn't meet an enemy of this level again. If he didn't have the skills to defend this bug level, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with Wald at this stage, and it would probably take several days and nights. Although Kaido had just suppressed Wald and fought again, at this level, if the opponent wanted to run, it would be very difficult to keep him. Not long ago, Wald fainted and applied the maximum multiplication in 100 times speed to himself, breaking away from the battle with Kaido. In this case, Kaido was not as fast as Wald. Wald's physical condition could no longer withstand the second multiplication in 100 times speed. The reason why he did this was that he was not sure whether Kaido would block it if he used it as an attack, and he discovered the disadvantages of his subordinates. He has not experienced betrayal yet and still has some feelings for his subordinates. If he continues like this, even if he can defeat Kaido, his pirate group will no longer exist, including his eldest brother. So he made the decision to retreat. After years of getting along, Beanjack also understood what Wald meant. Sebastian, come back soon. Gayram. Emergency plan. Kaido didn't know what Beanjack's emergency plan was, but he would definitely not let him get his wish. His body was on fire and he crashed directly into Wald's ship. Aoku Fire Dragon Torch. Under the flames, a barrier was added to protect it. With the indestructible nature of that barrier, there was no reason why it couldn't be used in the attack. Seeing this, the people of the beasts ran back to the original ship, and Jin quickly left the battle to evade. Facing the giant dragon that crashed down, Wald had no place to retreat. Iombondu Wald. Double 100 times speed. His body could no longer withstand the addition of this intensity, and this increase in intensity was also a burden on the body, which was one of the reasons why he practiced the addition of full-body armed color. Facing Kaido's attack, he had already overdrawn his body. Before he even made contact, his skin had multiple cracks and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. The fist collided with the huge dragon head. After a stalemate, Wald was shot down, but he also successfully blocked Kaido's attack. When Kaido was about to continue, Wald's ship underwent a huge change. In the brief fight between Kaido and Wald, Sebastian had already returned. Gayram directly activated the cubic space, and the hull instantly decomposed and reorganized into a new structure. Double-speed ship. The engine of the hull was running at full speed, and it rushed out at an exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, only the white line left by the ship was left on the sea. This was Beanjack's emergency plan and the retreat plan of the Wald pirates. Gayram used his ability to enhance the hull structure so that it could withstand the burden of acceleration. After that, the engine was overloaded, allowing the ship to break through to a safe area, but the disadvantage of this was that it could only go in a straight line and would cause irreversible damage to the hull. Even the power of the Golden Lion couldn't stop Wald. With this power, he could always break out before the Navy's encirclement closed, which made more and more people hate the Wald pirates. If there were fewer people, they couldn't fight, and if there were more people, they couldn't stop them. But he was very strong and keen on destruction. Looking at the fleeing Wald pirates, the people under the beasts looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this considered a win? What nonsense, of course we won, guys, let's have a party. Kaido, who turned back into a human, reprimanded his men dissatisfiedly, and at the same time found a reason to have a party. Although there were casualties in the battle, these pirates were already accustomed to it. There were no pirates who didn't die. They would also be sad, but they would not immerse themselves in sadness. Banquets are always a good place to vent emotions. There were no casualties among the cotters, but they consumed a lot of physical strength. Now the one who looked the worst was Quinn, who fell into the water. He was too heavy, and a group of brothers spent half a day to pull him up. Arceus' supply ship also approached, but it seemed that the supply would not be used for the time being. It's been several months, and you finally came out. Have you made that thing? It's made. I'll tell you slowly after the party. He had to emphasize it again after he sobered up, so Arceus didn't waste time. On the other side, the Wald pirates also evacuated to a safe distance, but compared to the beasts' pirates, the situation was much worse. Wald fell down directly, and several cotters were also seriously injured. Just when they wanted to rest, a burst of gunfire came, and the seriously injured Wald had several more bullet holes on his body. What are you guys doing? Chapter 70, Betrayer. I don't know when a few more men in black appeared on the ship, and even many of the remaining crew members stood on their side. The Wald pirates were actually split into two factions at this time. The leader was the member who joined the pirate group some time ago. We have been getting along well during this period, but unfortunately, we are not your companions. Point the gun. He shot Wald, who fell to the ground a few more times, and these people were relieved after confirming that he would not suddenly get up. The situation suddenly changed. The order from above changed from lurking the Wald pirates and leading them into the encirclement to acting according to the situation and seeing if they could capture the seriously injured Wald. This is an opportunity. If he waits for his injuries to recover, it is likely that he will have to pay a greater price to capture him. After observation, the lurking agents on the ship believed that the walled pirates had entered a rare period of weakness at this time. The captain was seriously injured, and the two cotters, Gayram and Sebastian, who were mainly responsible for the battle, were also injured and exhausted. The only one who was intact was Beanjack, who had little combat power. That's why the rebellion was launched in advance. Asshole, you actually let the world government's agents get on board. What's the reason for you guys? You have been on board for a long time, aren't we partners? Beanjack's tone was full of desolation. The new people on board were agents, so their actions were very reasonable, but the remaining people even had their first partners and crew members who had been together for many years. They actually chose to rebel and pointed guns at their partners. I'm sorry, brother Beanjack, but Captain Wald is crazy. He actually wants to destroy the world government. How can such a thing succeed? An end. The rest of the words seemed a bit shameful to him, and he couldn't say it for a long time. It was still CP who took over the conversation. And we promise that as long as Wald and the officers on his ship are arrested, the others' crimes can be pardoned. If you don't want to suffer, just surrender. Seeing his brother lying in a pool of blood, Beanjack shouted with pain, now I declare by the order of the acting captain that the walled pirates will be temporarily disbanded. Everyone should break out of the siege with the goal of staying alive. The walled pirates, who had just broken through to a safe place, were in chaos again. Sebastian and others, who were seriously exhausted, could only break out of the siege with difficulty in the face of their rebellious subordinates. Chinese medicine boxing ginseng vitality. As the ship's doctor, Nakin sprinkled a piece of medicine powder on his own people, which briefly stimulated the vitality of the human body. Although there would be a price to pay later, there was no chance to hesitate at this time. Sebastian used his last strength to hold several officers in his arms, jumped into the water at the cost of several bullets, and fled to the distance relying on the physical strength of the fishman. Although these officers escaped, Wald had been arrested, and this plan was still a great success for them. Sir, we have done what you ordered. Look. Oh, you mean the pardon, we will do it. As he said that, a finger gun pierced his chest, and the remaining CP agents also took action. Facing these supermen cultivated by the world government, these miscellaneous soldiers are no match at all. Their main goal is to bring back Wald. Without Wald, his cotters can't make any waves at all. These rebels are unstable factors and must be eliminated after the matter is over. How can the government forgive pirates? There are always naive people who believe such stupid words. Isn't it good? The more such idiots, the smoother our plan will be. In fact, it is not absolute. After all, in a few years, the 7 warlords of the sea system will be proposed. The pirates selected as the 7 warlords of the sea are special pirates with legal plundering rights, but such pirates also need to show their value. Such ordinary minions, without any background, are not qualified to negotiate with the world government. How is the photo collection going? After restraining Wald with sea stone handcuffs, the agents took him to the target location. As long as they handed him over to the prison ship, their mission would be completed. At the same time, the head of the agents also asked his subordinates a question. As the intelligence agency of the world government, they also work part-time as photographers, the strongest profession, to obtain photos of some wanted criminals. Almost all the cotters have been photographed, and there are also these. Let the people above arrange them when the time comes. He pointed to the suspicious small camera, as if you can rest assured that I will do the work. A few days later, the banquet of the Beast's pirates was over. They had occupied the nearby island chain and had their own territory in the New World. The celebration banquet was over, and the rest was business. The island where Kaido and Wald fought had been turned into a deserted island. Arceus turned it into the cemetery of the Beast's pirates, and the members who died in the battle left their tombstones there. This is a rare thing for most pirates. Many pirates died by being buried at sea. They were wandering on the sea and had no place to live. Few people would care about ordinary subordinates who died in battle, let alone arrange a cemetery. This behavior slightly improved the sense of belonging of the Beast's pirates, making them feel that the messy rules of the Beast's pirates were worth it. The banquet was over, the dead had been buried, and most of the wounded had been treated. The rest was Kaido's promise to judge the merits. Reward. The most basic reward is money and property, which is also what most pirates need the most. Whether it is alcohol or anything else, they must spend money to buy it in the territory. Audiobook has made a concession for the pirates to buy things at cost price, but opposes freeloading in all senses. Similarly, even if you really want to whore, you have to spend money. The customs industry on the sea has always been very developed. He knows that this kind of thing can't be controlled at all, even if the Navy doesn't prohibit it. He can only make a rule not to harass ordinary civilians. It was troublesome to implement at the beginning, but it was much better after Shayna dealt with a few typical cases. But you can't just look at the punishment without reward. The rules that Audiobook had discussed and formulated with Arceus and others before came into play at this time, that is, the person who gets the final reward must be someone who has not violated discipline for a period of time. The first person who rushed onto Wald's ship this time happened to be such a person, and he was also the first to jump down and pick up Quinn, so he was the first beneficiary of the beast pirates. Babanuki, come up. Today I will let you know why you must respectfully address him as the Holy Beast Master. Chapter 71, Super Strength and Cyborgs. Quinn got a microphone from somewhere. Although he created a good atmosphere, Arceus always had a strange feeling of drawing a lottery at a roadside stall. Because there was a real lottery roulette on the temporary platform. This reward is a beginning, but not the end. There will be more and more such things in the future. Needless to say, the rewards for great heroes, but there are many similar small-scale battles. The person who is eligible for the reward may also be an unknown pirate under the command. After all, there are strong and weak forces. They are not as good as the cotters, and it is normal that they cannot match the cotters in terms of ability. People will not envy a person with a big gap, but they will envy people who are similar to themselves. There are always some people who feel more uncomfortable watching others make money than losing money. It is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. In order to deal with this potential contradiction, I simply made a lottery roulette. What kind of ability you get depends on luck, so that no one can say anything. Babanuki, the chief quarry guard of the Beast's pirates in the later period, but he is still a young man now. Come on, it's up to you what you can get. Quinn handed him a small dart, and the huge roulette wheel was divided into several areas. Although he knew the words, he didn't know what each word represented. Brother Quinn, what are these? They are all very practical abilities. As long as you are lucky enough, you may be able to get the same abilities as the cotters. The abilities of the cotters have a special meaning in the Beast's pirates today, because all the cotters here are mythical beasts. The two words mythical beasts on the roulette wheel are also very clear, but the proportion is also quite small. As for the problem of missing the target, they are pirates. If they miss the target when throwing a dart, then they should stop working as soon as possible. This job is not suitable for them. The diameter of this roulette wheel is about the same as the height of Jin now, so even a child will not miss it. If it were another world, Quinn would probably be a good host of a show, well, a comedy variety show. After all, the host also needs to look good. Now the emotions of the pirates off the field were completely mobilized by him. Facing the high-speed spinning roulette, Babanuki threw the dart in his hand. After confirming that he hit it, Quinn stopped the roulette. But sometimes fate is very strange. The dart he threw just hit the dividing line. The two words IAI and super strength are things on both sides. Choose one, Babanuki, there is no second chance. Super strength. He is not very good at using a sword. IAI gives people a feeling of IAI/. He thinks that thing is useless, so he chose something with a simpler literal meaning. By the way, are you full? I ate a lot of food at the previous banquet. Babanuki didn't understand why Quinn suddenly asked him if he was full, but the next moment, Arceus had walked in front of him, and a strange power poured into his body, and Babanuki was also pulled into the learning space. This so-called reward seems to be a bit of a big deal for the time being, and these ordinary pirates don't know why Babanuki suddenly fell asleep. Don't worry, little ones. When Babanuki wakes up, you will know what happened. The next thing is more important. Quinn asked someone to push up a stone slab. It was a replica of the Arceus slab. The stone slab that was not activated by Arceus looked like this to outsiders. Except for being indestructible, they could not find any characteristics. Remember this size and appearance. As long as you can find it, even if it is just news, once it is confirmed to be true, you can put forward a reasonable condition. But remember, the news can be wrong, but it cannot be false. If you dare to deliberately spread false news, the consequences will be very serious. In addition, all of the above materials can be exchanged for rewards. Quinn gave examples of those extinct materials again, and some irrelevant things were mixed in them. Except for Archie, no one could figure out what these things were used for. Then it was a long waiting period. Although the celebration party was over, for the pirates, it was no big deal to hold another party. Before Babanuki woke up, the members of the beasts were temporarily stationed here, and Quinn took the opportunity to hold a personal concert. I won't comment on whether it was good or not, but the beasts below the members all seemed to like it. Arceus also continued to talk to Kaido about business. That thing has been made, but unfortunately the effect is not as good as expected. This is yours. Remember to observe its reaction when you go out and wander around in the future. It has positioning and foolproof operation. He threw the slate radar to Kaido with his elemental hand. Don't throw it away. It will take a while to make a second one. The leather wristband with a small instrument on it is produced from the skin of a special sea beast. It has extremely high resistance and ductility. Even animal-type transformations will not break it. The special structure prevents the pure gold inside from affecting the carrier and preventing it from growing up. I know, but how long will this kid Babanuki take? I don't know. This thing depends mainly on personal talent. Then Arceus handed another radar to Shayna. Shayna, this is yours. The sensing range is smaller than Kaido's, but it doesn't matter. You are not as strong as him. After finding the news, the first goal is to inform me. Don't act rashly. Yes, Lord Holy Beast. 2 days passed in a row, and Babanuki still didn't wake up, but someone came to find Quinn. After a battle, there are not only the dead but also the wounded. Although Quinn is not very serious at times, he is indeed the ship doctor in the team. Whether it is surgery or viruses, he can basically solve them. In the battle with the walled pirates, many wounded were born. One of them was a little special. He and Babanuki were the first to rush forward, but Babanuki was lucky and didn't suffer any fatal injuries, but he was different. His right arm was cut off and his face was burned over a large area. Although his life was saved, he was basically a useless person. The position originally assigned to him was a logistics staff, but he made a request, hoping to accept Quinn's human body transformation. In the world of pirates, being responsible for logistics after being disabled basically means a poor life, which they cannot accept. After all, he was a man with war merits and proposed to exchange his efforts in battle for a chance to be transformed. Quinn certainly agreed to this kind of thing, as he was worried that his transformation technology had no place to be used. Many people are resistant to human body transformation. Chapter 72, Envy and Rage. The arm was replaced by a minigun, the joints were replaced by metal parts, and with the special neural connection technology, Quinn completed his transformation in just 1 day. Although Scourge's body became much more swollen after the transformation, it was still considered to have maintained its combat effectiveness. In terms of his own qualifications, this was actually a strengthening of his combat effectiveness. Even in the New World, not everyone is proficient in domineering and not everyone can cut iron. Mechanical transformation people can play a greater role in many cases. However, there are still a few people who are willing to transform themselves, and more attention is placed on Babanuki. How long has Babanuki been sleeping? 2 days and 2 nights, right? It's already the 3rd day. Who knows what's going on with him? Ordinary pirates went from curiosity to confusion, and now to discussions. They thought Babanuki would get a huge treasure or something else, but now it seems that the result is different. It was not until noon on the 3rd day, counting from the 60th hour since Babanuki fell asleep, that he opened his eyes. Hey! Brothers, Babanuki is awake. The surrounding pirates gathered around Babanuki when he woke up, and then asked curiously, "It's already the 3rd day, what did you get? Let's talk later, is there anything to eat?" The length of learning time depends mainly on talent. Shayna took 7 hours to master the sword dance, Kaido took even less time, and Babanuki took 60 hours, which is 2 months in the learning space, and he only reached the entry stage. At the same time, he was mentally exhausted and physically hungry. The other pirates had been holding a banquet. Although it was not as grand as at the beginning, they had been eating a lot. He went to the side and ate a lot. He stood up again at the urging of the pirates. "Don't worry, I'll show you what I got." He looked around, as if he was looking for something suitable. Finally, a huge rock half exposed on the ground came into his sight. He walked to the rock and then hugged it with both arms. "You didn't sleep, did you? Do you want to pull it out?" The exposed part of the rock was higher than him, and there was no telling how much part was under the ground. It might be connected to the rock layer below. They knew what Babanuki was like. This was impossible. But the next moment, the muscles in Babanuki's arms seemed to swell twice. With a roar, he dragged the half-buried rock out, then raised it above his head and threw it directly into the sea in the distance. He was lucky. This was just a piece of scattered boulder. Although the volume below was not small, it was not deeply rooted. Looking at the surrounding pirates with their jaws almost dropped, Babanuki felt a special sense of satisfaction. If you only get power but cannot show it off in front of others, the effect will be much worse. Although it consumes more physical strength when using super strength, the power gained is completely worth it. In the past, he could not throw this stone so far, not to mention that it was a stone buried in the soil. See, if you want to get these powers, go fight and find what we need. As long as you can bring these things back, you all have the opportunity to get these powers. The treasure will lost, but not power. Those who embark on the road of pirates will not dislike having too much power. Babanuki's performance almost set off a new round of enthusiasm, and Arceus' status was pushed to a higher position. Not all pirates can be brave and fearless, and there are many pirates with small thoughts. Since the source of power is Arceus, and Kaido only discusses some things with Arceus and cannot command him at all, that is to say, if they can get Arceus's approval, they can also get power. So a special group was born in the Beasts Pirates, a group that took the dog-licking spirit to the extreme, but their target was Arceus. With their instigation and the temptation of power, Arceus' status in the Beasts Pirates has soared day by day, and he has completely become an object of worship. With Shayna as the core, the prototype of a religious group was born among the early members of the Beasts Pirates. At the same time, some news was also put on the black market. The underground world of pirates is very chaotic, with complicated relationships. You can even see notices of wanting the heads of naval generals here. Anyway, they dare to release any news, whether anyone dares to take it is another matter. The news of Beishao was also released, and the target was some minerals, animal-type devil fruits, stone slabs with special shapes, etc. However, the black market is not very reliable after all, but Arceus's current policy is to cast a net everywhere, so a high reward is also offered on the black market. In the black market, hard currency is still gold, devil fruits, treasure tree atom and other stable and valuable items. Even Bailey is slightly worse, and the reward put up by Beishao is Bailey. And there are many troublesome things in black market transactions, such as black eating black, fraud, fishing enforcement. There is nothing that can't happen here, only you can't think of it. The most important thing in the black market is reliable strength and excellent vision. As for the middlemen, they are middlemen when you are equal in strength. When you are not equal in strength and enter this market where people eat people without spitting out bones, being able to live and leave freely is the greatest luck. The next is still the development period. Kaido, Arceus, and Shayna will search for traces of stone slabs from nearby islands in 3 groups. After all, Kaido still needs to stabilize the territory now, so it is best not to go too far away from here for the time being. At the same time, the Beasts Pirates are also developing the economy. Many things cannot be solved by force, and Bailey is also a very important thing. For example, the materials needed for shipbuilding, a piece of wood that can make high-quality keels is also very expensive in the black market, and it can almost determine the life of the ship. With Babanuki as an example, the members of the Beasts are more fierce in battle, especially Babanuki. This reward is not something that can only be taken once. He often charges to the front line with heavy weapons after getting the strange power. Everything is developing smoothly until the arrival of the newsbirds. In addition to newspapers, these newsbirds also bring the latest bounty orders. It was also because of this bounty order that Shayna overturned the table again, and the flames that broke out even set the house on fire. Chapter 73, Tragedy Caused by Bounty Order. Everyone in the pirate group must have their own position. Shayna is a religious staff member and a part-time discipline committee member. Without Arceus's instruction, Kaido cannot command her. Although Arceus and Kaido are in a cooperative relationship, the cooperation to this extent is only nominally different from joining. In fact, what he does can be regarded as a member of the Beasts. After all, Arceus is involved in almost all the development plans of the Beasts. He and Athi are considered to be the few normal people in this regard. They have formulated a special order. Now the residents of the Beasts' territory have even accepted the rule of the Beasts from the heart. There is no danger to life. As long as you complete the quantitative work in the place they specify and hand in a certain amount of income as protection fees, you can live here. This is not much different from the environment of some kingdoms. In terms of major policies, Arceus has copied the development plan of Nakus to a certain extent. The capable ones will be promoted. As long as they can show their own value, no matter what their value is, they can get enough status. This is a more suitable solution for the current situation. No matter how good it is, this is the rule of pirates. Charity is impossible. The beasts can support those who are injured in battle, and the people who work for the beasts and their families are the same, but they will never take care of irrelevant people. BCW. As the captain and governor of the beasts pirates, Kaido often does not do his job, but it is not strange that the captain does not care about things. Under Kaido and Arceus, Shayna's current combat power is well-deserved first. She has proved this in battle, so she and Jin are equal to the top leaders. In addition, she is ruthless in dealing with those pirates who violate the rules. When she gets angry, these pirates will try to stay away to avoid getting burned. But this time she got a little too excited. Big sister, calm down, this matter is an uncontrollable factor. But these words did not work, and they did not dare to stop Shayna from getting angry. What should we do? Why don't you go? Are you kidding? Can we stop a mad big sister? Where are brother Kaido and brother Arceus? They just went out 2 days ago. You know. Then they looked at their leader. The tall one has to push forward when the sky falls. As the captain of a team, he usually enjoys higher treatment. When something goes wrong, he has to push forward. Know why is big sister angry? You tell me. He was collecting taxes from ships replenishing resources at the port. This was also the rule. When anchored in other pirates' territory, they had to pay for everything, otherwise it meant war. Unexpectedly, something happened later. The newsbird just sent the latest bounty order. Big sister read it and that's it. Then he took some new bounties from the side. After the battle between the walled pirates and the beasts pirates, the cotters of the beasts pirates were basically on the bounty, and Kaido's bounty was also raised to 1.8 billion, which was considered to be adding Wald's bounty to him. As he searched, Arceus' bounty appeared in front of him, and he also knew the reason for Shayna's rage. Unknown creature, pet of the beasts pirates, bounty 5,000 Baileys. Shayna is an impulsive type, but sometimes she will have two extreme reactions. When dealing with things arranged by Arceus, she is very cautious and will not make any mistakes. She can even appear in front of Arceus with a stopwatch. Once insulting words appear, she will enter an extreme irritability. Insulting Arceus in front of her is no different from insulting a nun in front of an ant. Defining Arceus as a pet, or an unknown creature without a name, plus a huge bounty of 5,000 berries, it can be said that her thunder points have been stepped on from beginning to end. The Navy and the world government have the qualifications to set the bounty amount. Usually, who is responsible for setting it is determined according to the degree of harm caused by the pirates. Some small fish in the four seas are usually directly set by the branches of the four seas, and then reported. But the big pirates are set by the world government and then conveyed to the pirates below. Sometimes the amount of the bounty they set is very mysterious, with decimals and integers, and I don't know how to get this number. In some cases, they set bounties based on the present situation. For example, the bounty for a reindeer was 50 berries at the first time. After many major events, the bounty doubled to 100 berries. For non-human creatures, they often make strange bounties, including but not limited to Chopper at 50 berries, Bebo at 500 berries, and Arceus at 5,000 berries now. The photo shows Arceus standing on the bow. It seems that he was photographed by the agent on the walled ship when he arrived at the battlefield with the supply ship. For some unknown purpose, Arceus was also put on a bounty, but no relevant information was collected, so he was simply given such a strange title. In a sense, 5,000 berries is already a very important act. After all, this is the first bounty of 100 choppers. But it still can't change the fact that 5,000 berries can't even make a big meal, plus unknown creatures, pets, and a bunch of titles put together. Shayna would be angry. The source of the problem was found, but the problem was not actually solved. Let's call the Holy Beast boss. We probably can't persuade the big sister. Big sister, what are you going to do? Looking at Shayna, who was about to leave after venting, he suddenly had a bad feeling. What? I'm going to kill the guy who made the bounty order. No, big sister, calm down. We don't know who made this thing at all. By the way, the holy beast is against the massacre, and your mission during this period is to stay here. Shayna's advantage is that she will not attack indiscriminately like the ant when she enters a rage. She has lived in poverty for too many days on the road of escape, and she only chooses cheap things to throw. This time, she really couldn't suppress her anger, so she set the house on fire. After that, she vented her anger on things like stones outside. Now someone is putting out the fire. After a lot of persuasion from her subordinates, plus Arceus's mission requirements, the two extremes offset each other, and she calmed down temporarily. Send me a new bounty in the underground world to see who named this bounty order. This matter is not over yet. Also, who of you wants to practice with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates all took a step back. Usually, they would get beaten when practicing with Shayna, let alone at this time. However, at this time, a lucky guy appeared. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, why did you set the house on fire? Quinn happened to come here because of something. After pushing away the younger brothers, he saw the dangerous eyes under Shayna's mask. Chapter 74, Thank you for the heroic dedication of Brother Quinn. Am I here at the wrong time? Instinct told him that it was very dangerous here. Not only Shayna, but even the younger brothers around were looking at him. Brother Quinn, please help me. These people from the 100 Beasts suddenly lined up, bowed to Quinn, and then quickly hid aside. The relationship between the cotters of the 100 Beasts pirates is very strange, and it is no secret to ordinary people. Although they cooperate well in battle, they can be said to be a group of weirdos in non-combat state. For example, Yin and Quinn would quarrel as soon as they met, but although they would quarrel fiercely, they rarely fought. Now Shayna and Quinn would not quarrel, and they could communicate smoothly under normal circumstances, provided that Shayna was not in a rage. Once she was in a bad mood, a fight would break out when she met Quinn. Usually Quinn was beaten unilaterally, so Quinn had to count the days before going out. If it happened that Shayna might be in a bad mood due to physical discomfort, she would definitely not see Quinn within dozens of miles of Shayna. Before Quinn appeared, the members of the 100 Beasts were worried that they would be pulled over as sparring partners, but when Quinn came, they were safe. After all, Shayna was angry. When Quinn will have the buff of the taunting aura. Looking at the brothers flying away quickly, the ominous premonition came to his mind. I suddenly remembered that I still have something unfinished in my laboratory. I'm leaving first. You can burn these houses if you want. This is the most important cargo island in the territory of the Beasts pirates. Almost all the transactions of materials in the territory are carried out here. He came here because the equipment he purchased has arrived. Now the territory of the Beasts occupies the Big Island, the Winter Island where the Arms Manufacturing and Research Institute are located, the Trading Island where Shayna is located has the climate of the Spring Island, and there are 2 islands mainly for ore mining and a summer island mainly for farming. In addition to the scattered small islands around these islands without names but only numbers, it can be regarded as a small achievement. Quinn originally came to pick up a courier and take a look at the excitement, but he didn't expect to get burned. Quinn, we haven't fought for a while, right? Let's practice. BCW. Ah, the wind is too strong, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. If you have something to say, you should go find that torturer Jin. As he said that, 2 pairs of leaf wings grew from his back and he was about to leave here, but as soon as he turned around, he saw Shayna appeared in front of him. Since you are here, don't leave, otherwise I will lose face. Wait. Fighting is fine, but give me a reason. In terms of speed, he can't match Shayna. Since it is inevitable, he must at least die clearly. My hands are itching, I want to spar with you to check the results of recent training. The simple reason was so simple that Quinn had nothing to say. I can fight back. Of course, I said it was a sparring match, otherwise I would go to hit the sandbag. Quinn resisted in vain, and was still forcibly dragged to the training ground on the island by Shayna. What followed was a one-sided beating. Quinn did not let her go, he really couldn't beat her. After a while, Shayna's rage was over, and Quinn had experienced training again. He felt that if he continued like this, his domineering level would break through. Then he saw the younger brothers outside serving tea and water. Brother Quinn, you have worked hard. They were sincere. If Quinn had not happened to appear here, they would have been dragged into the training ground. Although they could get a lot of gains every time they came out of the training ground, it was really painful. Quinn helped them avoid this crisis, so of course they had to thank him. Why is she so angry? Which of you offended her? He thought he had mastered Shayna's living habits. As long as he avoided that weak and showed more respect to Arceus, nothing would happen. Since he sold the information of Judge and others to Shayna last time, he hadn't been beaten for a while. Brother Quinn, it's because of this bounty order. Looking at Arceus's bounty order, Quinn's face couldn't help but twitch a little. The big sister has offered a reward to find the person who compiled the bounty order and took the photo. Double the price. Hey! I said double the price. If it weren't for that bastard, would I be so unlucky? Is this guy blind? Who can say that word? He thought about it, but still didn't say the word pet. If Shayna is still there, it won't be a fun thing. Of course, Shayna is not the only one who saw Arceus' bounty order, but everyone in the beast group pretended that they didn't see it, and no one brought it up in front of Arceus. People can ignore it and laugh at themselves, but if some words come from other people's mouths, it will change. That is, Kaido laughed meaninglessly after seeing the bounty order. After that, the price of anything in Kaido's territory has never appeared in the amount of 5,000 Bailey. At the same time, Olga and Jin also appeared on another island with the people of the beasts. They came here to purchase supplies on the black market. It is very difficult to make pure gold. Not only are the extinct materials very rare, but even the existing materials are not so easy to find. After receiving the news from the black market, they naturally came here. However, at this time, they were not flying their own banners, but the banner of Prilt. Due to Spandon's false information, the world government misjudged Prilt's situation and believed that Captain John's treasure was closely related to Prilt. At the same time, because clues of pure gold were found on that island, they also put the pure gold issue on Prilt. And Kaido and others are the people who know Prilt's situation best. The actions of the world government in the New World cannot be said to be absolutely secret. Since they have not been able to find Prilt's whereabouts, they have also begun to expand the search network, which inevitably leads to information leakage. The efficacy and value of pure gold are too troublesome. Neither Arceus nor Kaido want to be targeted by the world government now, so after some thought, they decided to add a new smoke bomb to the government. Olga's ability disguised the people of the beasts as the people of Prilt. Since the misunderstanding has been left, let's make this misunderstanding bigger. Never trust the credibility of underground merchants too much. They may be afraid of power and do not do something extraordinary. For example, the Kingdom of Natho will maintain the security of transactions within the country. But selling 2 copies of the news is simply the norm in the underground world. It is unrealistic to expect them to keep it secret. Chapter 75, Illusion in Red. Captain Jin, Captain Prilt, we are here. They are not used to calling Jin like this. Prilt's original crew has long gone. Br. But their faces have also been disguised. As long as the illusion is still there, no one can recognize them. On an unknown island in the New World, the people of the beasts came to the trading place. The Grey Kingdom, like the Kingdom of Natho, is an exception. The underground world trading market in the New World rarely appears in the open, and there will be reasons to cover themselves up. For example, this island is not recorded on the nautical chart at all, and it can only be found through a special record pointer. Although the existence of the underground market is almost tacitly acknowledged by the world government, it is also a target of the Navy. Not all grey transactions are covered by the status of a member country like the Kingdom of Natho. They are illegal organizations, and the place where pirates gather has always been a target of the Navy. They found a hidden corner nearby to hide the ship. Although it would not be discovered in theory, the pirates still carefully hid their ships. It is not strange to encounter pirates on the sea, nor is it strange to encounter patrolling navy. In order to prevent encountering some naval generals who are full of justice and want to arrest pirates when they see them, no one will blatantly stop the ship at the port. Without the eternal pointer, it is basically impossible to find this place, but it cannot be ruled out that some people passed by here by accident. From the outside, this is just an ordinary island. Even if you go to the island, you can only see serious business. Olga ensures the secrecy of the team, and Jin is responsible for the force. His strength is enough to deal with most pirates. Even if there is an accident, it is enough to take Olga away from here. The irradiation of pure gold light for hundreds of years has caused some side effects. Although it is out of the influence of pure gold, the appearance has not changed much from when it just left the belly of the Sea King 2 years ago. According to Azir's analysis, this phenomenon may last for a long time. They came here naturally to get enough information. There is a town on this island, which looks no different from an ordinary town, but when Jin and others said the code in a tavern, they came to the underground exchange here. The people inside are of different shapes and colors. Some people cover their faces with hoods and masks, and some people walk here openly. The symbols of various pirate groups on them are their confidence. Pirates value their flags very much. If an outsider privately uses the emblem of a pirate group, it is also an act of declaring war. However, few people do this. There is a price to pay for using someone else's pirate flag. Although it can scare off some weak pirates, it will also attract stronger pirates. The pirates who did not cover their faces are all members of the big pirate group. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Mum, their logos can be seen here. Nowadays, the flag of the beast can also play a certain deterrent role, but in order to confuse the line of sight, all of them carry the logo of Prilt. And this underground trading market also makes Olga uncomfortable. This can be said to be the real dark side. When she was in the kingdom of Natho, she stayed in the hotel and didn't see those things, but now she saw them. Minerals, trees, gold, and people. People of all races in the cage can see that the long-handed tribe, the Fishman tribe, whether they are minorities or ordinary people, are not uncommon here. There are also some bloody organs, which seem to have just been taken out of the body. From time to time, there were screams and wails, but no one cared about them, and they were still talking about business with a smile. This is the dirtiest, or the most real side of this world. These people were originally pirates, or members of non-member countries, and some were kidnapped from member countries, but now, they are just commodities. This is a cruel world. You have already embarked on this path. Only by becoming stronger can you survive. Shayna and Olga get along well. Seeing that Olga's expression is not good, Jin said a few more words. He would not care about ordinary people. Zoroark's group illusion is very realistic, and the changes in their expressions will also be reflected in the illusion. As she masters her own abilities, the consumption of the illusion becomes smaller and smaller. Put away your sympathy. You can't help them here. That expression will only make these hounds in the dark target you. If you want everything to go your way, you must at least have the strength to match it. Jin soon found their trading partner. He was covered in a black robe and his face could not be seen at all. Even if there were people inside the underground market to maintain law and order, too many things were exposed here. After leaving, people would still target him. It's always right to be careful. The transaction used real money. This is not a one-time transaction. You still have to pay a little attention to your credit. If the illusion is discovered, it will not end well. Olga's ability is limited in range. If you use illusions as currency, it will be discovered in no time. The transaction process was very smooth. Pril's bounty was enough to deter some people. Although some pirates would forge their bounties to achieve some special purposes, the bounties that can be published in newspapers are all real. After the money and goods were settled, Jin and others packed up and left. Under the cover of the illusion, there were no more Prilt people here, only the people of beasts. No one could have imagined that the previous transaction was with this group of people. However, they went around and hid the things with illusions and came back here. This time they appeared here as the beasts' pirates. The special materials were purchased under Prilt's identity, but some regular materials were purchased under the identity of beasts. Prilt after leaving here, they will disappear, so whether leaving or coming, the flag of the beasts is hung on the ship. It is not common sense to come back empty-handed from such a place. Treasure Tree Atom is one of their targets. The beasts' pirates now lack a real main battleship. You don't have to rush to build a ship, but good materials should be stored in advance. In addition to trading, there are more entertainment facilities here. After removing the disguise, they don't have too many restrictions and get some free time. They also got a lot of spoils in the previous battle. There are only a few pirates who like to save money. Most people pay attention to enjoying themselves in time. After all, this is a profession that may die at any time. Olga took Elizabeth to buy 1 or 2 slaves to see. She always felt awkward if she didn't do anything. However, there were bursts of noise in the distance. A boy with a strange red nose and another boy with red hair seemed to be arguing about something in the crowd. Chapter 76, Is the South Pole colder or the North Pole colder? The North Pole is colder. No, the South Pole is colder. No, the North Pole is obviously colder. Shanks and Buggy, 8 years old this year, are apprentices of Roger's pirates. They have been on Roger's ship since they were very young. The argument was fruitless, from arguing to quarreling, and finally to fighting, but the people in Roger's pirates seemed to be accustomed to this matter and didn't think it was strange at all. Okay, you two, you were arguing about this issue when you were on the ship. If you want to know the result, why don't you go and see both sides? But now this occasion is obviously not the time to fight. Rayleigh behind him solved the problem very fairly with one punch each. Now is not the time for you to quarrel. Hurry up and replenish supplies. We are about to set sail. After the Battle of God Valley, the bounty of Roger's pirate group did not change. In the report of the world government, it was entirely the credit of the Navy. They personally created Navy hero Garp and made him an iconic figure of the Navy to enhance the prestige of the Navy. Although Garp's strength is worthy of the position of a hero, the world government also played a significant role. As a witness of the incident, Garp would chase Roger's pirate group whenever he found traces in recent years, almost treating Roger as a fateful enemy. However, Garp did not like the world government's behavior of covering up the truth. In addition, he himself did not like the group of celestial dragons, and he always refused to be promoted to admiral. After becoming a Navy admiral, the degree of freedom will decrease. They must be stationed in certain places and deal with some special events. Relatively speaking, the vice admiral has more freedom to act. In order to better hunt Roger, Garp refused to take over the position of admiral. The person who was most affected by this incident was actually Sengoku. The mechanism of the three admirals of the Navy has been formed for a long time, but now the positions of the three admirals have been vacant. Zifa has turned to the backstage to become the chief instructor, and Garp refused to be promoted, which made Sengoku very busy most of the time. Every time he saw Kong, who is now the admiral of the Navy, at the headquarters of the Navy, he would complain about this matter constantly. There is no other person in their generation of Navy who can take on the position of admiral, so the Navy has temporarily maintained this state. After Rox was eliminated in the Battle of God Valley, the sea was generally much better. Sengoku can still be busy if he works overtime. When the new generation grows up, the vacancy of the admiral will naturally be filled. It is better to let people with insufficient strength to force the number to make up for it. Roger pirates had just escaped from Garp's pursuit. In order to prevent being stuck again, they had to hurry up to replenish supplies and leave here. Trainees also have jobs, and Shanks and Buggy also have things to buy. After being taught a lesson by Rayleigh, the people of Roger pirates also acted separately. Olga was bargaining with someone at this time. The quarrel over there did not arouse her interest. She was not interested in those pirate slaves, and she did not need coolies or anything like that. Since she had embarked on the road of pirates, she had to be prepared for everything, so her target was those ordinary people. Similarly, these people were also the cheapest type in the slave market. Human trade was a legal business here, but it was not put on the surface in the member countries, and there would be hidden names such as job introduction agencies. And here, the prices were basically clearly marked. Criminals and citizens of non-member countries were all trading objects. As for the citizens of member countries, sorry, only citizens of non-member countries were caught here, and this was just a fig leaf for humans. Nearly 200 years ago, the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island became a member country of the world government, but mermaids have always been the highest type in terms of selling prices. Once a mermaid appears, it will definitely be auctioned at a high price. Olga and Elizabeth have a total of 10 million Baileys, which is a huge sum of money in terms of pocket money. There are also price standards for human transactions. According to the prices of goods in a few decades, the starting price of ordinary humans at auctions is 500,000 Baileys, but that is an auction, and the starting price is usually much lower than the value of the item. The average selling price of the people Olga likes is about 1 million Baileys. She just wants to take a few people away, and the quality is not as important as the quantity. Look at these people, how thin they are. And this one, I think he is almost dead. How can you have the nerve to ask for this price? Since the kidnapping incident in the kingdom of Natio ended, the patterns on her clothes have all been changed. Now it is a t-shirt with the flag of the Beast's Pirates. It is this pattern that gives the slave trader on the opposite side the opportunity to patiently explain. They don't want to offend the pirates who have territories in the New World, and Kaido has also joined this business miss. This price is already very cheap, and look at these people, although they are a little thin, they are healthy and will be fine after a few days of recuperation. 10 million Baileys for 8 people, this is already very cheap, they can work without any problems. 15. One price, these are not top quality goods at all, they are worth this price. It is difficult for me to do this in this way. I can give you 13, but they can only be children, and I will give you a gift. In the slave market, the price of women is generally higher than that of men, and the price of young and middle-aged people is higher than that of the elderly or children. Olga is not interested in those powerful pirate slaves, so the factors that determine the price are these age and appearance factors. As Olga said, there is no so-called high-quality goods here, and those people are sent to the auction. These are the ones left after the first round of screening. He just has 13 little ghosts left in his hand, with unremarkable appearance and neither too old nor too young, just 12 or 13 years old, which can neither be used as adult labor nor too old to be trained as a confidant of the dead. He also wanted to get rid of this group of burdens. If they died in his hands, he would lose money. If he kept them alive, he would lose money. Seeing that Olga was about to take over, he also planned to take action. Deal, what's the gift? Here, it's said to be a treasure map, but I don't know what it is. The merchant handed Olga a sea map and a chain together. High-end goods like slave collars are not used in this place. These people are only bound by ordinary chains. Hey! You two stop hanging around. Keep an eye on the people. I bought them back with money. They can't be let go here, otherwise they will be sent back to the traffickers, so Olga gave orders to several people from the beasts. She is indeed an apprentice, but not an ordinary apprentice, but a cadre reserve. Chapter 77, Debut is the peak. Got it, leave it to us. The pirates of the beasts are very clear that when Olga is older and stronger, she will definitely become a high-level cadre directly. Both her own fruit ability and interpersonal relationships determine this. Moreover, apprentices in a pirate group usually have the status of group pets and are very popular with the captain. Besides, they really can't beat Olga. Her frontal combat power is not very strong. Although she can defeat 1 or 2 adult pirates in a head-on fight, her physical limitations are there, which is far worse than those who can be called monsters like Jin and Shayna. The problem is that in the battle, the enemy will never know whether the one attacking is the real Olga. Without excellent observation haki, the number of people is meaningless to Olga, and she will only fall into internal fighting in the illusion. After taking over the chains, they didn't pay much attention to the slaves. They were bound by chains and couldn't make any waves. Moreover, the slave traders would torture them in advance, and those who could persist in resisting were also a minority among the slaves. Shanks, did you hear that? Treasure map, it's a treasure map. Holding a bag of potatoes, Buggy said to Shanks beside him excitedly. If Buggy were to choose an idol among pirates, John would most likely be the one, excluding the people on Roger's ship. This pirate who has always been interested in money has won Buggy's approval. It is also one of his dreams to get all the treasures in the world. His observation is sharp, especially when it comes to treasures. Roger's pirates are also pirates. They also rob, but their targets are not civilians. Roger's rule is that they are not allowed to attack civilians, and those who provoke them are another matter. As for the Navy and pirates, they will not be soft-hearted when they take action. I heard it, what's wrong? Just now she took out 10 million Baileys, 10 million. 10 million Baileys filled Elizabeth's side bag. When he took out the money, he certainly saw the thick bundle of banknotes. The pirates ran to the side with the people she bought according to Olga's order. Now there is only Elizabeth, the lizard, left beside Olga, who is obviously alone. Captain Roger doesn't allow us to attack ordinary people. Are you blind? Can't you see the skull pattern on her clothes? She's obviously a pirate. Besides, there are no ordinary people who come to this place. The treasure map is very tempting to Buggy. Under his encouragement, Shanks was still convinced by him. Let me make it clear first, our target is only the treasure map. Don't worry, she's just a little girl. As long as she is scared, she will definitely hand over the things obediently. Leave this matter to me, Uncle Buggy. Remember to act quickly, otherwise Mr. Rayleigh will come back and teach you a lesson. If you ignore the fact that Buggy is 2 years younger than Olga at this time, this statement still has a bit of deterrence. If you count the stagnant age, it's not just 2 years old. At this time, Olga, who turned her back to Buggy and Shanks, was a little speechless. Elizabeth, do you think those two guys are idiots? You're talking so loudly, do you think I'm deaf? At first, Buggy was talking quietly with Shanks, but it gradually turned into a quarrel. Although they didn't fight, they didn't control their volume. The animal type ability is hidden in the body, and even if it's not transformed into a beast, it has a certain degree of enhancement. So Olga heard their plan clearly. Let's go, play with the two kids before leaving, the days on the ship are so boring. She turned around and walked towards a fork in the road. When Buggy and Shanks caught up, but found that the person in front of him disappeared. Where is the person? I don't know, but why is there no one here? Are you looking for me? A pair of hands were placed on their shoulders. Buggy was frightened and shouted directly. Shanks was calmer and punched behind him, but he only hit nothing. He was just a fledgling apprentice pirate, not the pirate emperor who dominated the sea decades later. At this stage, he had not even mastered the ordinary two-color domineering. The lower the level of the battle, the more powerful the fruit ability can be. Shanks and Buggy were completely fooled by Olga's illusion. This was also Olga's most brilliant achievement. Playing with 4 emperors in her hands, it can be said that she reached her peak at her debut. You two still want to steal the treasure map? Too weak. Olga didn't do anything at all. Shanks and Buggy didn't have the ability to break the illusion, so they both mistook each other for Olga and started a evenly matched internal fight. Olga, Brother Jin, there's a call. Elizabeth handed the Den Mushi over. He had learned most of the human language, but it was not continuous enough, and could only speak 3 words at a time. Olga, gather on the ship, we should withdraw, the navy is coming. Jin briefly explained the situation and hung up the phone. Hearing this, Olga ignored Shanks and Buggy and rowed Elizabeth away. When they ran away, the influence of Olga's ability was naturally cancelled, and Buggy and Shanks just used their strongest attacks. When they saw each other's figures, they couldn't stop. When Rayleigh came to take them away, he just saw that each of them had a black eye. Why are you two fighting again? Go, Garp is catching up again. There are always people left on the ship, and they are the ones who passed the news. The navy would not approach this island, but the Roger pirates who were replenishing supplies here successfully lured Garp here. After a chase, Roger's pirates got rid of Garp again, and the black market merchants and other unprepared pirates on the island were unlucky and were all captured by Garp. After being safe, Rayleigh brought Shanks and Buggy to him. Tell me, why did you two fight so fiercely? It's not that they haven't fought before, but this time it seems that they are really angry. Shanks and Rayleigh explained what happened, and then a burst of laughter broke out on Roger's ship. These 2 little brats were fooled by a little girl. Yet, hey, you two are not jealous of each other. If his crew members were insulted, Roger would definitely retaliate, but it also depends on the situation. Shanks and Buggy took the initiative to attack, but they were fooled by the other party in the end, and the one who did it was a little girl. That's not a big deal, but a joke. If you can confuse them with illusions, you can also kill them. It is obvious that the other party has shown mercy. Since then, Shanks and Buggy have a black man who is teased, and Roger has set a new rule for them. They must follow Rayleigh or Jabba when they go out, and they are not allowed to act alone. Chapter 78, Reality. On the ship of the beasts, Jin was looking at the slaves bought by Olga. Jin's eyes made them feel cold, and they huddled together on the deck. You are responsible for these people. It's your business to deal with them. I won't help you. Ah, I know, just find an island with people and put them down. She was already doing charity by spending money to buy people and give them freedom. She didn't plan to waste time sending them back home, and she didn't have the ability to do so. Olga, you seem to be too naive. Ah. Nothing, you will understand later. Jin only said half of his words. The truth is far less real than reality. Only after experiencing reality can you know how big the gap between reality and ideal is. On the way back to Kaido's territory, they needed to dock for supplies. She had already untied the chains on the slaves, but when the beasts put down the pedal, none of them dared to leave. Go, you are free. They dare not. Look at the wounds on these people. They are all old wounds. They should be whipped. They have probably been in the hands of the slave traders for a long time. The mark of slaves is not only on the body, but also engraved in the heart. If I am not mistaken, I am afraid that someone has said something similar to them before. They were promised freedom, but if anyone dared to leave, they would face a more terrible punishment. Jin himself was very clear about the means of those slave traders. He had also experienced this kind of thing, but the merchant died in his hands. The life of escape was a very unpleasant experience. From the eyes of these people, he could see whether their inner hope had been completely wiped out. The desire for freedom could not be hidden. At this time, there was no ripple in their eyes, which showed that their hearts had long been dead. Jin did not go down to purchase supplies. The goods on the ship were more important. Whether it was the wood of the treasure tree atom or some materials for making pure gold, he had to guard them personally. After simply replenishing the fresh water, the ship continued to sail under the cover of Olga's ability. They were like a ghost ship on the sea, and outsiders could not find their traces at all. Sister Olga, you don't have to care about this kind of thing. Letting them go may not be a good thing. The pirate ship has always ranked seniority by status. The ordinary members of the 100 Beasts don't know that Olga has lived for more than 100 years. Except for Quinn, the high-ranking members of the 100 Beasts, the identities of the layers all have their own origins. However, her status is still worthy of being called the elder sister. This is the new world. If you let them go, I'm afraid they will be caught again or die in a corner in a short time. That's right. Anyway, they have been bought back. You can stay as a servant, elder sister. It is normal for ordinary pirates to please the cotters. The personalities of the current cotters of the beasts are rather strange. Until now, no one knows what Jin and Shayna look like, and they can't figure out their personalities. However, Quinn and Olga's preferences are easy to figure out. It won't lose anything to say a few words, so they also expressed some of their own opinions. Ah, it's annoying. How can a simple thing become so troublesome? In the end, these people were taken back by her and stayed in the current base to clean up and do some odd jobs. Olga's training has also become more compact. The addition of small things makes her more eager for strength. After a while, Arceus's ship returned, but he didn't get anything. He didn't find what he needed on the several islands he explored. The ship hadn't docked yet, but the island had already prepared for reception. Holy Beast, welcome back. Yet. He didn't ask Shayna if she had any gains. If she had, Den Mushi would have contacted her. Now it depends on what the news is from Kaido. Has Kaido not come back yet? A holy beast, haven't you read the newspaper recently? No, I haven't encountered the newsbird during this period. He saw the news of the bounty order. At that time, the pirates on the ship were so scared that they dared not breathe, because Arceus had just killed a sea king before he got the newspaper. But he didn't get angry, at least not in the eyes of the pirates. Then they continued to sail as if nothing had happened. Arceus was not too angry. It should be said that this matter was also within his expectations. Those who set the bounty have always had some problems in their brains. If we look for the most unlucky person in the bounty, Blackbeard would probably be at the top of the list. He worked hard for decades, but his bounty did not exceed 3 billion. As a result, 3 billion appeared overnight. Then the situation of the 4 emperors also changed dramatically. Except for him, the other 3 people were related to each other, which was outrageous no matter how you looked at it. Add to that the bounties of minority races such as Chopper and Bappo, and it was within his expectations that the world government would make this judgment. This kind of thing is not worth wasting his time, but he will solve it along the way if he has the chance. After that, they never encountered the newsbird again. That you will know when you read it. Shayna sorted out the recent intelligence. The news that Comrade Kaido occupied the front page of the newspaper again, and he encountered trouble again while going out. This time it was not the Navy, but a big pirate in the New World. Arceus had never heard of this banner, so he didn't care. What's more, the content of the news was not that he was arrested, but that he alone made a big fuss in the other party's territory. By defending this bug-level skill, it is basically impossible to cause fatal injuries to Kaido before his physical strength is completely exhausted. Neither side can do anything to the other, but the home pirate group is obviously the disadvantaged side. A few days later, Kaido also flew back, and there were a few more red crosses on the map, indicating that there were no stone slabs there. However, this does not mean that these places can be completely ignored. The stone slabs will not move, but who knows if they will be taken to the islands that have been searched by someone. The search work is still a long way to go. Kaido cannot be away from the territory all the time. He will not go out again in a short time. Quinn is busy with his plantation plan. After hard work, he successfully obtained seeds from tropical dragon bananas. The bananas of tropical dragons are special bananas. The seeds inside have degenerated but not completely degenerated. There will still be a seed that can be planted inside the banana. After his hard work in seedling cultivation, the first batch of banana seedlings successfully appeared, but the soil of the farming island in Kaido's territory is not suitable for banana planting, so he went out to find a new island. Olga found Arceus with a gift treasure map after a day of training. Chapter 79, War Caused by Bananas. Sacred Beast, why don't we go treasure hunting? Maybe the treasure has what you want. Olga held up the treasure map in her hand. Although this thing was a gift, she also checked it with the sea chart after returning. The location on it actually existed on an island in the New World. Her intuition told her that there was something good in it. She was still very confident in her intuition. She survived in the belly of the giant lanternfish for so many years. There were so many fruits on the island. She perfectly avoided the poisonous wild fruits, met the easygoing Elizabeth, avoided the siege of the dinosaurs, and bypassed the stomach acid tide. Moreover, treasure hunting is one of the main professions of pirates. She is also a little interested in treasure hunting, but she is very self-aware. Now she goes out to hunt for treasure by herself, which is a waste and will cause trouble to others. It's not okay to ask Kaido. Kaido is likely to agree to her request. After all, trainees are the favorites of the group. However, according to Kaido's personality, he will definitely throw her over to train alone. Shayna is not okay either. This meaningless thing is a waste of time for her, and she will think Olga is too idle and take her to train more. After thinking about it, only Arceus will agree to this request. And there was no nonsense. Arceus' goal was to find the stone slab, but he didn't know where it was, so all the islands in the sea could be his target. With the water drop stone slab in hand, the sea became his home ground, and he didn't have to worry about encountering any trouble. A few months passed without any gains. Since Olga had made a so-called treasure map, it would be okay to go again, just in case he was lucky enough to find it. Olga had already made a lot of marks on the treasure map, and the route and target had basically been determined. Treasure hunt well, let's try our luck. Let Shayna prepare the boat and set off tomorrow. Okay, Lord Saint Beast, I'll tell Sister Shayna right away. Arceus designated a new destination, and the corresponding manpower was also prepared. At the same time, Quinn ushered in the harvest season for the first batch of bananas. The bananas of tropical dragons are not ordinary bananas. After Quinn's cultivation, these banana seedlings grow very fast, and in just half a year, they have grown from seedlings to a state that can be harvested. The fruit is not yet fully ripe, but Quinn already knows that he has cultivated it successfully. It is too late to wait for bananas to fully mature. Generally, they are picked before they are ripe, and then wait for them to mature. Only people in the planting area can taste the taste of fully ripe fruits. Quinn had picked them in advance and tasted them before. Although they were not as good as the original ones, their sweetness was far better than ordinary bananas. And he was surprised to find that this kind of banana had a longer shelf life, which was undoubtedly a good thing, but his banana plantation still had some troubles. The inhabited islands in the New World basically have their owners, but at the junction of various forces, there are usually some uninhabited islands, which form a boundary-like existence. Quinn chose such an island. Some of the defeated pirate captives were brought here by him and a banana plantation was established. Compared with mining in the mine, it seems easier to grow bananas here. At least you can see the sun every day, so those people are scrambling to come here. There are very few people who are born as pirates. Many pirates were just ordinary farmers, merchants, and fishermen before they went to sea. For various reasons, or the trend of desire, or the coercion of external forces, they finally embarked on this path. For some people, growing bananas is just their old business. But today, a battle broke out on this island, and the reason for the battle was these bananas. This morning, the people on the island began to take care of these bananas as scheduled. There were also dozens of members of the beasts, who served as supervisors. This was originally an uninhabited tropical island. Quinn only reclaimed part of the farmland, so only part of the island was garrisoned. Originally, they didn't have to guard anything, but some time ago, Quinn found that several boxes of bananas he had picked and ripened in advance were lost. This made him very angry, so he asked the pirates on the island to strengthen patrols. At this time, on the back of the island, another pirate ship landed. The pirate ship looks very girly, and it is decorated with many snack-like things. The pattern on the pirate flag is a skull with lipstick on it, and the crossbones behind it are replaced by long candy-like things. The leader of the Big Mom Pirates is Charlotte Sparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. As the eldest son of the family, Sparrow is now shouldering an important responsibility. Some time ago, when the G-ship sailed to a nearby island, Charlotte Linlin's cravings suddenly broke out. Her cravings are really a matter of luck. If she can't get the food she wants, she will keep destroying it. The last time the cravings broke out, the target was Banana Moose, and the people of the Big Mom Pirates had to look for materials everywhere. It happened that someone moved those boxes of bananas here, and the pirates on the island were all asleep, and they didn't expect anyone to steal bananas. And Charlotte Linlin was also successfully convinced by the taste of Banana Moose. After that, no matter what kind of banana it was, she felt it was not delicious, and her children also planned to occupy this place. The last time they came was at night, and the pirates didn't notice them. This time they appeared in broad daylight. When the pirates in the plantation saw the Big Mom personnel appearing, a group of people threw a tantrum. "Who are you?" "Kukiku, we are here to take over this island. From now on, this is our territory. As long as you hand over enough bananas every year, you can borrow our flag. Except for the territory of the Kingdom of Totland, the islands occupied outside are just borrowing flags, and do not need to hand over life, but they must pay enough tribute every quarter, otherwise they will be destroyed. They may not be able to grow well by themselves, and they don't have so many people, so they let the locals serve them." Although Perospero said this, he was actually notifying them. What a joke! Who do you think you are, kid? This is 100. Before he finished speaking, a large amount of candy wrapped him up and suppressed his voice. This is not a discussion, this is an order. Does anyone have any objections? A threat suddenly came from the air. Perospero used candy to turn into a wall, blocking the attack from the sky, and seeds were embedded on his candy wall. "So it seems that you are the ones who stole my bananas a few days ago, right?" Chapter 80, The Duel Between the Two Old Six. Quinn was very angry. He put a lot of effort into these bananas, and when he was about to harvest them, there was actually a thief who wanted to steal his things. "Oh, no, this is not stealing, it is robbery. He is the great Quinn, the first of the beast pirates, while the fourth in command, Arceus and Kaido, are on the same level, and there are Shayna and Jin in front of him, but the fourth in command is also a senior cotter, who doesn't have a temper. And Quinn has accumulated a lot of resentment. It is normal for cotters of the beast's pirates to fight. Shayna and Jin are sparring every few days, but because he comes from a research institute, he doesn't know when he will get into trouble. Although most of the time they are peaceful, unexpected situations happen from time to time, such as the misfortune of the bounty order. He can't beat the cotters of the right age, and the ones who can beat are too young. If he drags Olga to practice, Shayna and Kaido will drag him to practice in a few days. It's not a joke that trainees have the attribute of being the group's favorite. On the other hand, the current beast's pirates have strict internal regulations, and he can only beat and scold his subordinates when they make mistakes. As for some experiments, they can only be tried on those stubborn pirates who refuse to surrender. Kaido is very smart. Since someone can manage the affairs of the pirate group in an orderly manner, it is naturally best for him to free up his hands to do what he wants to do. As long as they don't get close to the drunk Kaido, there will be no major dangers for the beast's pirates. Quinn has changed. The ability of the tropical dragon has given him more transformation plans for himself. Combining some abilities, he has developed more ways to fight. Some research has become a personal hobby rather than a necessity. "So it was you guys who stole the bananas I cultivated before, right?" A group of beasts pirates ran behind Quinn and continued to confront the people of Big Mom. The people whose faces were covered by candy cubes were also dragged over. The average physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so this time will not make him die. The cotters are the backbone of the pirates, and the appearance of Quinn has given them confidence. "Lick it, this is what Mom needs, you should offer it with gratitude." Perospero licked the candy scepter in his hand. He didn't take Quinn's seed attack seriously before. "Offer it? Who do you think I am? You'd better disappear from this island. I'll use your bodies as fertilizer to compensate for the bananas I lost." Quinn's figure began to swell, and a huge humanoid tropical dragon stood up in front of them. A green energy began to condense in his mouth, and then he spit out an energy ball. Looking at the green energy ball that was bombarding, a large amount of sugar liquid appeared in Perospero's hand, and then formed a tall candy wall. Perospero is a candy man who ate the licking fruit. He can make candies and syrups of various shapes. The syrup he made can also erode and infect other objects, turning other things into candies. The solidified candy is very hard, and the candy wall he made is enough to resist artillery fire. Although the energy ball blew some cracks on the candy wall, it was not directly destroyed. But the candy fragments that flew out after the collapse hurt the nearby bananas. Looking at the bananas that were split in two and fell on the soil, both Quinn and Prospero's expressions became ugly. Quinn's expression was ugly because his bananas were destroyed, and Prospero had the same reason. Before he left, he promised Big Mom that he would bring these bananas back. And in order to show his ability, he refused to bring other brothers and sisters here, and only brought some pirates under his command. There is no pirate flag here. At the beginning, Quinn thought that there are always some people who want to become famous and will specifically challenge the territory of other pirates. This is originally an uninhabited desert island. As long as the pirate flag is not hung, no one should come up. And the people of Big Mom just wanted to find some wild bananas to see if they could be used in an emergency, but they didn't expect to run into Quinn's plantation by mistake. As a result, the young Charlotte Linlin was impressed by the taste of this banana. If the bananas cannot be brought back or destroyed, Prospero left a few drops of cold sweat on his head, and he dared not imagine the result. In terms of mission failure, Big Mom's patience is not as good as Kaido, even for her own children. The idea of using the fastest and least aftermath means to solve the enemy appeared in the minds of Quinn and Prospero at the same time. Previously, because of the banana, they started fighting directly and did not pay attention to the logo on the other side. Now because of the banana, they were forced to calm down and also saw the logo on the other side. The tattoo on Quinn's right shoulder, the logo on the chest of the pirates under Big Mom. However, this did not ease anything. Quinn knew from the original phone call that Kaido and Big Mom had some personal relationship, and Prospero was born when Kaido was still on the Rocks ship. He also knew that Kaido had some relationship with his mother. However, this relationship was not enough to stop the two pirates from fighting. If the interests conflicted, even Kaido and Big Mom would not miss the old relationship. However, they did not continue to fight, otherwise the aftermath of the battle would definitely destroy the bananas here. Quinn was reluctant to give up the bananas, and Prospero was reluctant to give up himself. Without the bananas, Quinn could wait for another half a year at most to cultivate banana seedlings again, but Prospero was not sure. The two people with different thoughts did not take action for a while, and they were also calculating their own plans in their hearts. For example, there was syrup oozing out from under Prospero's feet. At this time, this is what my mother wants. Since this is the territory of the beasts, how about I buy these bananas at a high price? He was not afraid of Quinn, he was afraid that the ant would be angry, but Quinn had no intention of giving him face. Don't even think about it, all the bananas, they are all mine, no one can take any banana from me. That's a pity. Candy waves. A large amount of syrup suddenly gushed out from the ground, and the sticky syrup rolled up and rushed towards Quinn like a wave. What he said just now was true. Things that can be solved with a little money are not a problem at all, but if Quinn refuses, he can only take away what he wants in this way. Quinn showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Prospero didn't notice that the leaves that Quinn had just gathered behind him were glowing, and the power of the sun was gradually condensing on the leaves behind him. While he was planning to do something to Quinn, Quinn had the same idea. Chapter 81, Trouble Comes from the Mouth. Candy waves are liquid syrup. Prospero wanted to use it to bind Quinn and others, and then take the bananas away. Unfortunately, when he was secretly using his ability, Quinn was also secretly using his ability. Prospero's direction was against the light, which became his biggest foreshadowing. The power of sunlight is collected into the body through the leaves on the back. It is a special move of the grass-type Pokemon, Sunshine Flame. It needs to be charged before attacking, and it is also affected by the weather conditions. However, if it is released successfully, the power is quite considerable. Although it is a skill of the grass type, as an attack released by absorbing the power of the sun, it itself has high temperature. Devil fruit is an unscientific thing, but it follows strange rules. The candy made by licking the fruit is as hard as steel, but it is afraid of high temperature. Prospero can defend against the high temperature generated by the explosion of the energy ball, but the high temperature continuously generated by Sunshine Flame is different. The candy wave he released was directly evaporated by the attack of Sunshine Flame. The pirates around Prospero wanted to escape and avoid the Sunshine Flame, but their bodies became particularly heavy and they could only watch the Sunshine Flame getting closer and closer. Although Prospero held up the candy defense, the moment the candy wall came into contact with the sunlight flame, it was melted by the high temperature attached to it, and the original defense power was gone. The group was directly blown away by Quinn's sunlight flame. Perospero is only 19 years old this year. Although he ate the licking fruit, his strength is still in the growth stage. And although he is the eldest son, his combat power is not the strongest. Quinn, 25 years old, has developed more comprehensively. The sunlight flame after charging has restrained the fruit ability, so it is not surprising that he has gained an advantage. But he still lost some bananas. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. He refused to compromise with Perospero. This is his thing. If others want to take it away, he will destroy it and will not let the other party succeed. He can only minimize this loss as much as possible. All of Perospero's people were attacked by Quinn's sunlight flame. It's not that they don't want to avoid it, but they can't avoid it after their bodies become slow. At this time, there is a sweet smell in the air. This is neither the aroma of ripe bananas nor the aroma of Perospero candy, but the sweet smell released by Quinn, a skill that can reduce the enemy's chance of dodging. The actual effect is that this aroma contains special toxins that can make people's bodies dull. Ha ha ha, this is the end of stealing my things. You know how powerful your Uncle Quinn is. What is Shayna? If I hadn't let her go, would she be my opponent? As they talked, the topic seemed to become wrong. Quinn found a sense of satisfaction in Perospero, and suddenly there was a mysterious confidence. Brother Quinn. What are you doing? You idiots, what are you doing here? Go and tie them up quickly, and then go harvest bananas. We can't stay here anymore. We have to move to another place. Although he successfully cultivated the first batch of bananas here, the people of Big O also discovered this place. It is a certain distance from the territory of the beasts, and the strategic value is not high, so it is not meaningful to occupy it. So he decided to move to another place to build a larger plantation. No, Brother Quinn, isn't it not good for you to talk about the big sister behind her back? Hey, behind her back? I dare to say it even to her face. She is just a woman. He took out a cigar and planned to relax. During this process, he kept staring at the direction of Perospero. After all, he was the eldest son of the Charlotte family. Even if he was restrained, he couldn't be so weak that he could be killed in one blow. Just when he was looking for fire, a finger burning with fire was placed in front of him. Quinn didn't think there was anything wrong, and lit the cigar directly. But after a delay of a few tenths of a second, he felt that the hand was a little familiar. You are very confident, very good, very energetic. What's wrong with me, a woman? I want to hear your comments. Gurgle Quinn swallowed his saliva and turned his head stiffly. Then his eyes almost popped out. Why are you here? Quinn's sight was Shayna flying low in the air. Wasn't it Shayna's hand that lit the cigar just now? An ominous premonition came to his mind. After carefully calculating the days when she was unwell had ended long ago. But no matter how you think about it, Shayna shouldn't be here. You didn't run so far just to beat me. No, the holy beast is going to hunt for treasure, I'm just accompanying him. I just happened to pass by here, and the destination is nearby. They planned to replenish supplies here before setting off, and it happened that the sound of a battle came from this side. Seeing the noise, Shayna came to see what happened. I thought. But now I've changed my mind. We were planning to rest here. I think you are quite confident. Let's start in a while. Wait. You heard wrong. I didn't say anything. If you don't believe me, ask them. Quinn pointed to his younger brother behind him, and Shayna also looked over. The pressure was transferred to them at once. After a few tenths of a second of hesitation, they sold out Quinn without hesitation. Shayna had come a long time ago, but Quinn didn't notice it. Their veto could not change the outcome, and they could only bring trouble to themselves. Sorry, Brother Quinn. Queue up, bow, apologize, stay away. His younger brothers explained everything with the actual situation. The matter was a foregone conclusion. They didn't want to offend the disciplinary committee of the pirate group. You cowards! Although he was not qualified to say this, it didn't affect his diss of them in his heart. Well, I think it's more important to deal with the enemy first. He hoped very much that Perospero had not lost his combat effectiveness, so that he could achieve the transfer of contradictions. Perospero did not disappoint him and stood up again. There were also several pirates around him who had not fallen yet. Quinn had not had many opportunities to appear during this period. He was also turned into a background board by Wald in the last Battle of Wald, so he had not been rewarded, but Shayna was different. She and Jin had been fighting almost all the time during this period, and their reputation had been established. Lord Perospero, that woman is Yan Zaiji, their reinforcements seem to have arrived. I'm not blind yet, ready to retreat. But Mom sighed. There's no way, just tell the truth about what happened here, Mom should understand, I hope. He himself didn't believe this, but he could only comfort himself in this way. Chapter 82, Combination Skill of Quinn Bowling. Shayna has a good reputation in the territory. As the discipline committee member of the 100 Beasts Pirates, she not only follows the rules set by Arceus and Athi, but also maintains the discipline within the 100 Beasts Pirates. This made the residents in the territory feel very good about her. Although ordinary pirates were a little afraid, they were more in awe. As long as they didn't cross the red line, Shayna was a very good big sister. In the battle, she was completely at the forefront and gnawed the hardest bone. But for outsiders, she left a completely vicious reputation. Yan Claw Princess, the Princess of Fire Claw, didn't know how many pirates of hostile forces died under her flaming claws. Because she maintained the form for a long time, her half-beast hands and feet helped her to lay such a name. One Quinn already made Perospero feel difficult, and with Shayna, they were not opponents. But it was not so easy to retreat. Nowadays, many people are unwilling to fight with the people of the beast pirates on the sea, because they have the ability to fly from the captain to the cotters. Although flying and hovering in the air have the same purpose, the meaning is completely different. The short-term means of hovering in the air cannot match the natural flying ability. The sea ships are their only foothold. Unless they are aquatic races like a mermaid, they fall into the sea to weaken any pirates. Even if they are not capable, the resistance of the sea will affect their efforts, and the advantage of making the air beast pirates is fully played. The ability was also being kicked. Quina is just a sunshine flame with a sustainable high temperature, and all the attacks on Shauna are accompanied by a fierce flame. When he was in his hand, the man who dragged his legs appeared. Sana was beaten. No, it was a friendly exchange with Shauna so many times. Quinn had a good understanding of the attack method of Shanina. From the corner of her mouth overflowing the flames, he had seen what Sana's next plan was. According to past habits, it was just a sign that she was going to use the big character fire explosion. Is there a skill list here to limit the number of skills? Of course, she knows a lot of skills. It's okay to use the big character fire explosion on the sea. The problem is that this is his banana garden. Quinn thought about the consequences of Shayna's big character fire explosion. He didn't know whether Perospero would die or not, but his bananas were definitely doomed. No, stop it. His body reacted first and hugged one of Shayna's legs directly, which made Shayna, who was flying low, lose balance and fail to release the big character fire explosion. What are you going to do, you bastard? Shayna stepped on Quinn's face with her other leg. Although there was no flame attached, it also caused Quinn's face to deform slightly. Let go, are you surrendering to the enemy? Shayna knew that Quinn would never do this, because this guy was a bit of a bully. Not to mention that he couldn't beat her. He knew that Arceus was nearby, so he couldn't be stupid enough to surrender to the enemy. But apart from this word, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Quinn for a while. No, listen to my analysis. It's actually not a bad idea to let them go. What nonsense are you talking about? Think about it carefully. They are from Big O. Brother Kaido seems to have some relationship with Big Mom. So we can't just kill them. If you catch them, you will have to spend time guarding them, which will delay Arceus' treasure hunt. Isn't that a bad idea? Why don't we just let him go, we leave, which saves Kaido and Arceus time. Don't you think it makes sense? Quinn said, I'm thinking for you, and I'm using Arceus as an excuse. But although Shayna focuses on Arceus and considers his affairs to a limited extent, it doesn't mean that her intelligence will be reduced to zero when Arceus is mentioned. Do you think I'm a fool? Then they come back with more people, and you are definitely not their opponent. The final result is still the same. It's different. This way I have enough time to move the bananas away. If you do it, this banana forest will be finished. Quinn spoke his mind, and Shayna's expression changed a little. You bastard, I'll eat you to death. Okay, I'll change to a gentler way of attack. I remember that your armament haki has been well practiced recently. You'd better hope that your armament haki is strong enough. Wait, what are you going to do? Quinn had an ominous premonition, but Shayna ignored him. With the waist as the fulcrum, the leg muscles began to exert force. Quinn was just a weighted legging for her, which did not affect her movements at all. Then she kicked Quinn in the air. Before Quinn could react, he was kicked out by Shayna. Quinn bowling. She decided to name this move after Quinn. After all, Quinn was the main attacker. Originally, Perospero and his men were trying to retreat because of the strange internal conflict on the beast side, but it was obviously impossible to get away from here in such a short time. Quinn's body was really like a bowling ball, and it rushed towards Perospero and his men at a high speed. Perospero tried to use candy to stop the human bowling ball from approaching. He thought it was a special cooperation between Quinn and Shayna, but the trajectory he created with candy was melted by the high-temperature flames released by Shayna in an instant. Looking at Quinn getting closer and closer, he had to take care of himself first. Candy armor. The candy armor wrapped around Perospero's body, making him look more like a bowling pin. Quinn's body took up a lot of space, and Shayna, who was just far away, rushed over in an instant, kicking the surrounding pirates one by one into Quinn's trajectory. Under the impact of Quinn's bowling ball, all the members of Big O were knocked away or crushed to the ground. Shayna scored a total knockout, and then kicked Perospero unconscious, ending the battle. In this battle, Perospero's side was completely wiped out, and one person on the beast side was unconscious and one was injured. The reason for the coma was that Perospero's candy caused him to lack of oxygen, and the reason for the injury was the accidental injury of friendly forces. This strange way of fighting made the surrounding brothers stunned, and someone raised another outrageous question. The big sister kicked it out with her feet. Can a kick with her feet be called bowling? Shouldn't it be better to call it shooting? Chapter 83, Contradiction Transfer Technique. No one answered this question. Whether it was football or bowling, the result was the same. Quinn did it dizzily. The armed color trained by countless hammering protected his body. The bowling attack also prevented his bananas from being baptized by fire. Although it hit a few banana trees, the bananas on them could still be rescued. Quinn felt that his efforts were worth it. What are you guys still standing there for? Quickly tie these guys up, then harvest the bananas, and dig out the banana seedlings for transplanting. Looking at the younger brothers around who were enjoying the bowling performance, Quinn roared at them and gave them orders. The spherical attack did not cause too much burden to him. The transformed body was very tenacious, the armed color domineering protected the vitals, and his body size was originally similar to that of a ball, so it was not too much of a burden. Of course, there are no sea stone handcuffs in a plantation, but there are always more solutions than difficulties. The pirates dug a pit near the sea, and after confirming that it was full of seawater, they buried Perospero in it, leaving only his head outside. In a powerless state, he did not have the ability to break free from the sand and soil. The wet mud and sand could produce the same effect as quicksand, and the huge adsorption force bound him. Due to the length of his tongue, the salty smell of the sea water kept feeding back to his head from the taste buds on his tongue, which made him, a sweet party, very painful. And now Quinn is discussing with Shayna how to deal with Perospero. The big pirates are not just fighting and killing, but human relationships. Pirates of the same level will adhere to the attitude of not interfering with each other before they completely fall out. At this time, Perospero is defeated. If he is killed, it means a complete breakup with Big O. Given the unclear relationship between Kaido and Big O, Quinn still hesitated for a moment, but he had ordered his brothers to move with the banana tree overnight. Now they were the only ones left on the island. As Shayna said, whether Perospero was released or captured, it would be a trouble in the end, and the extent of the trouble depended on the ideas of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Lord Arceus, how about you give us some advice? Quinn, who didn't know how to deal with it for a while, pushed the problem to Arceus, and as soon as he finished asking, he was hit by Shayna. Don't cause trouble for the holy beast. If you hadn't put the plantation in this place, would there be so much trouble? Although she used Quinn's bowling, she still had a strong resentment towards Quinn's behavior of dragging his feet at the last minute. Soon after, Perospero the den mushi on his body rang, and the ringing sound also woke up the unconscious Perospero. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the scene of Quinn being beaten violently. The sound of the den mushi also made Quinn react to a problem. No, he is the one who is causing trouble. Why are you hitting him? You should hit him. This is called accountability nearby. The trouble he caused is reflected on you, and indirectly caused me to have trouble, so I only find problems with you. The problems between you and him are your business. Because Shayna has been a disciplinary committee member for a long time, she is very familiar with some of the rules arranged by Arceus, and she also has a little creativity. She got Quinn involved in a few words. Hey! You don't want to anger Big O. If you don't want to, bring me the Den Mushi quickly. Sparrow, who was buried underground, shouted at Quinn. He was not threatening, but was really worried that Big Mom would be angry. If he didn't go back by the specified time, Big Mom would definitely find out that something was wrong here. But Sparrow was not happy, because when Big Mom found out that he had failed, he would be severely punished. The most ideal situation was that the people in front of him compromised and let him take the things back. As for the injured and dead pirates, Big Mom would not care about such things. As long as he didn't say anything, there would be no problem. As the eldest son, he knew best what an angry Big Mom looked like, especially when he failed to bring back the food she wanted. Once he was unlucky and caught up with Big Mom's food cravings. Thinking of that situation, Sparrow was almost shaking. Unfortunately, things did not develop as he expected. Although the Den Mushi was brought over, it was not given to him directly, but was placed in front of him by Shayna. What do you mean? Find a way to answer the phone yourself. I think your tongue should be able to do this. He was about to leave after saying that. This was the solution that Quinn came up with when he was being beaten unilaterally. Since this matter was so troublesome, let Kaido deal with it alone, and they just needed to continue doing their own things. As long as this troublesome matter was not their own, it was not a trouble. After putting down the Den Mushi, Shayna and the others left directly, leaving only a group of pirates buried under the sand. The Den Mushi kept ringing, and Sparrow finally licked the receiver with great difficulty. Brother Sparrow, why haven't you come back yet? Mom is already angry hearing the voices of his brothers and sisters on the other end of the phone. Sparrow breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, the voice of Big Mom made him nervous again. Sparrow, why haven't you come back yet? Didn't you say it would only take a few hours? Although the Den Mushi is based on the same principle as the phone, it has the effect of a video call. The imitation ability of the Den Mushi allows the person on the other side to clearly know who is answering the phone here. The Den Mushi that turned into Big Mom made Sparrow almost bite his tongue. No, Mom, listen to my explanation. This is just an accident. I encountered a special situation. No need to explain. The loser will be punished. But let's talk about this later. I'll go find you now. A busy tone came from the other side of the Den Mushi, and Sparrow's face turned pale. He felt that his life had lost its future. At the same time, Quinn's face was just as pale. Looking at the Den Mushi in his hand, the opposite side was Kaido. Through the contradiction transfer method, this contradiction was thrown to Kaido. Although it caused him some trouble, it was nothing compared to other troubles caused by drinking. It's just that the important task of notifying Kaido was given to Quinn. Kaido didn't say anything else, but just notified Quinn that he would help him strengthen his training of armed color after he returned. As his coder, Quinn's combat power was a little behind. He felt that if he went back now, he would inevitably encounter misfortune, so he asked to join Arceus treasure hunting team first, and planned to go back after a while. With Kaido's personality, he would most likely forget about this matter after a drink. Chapter 84, The Son Who Betrayed His Mother. After Quinn followed Arceus and the others and left here, Sparrow and the others were unable to break free from the sea sand. For ordinary pirates, the waterlogged sea sand was too heavy and they had no way to exert any strength. For Sparrow, the sea water above was a thing that restricted them. It was not until the other members of Big O came here that Sparrow was dug out. Brother Peros. Comter, it's you who's here. Didn't Mom come here in person? Charlotte Comter, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, saw that the person who came was Comter, and Sparrow was slightly relieved. It wasn't Charlotte Linlin who came in person, which at least meant that her anger was still under control. Mom is still very angry, but you don't have to worry too much, Brother Peros. The punishment for you this time shouldn't be too severe, probably. What's wrong? Mom wanted to come here in person, but she called someone before, so this matter may not be handled by us anymore. And there are guests of Mom in Totland now, so Mom didn't come here in person, but you didn't bring back the bananas that Mom wanted, so you can't avoid punishment. Sparrow sat on the ground with a headache. Not too severe means that his lifespan will not be taken away, but it's hard to say what the specific punishment is. Lord Sparrow, in fact, they didn't take all the bananas. After returning from the banana forest, these people brought back something that made Perospero slightly happy. Those were the bananas that were affected in the previous battle. Some of them had their skins burned black, and some were sugared. Some of the fruits were broken and some were crushed. After loading all the bananas and banana seedlings onto the ship's cargo hold was already full, and the prisoners and other pirates also had to be taken away, so these bad fruits were thrown here. Looking at these bad fruits, Perospero felt very complicated. Half of the reason why Charlotte Lingling was angry was related to food, and it was also easy to calm her anger, just find the food she needed, but these were all bad fruits. Compart, you are willing to help me, right? Brother Peros, what are you going to do? Compared to their mother, the brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family are more united, especially when the aunt's food cravings occur. Not everyone in the Charlotte family is good at cooking, especially the sons, but the daughters of the Charlotte family have some desserts that they are good at. Compart is good at making candied fruits. He cooks the chopped fruits, adds sweet spices and mixes them with syrup for consumption. This was a way to preserve fruits in the past, that is, canned fruits. After different cooking times and different sugar additions, the dishes that can be obtained are also different. Looking at Perospero's eyes, Compart seemed to understand what he wanted to do. Brother Perospero, do you want to cut off the bad parts, and then process them and bring them back to mom? You never know what environment and what materials the things you eat are processed in. As long as it tastes good and the matter is not exposed, it is not a big deal. The aunt really doesn't pay much attention to food hygiene and safety. Homies, who is infused with souls, runs around in various places every day. When she has food cravings, she will directly eat the houses made of food. I have never heard that she has a stomachache. As for why there are still bananas after failure, he only needs to explain that he snatched them in the previous battle. When facing food, the ant's intelligence will plummet. Should he fool his mother or expose Perospero? Compart chose the former. This kind of thing is really not a big deal. As long as they don't say it, no one will know. The only people who knew about this were those who came with Perospero. The people who came with Compart were not here, and Perospero was not worried that they would report it. You all know my mother's character. If I am punished, you may lose your life. If you want to live, you should work honestly according to Compart's instructions. As for reporting to my mother, I believe you will not do such a stupid thing. Lord Perospero, don't worry, we know very well. The Big O pirates don't have any saying that merits and demerits offset each other. At most, they will go from plundering years of life to plundering 40 years. Even if they do nothing, they will definitely be punished when they return. In this case, they might as well board Perospero's pirate ship. After simple processing, they got a lot of bananas that looked fine. Although they were not fully ripe, they were just right for this kind of place. Perospero's fruit ability can provide a large amount of high-quality syrup. Although this will make some people feel too sweet, it does not have a big impact on Big Mom. After processing, they got a large bowl of candied fruit. The main ingredient is those bananas, and the ingredients are other fruits. There is no big problem with these ingredients, but they have encountered some minor misfortunes before, so Compart did not mind and tasted it himself. This taste, no wonder it makes Mom so interested, but Peros brother, if Mom is addicted to this taste and continues to ask us to find this banana in the future, what should we do? Let's talk about it later, let's get through this level first. Tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. What should I do with the direct west wall? He has no time to think about it now, let's save the east wall first. With a nervous mood, Perospero and Compart boarded the ship back to Totland. Not long ago, the main island of the kingdom of Totland, Cake Island. After the last food cravings ended, the Big O pirates returned here. Perospero failed to bring back bananas within the specified time, and the others did not find a substitute for this banana. They tried all kinds of bananas in Totland, but none of them could reach the sweetness of this banana. In addition, that banana also contained the unique sweetness of other fruits and cleverly blended them together. This challenged Big Mom's patience to a certain extent. She was originally going to come to Perospero in person, but Kaido called directly. You mean, the people on that island are yours? Yes, Lingling, your people invaded my territory, which is not appropriate. Well, Kaido, it seems that you have been doing well recently, but I am very interested in that thing. But that is my little brother's thing. If he doesn't agree, you can't take these things away. It seems that we can't solve this matter over the phone. Don't worry, I'm here. Kaido hung up the phone, and Big Mom also heard the noise coming from outside the door. Mom! Something is coming. Chapter 85, The Middleman Who Makes Capital Cry. Kaido. The blue dragon flew over Cake Island. The residents of Cake Island and homies were frightened by the sudden appearance of this huge monster. Charlotte Linlin walked out of the gate and looked at Kaido in the sky, with a special smile on her lips. Well, the little brother back then is not cute at all when he grows up. Kaido, all the fruits were sent by her, so of course she could recognize Kaido after the transformation. And the reason why Kaido appeared here was that he didn't want his territory to be affected. Charlotte Linlin was sometimes a madman, and Kaido knew it very well. But those were things planted by Quinn, and he knew that Quinn had been busy for a long time to plant these things. Since Quinn didn't want to take it out, no one could steal it. In order to prevent Charlotte Linlin from causing damage in his territory, he came directly to Cake Island and planned to make things clear here, so that even if a fight broke out, it would be Charlotte Linlin's territory that would be destroyed, and his own territory would be safe. 7 years, no, almost 8 years, I haven't seen Kaido for almost 8 years. I didn't expect you to come to me for such a thing. John's territory has been taken away by you. I guess the treasure has also fallen into your hands, right? What are you talking about? I didn't find John at all. I just took the territory. Whoever thinks Kaido is stupid is the real stupid one. This guy is very cunning. No matter who asks him about Captain John, he will never tell him. That is the current financial code of the Beast Pirates. Many policies formulated by ASI are very expensive in the early stage, but they are all maintained by those treasures. Even if they are short of money now, they can go there to get them. Well, is that so? John's luck is really bad. He actually died in the civil strife. But since you are here, let's have a good talk. After 7 or 8 years, the two pirates met again because of some bananas. Kaido obviously came here to talk. If he can talk, it means that it is not impossible to get it, but it requires a certain price. Since it's your territory, I'll buy it with my money. You have to send the bananas to me every year. That's impossible, Lingling. At most, I'll give you a share after the production expands. Besides, I'm not interested in money. To be precise, selling bananas can only bring a few dollars. He is not interested in such things. He is here to be a middleman. If Charlotte Lingling wants to rob, he will never agree. He has always been very nice to the younger brother he likes. It is impossible for him to compromise just because the other party is Charlotte Lingling. But it's different for transactions. Even if Quinn can eat a lot, there is a limit, but there is no limit to the planting range of bananas. As the range expands, he will naturally have extra bananas to sell to Charlotte Lingling. But this kind of banana is only available to him. He is in a monopoly position and will not be satisfied with those Baileys. What he wants is Charlotte Lingling's intelligence network. The big pirates have their own intelligence networks. If they rely on newspapers, they will be killed by Morgan sooner or later. He does dare to report any major event, but he also reports fake news for the sake of attracting attention. Among the many pirates in the New World, Charlotte Linlin is the one who has the closest contact with the Grey World. She needs all kinds of high-quality ingredients, and will collect people or other creatures of various races to the 10,000 nations, which requires the intelligence network of the underground world. And he wants to use Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network to collect information about those stone tablets, and he uses the stone tablets to exchange powerful abilities with Arceus. And Charlotte Linlin pays with fruits, and this middleman can be said to have made a lot of money. Borrowing the intelligence network is not a big deal for Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido is sure that she will not refuse. Intelligence network? What are you looking for? It has nothing to do with you. You get what you want and I get what I want. Why do we have to be so clear? But I need those bananas now. I think I have heard about the things you are looking for somewhere. The indestructible strange stone tablet. If your information is true, it is not impossible to negotiate. He would not fight with Quinn for such things, but if the information is true, Quinn would choose to compromise, because Shayna would definitely have a cordial and friendly exchange with him after knowing it. In this case, I will find the things and then we will trade. Kaido, I will give you a face. I only want half of the bananas on that island. Okay. Although Quinn will suffer losses, as long as there is a stone tablet, Arceus will definitely not mind helping him make up for this loss. Compared with these second-generation bananas, the original bananas will obviously taste better. However, after Kaido and Charlotte Linlin reached a deal, a spoiler appeared. Linling. Who is that? What are you doing? How can you drink? Charlotte Lingling is a pirate, Kaido is also a pirate, and they are old acquaintances. After reaching a certain deal, it is normal for the two of them to drink with their arms around each other. At this time, Charlotte Lingling is less than 40 years old. When Big Mom was over 60, she was completely different from when she was young. After the age of 48, her face began to become tough, but before that, her appearance was very beautiful. And she is the type that Boss Cao likes. As everyone knows, Charlotte Lingling has many children and husbands. The one who questioned Charlotte Lingling was her new husband. At this time, Charlotte Lingling still had a child in her belly, but pregnancy did not affect her fighting. Her monster physique was different from that of ordinary people. In a sense, Big Mom's first husband was very strong. When her husband saw Charlotte Lingling and another young man arm in arm and drinking, he felt his nerves were beating. And Charlotte Lingling's husband often makes a mistake, that is, he overestimates his position in Charlotte Lingling's heart. She values capable children, but for her, her husband is just a tool. People, usually children are abandoned at birth. Her current husband didn't know that his term of office was only a few months away. Originally, there were still a few months left, but at this time he came out to disturb Charlotte Linlin, which made the pregnant Charlotte Linlin think that he was already a waste of trouble. So when he muttered something to Big Mom, he got a ruthless slap and became Charlotte Linlin's shortest husband. Chapter 86, How to Pretend to be an Expert. Kaido's appearance temporarily saved Perospero, causing Big O to not go to him in person. If Perospero met Perospero who was angry, the result would be uncertain. Quinn was also worried about his captain's attitude, but compared with Perospero's uneasiness, Quinn was more relaxed. At most, he would be beaten for a few days. Isn't it just being beaten? He has long been used to it, but it always feels a bit sad to say it. The treasure map was in Olga's hand. She was directing the navigator and helmsman on the ship to correct the course. There were not many talented navigators, but there were still many people who knew a little about navigation. The reason why Olga was directing the route was because other people could not understand the words on it. Alchemy Island disappeared more than 100 years ago. The words used on their island were very different from those used in modern times, and they were also a kind of ancient words. Although the regional culture of the pirate world has a unified language, there are also many dialects and local words on each island, and each island has its own culture. And these words also have some similarities. The pattern on the treasure map is a kind of ancient words. Although it is somewhat different from Alchemy's words, they are all hieroglyphs. Relying on her understanding of Alchemy's words, Olga was able to translate the words almost accurately by guessing. There are several ways to write the word, and there are similar cases in ancient words. If you can recognize half of it, you can also roughly guess the pronunciation and meaning of the word. Combined with the context before and after, although there will be differences, the general direction will not be wrong. The merchant gave this thing as a gift because they didn't know that kind of thing at all. Everything that belongs to ancient times is what the world government doesn't want to circulate. The islands of Alchemillion have disappeared, and there are more than one similar islands, so many of those words have been lost, and only a few places specializing in history can interpret them. However, whether these words can be translated does not affect the viewing of the sea chart. By comparing the positions of islands and ocean currents, the route can always be found, but it is more convenient and labor-saving if you know how to read. Why does this thing look so deceptive to me? Quinn showed a suspicious look when holding the map. The reason he got on the ship was that he was a treasure hunting expert. How could he prove that he was an expert? If he couldn't find anything, what kind of expert would he be? Tisk, uncle, you can't even read these words, how do you know it's fake? Anyway, we're just trying our luck, why don't we go and take a look? Kid, you're still too young, you don't know how dangerous this world is. Among all the cotters, Azir is the only one who won't have a conflict with Quinn. The two are very similar in many personalities, such as narcissism and blind self-confidence. Of course, Azir can't beat Quinn, his combat power is about the same as that of an ordinary soldier. That's not quite right, it should be said that it's less than that of an ordinary soldier. He hasn't lost weight yet, and that body shape can't play any advantage in battle. In addition to the trainee's status as the group's favorite, Olga is very popular in the beast group. But what exactly is written on it? I don't quite understand it either, but the general meaning seems to be the great secret treasure of immortality, that should be what it means. The great secret treasure of immortality? That sounds more like a lie. Such rumors appear from time to time on the sea, such as the golden apple, but those are all rumors. Athens pure gold is one of the ways to achieve this, but no one knows whether pure gold has a limit. The immortality surgery of the Operation Fruit is the most reliable method known so far, but only the ability users know the specific situation, or those who have experienced the immortality surgery. Many treasure maps have to hang a strong gimmick, such as the treasure that buys the world, the great secret of immortality. Quinn has seen this kind of thing before. But he just said it, he didn't want to go back and be trained by Kaido now. The pirate ship flying the flag of the beasts sailed on the sea. In the sea of the New World, the pirate flag is the best pass. If the pirate group is strong enough, as long as they do not provoke other pirates in their territory or encounter rogues, they can basically live in peace. This is the tacit understanding between the big pirates. If they fight every day, it will not be good for the territory or themselves. Without touching the bottom line, many things can be discussed, such as the banana talks between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. In this way, everyone gets what they need. Those who only rely on fighting to solve problems are the lowest level pirates. After sailing for a while, Arceus and others have approached the destination of this trip. At this time, the sky has been covered by clouds, but it is just clouds, and there is no sign of rain. If it is in ordinary waters, the appearance of a large number of clouds almost means the arrival of heavy rain, but this is the New World, and all common sense of navigation will be broken here. Olga was calling Azir for help because she couldn't figure out what some words meant. She was only 8 years old when Alchemy disappeared, and Alchemy's words were I didn't learn all of them, so I didn't recognize some complicated words. After I came out, Alchemy was gone, so Assi didn't continue to teach her those things, but learned new words with her. With Assi's off-field assistance, she finally figured out the meaning of the last paragraph. Midnight's wings cut through the clouds, and the moonlight guided the final direction. This should be what it means. Midnight? Moonlight? Do we have to wait here until midnight? I think so. There is a fault on this treasure map. Although it marks the location of the last island, it only guides people to the nearby sea area, and then there is this sentence. Then wait, since we are here, we don't have to wait for a night. The people of Beishao dropped anchor and stopped the ship, waiting for the arrival of midnight. The heavy clouds blocked the moonlight, but when midnight came, a crack appeared in the sky, and the moonlight spread along a straight line to the distance. It can be vaguely seen that something seemed to fly through the clouds, and it was they that caused such a crack in the clouds. No matter how many times you see it, nature is really strange. Olga sighed at the strange scene. However, Quinn's focus was different from Olga's. He always felt that the clouds were a little strange, and they didn't seem to be normal clouds. At this time, a wail came from the sky, and then a black shadow fell on the ship of the beasts. Chapter 87, Millennium Dragon. The black shadow fell directly on the deck, scaring the pirates next to it, but they quickly calmed down. There were 2 cotters on the ship, a reserve cotter and her partner, and Arceus here. This lineup made them full of confidence. Several pirates walked over bravely, and before they could scold them, there was a roar of a beast, and a pair of red pupils in the dark revealed a dangerous look. As the searchlight on the ship shone here, a strange creature appeared on the deck, with a green back and a white belly. The overall structure was similar to that of a western dragon, but it had long hair all over its body, and its front claws were also combined with its wings, and its hind limbs were huge bird claws. The thick and long tail was spread across the deck, and the length of the body was roughly estimated to be 8 or 9 meters, but now it looked very weak. A huge black arrow pierced its wings, and there was also something similar on its body, which caused it to fall. And there was an iron lock behind the black arrow, and the end of the iron lock was connected to a heavy object. It seemed that someone had made it specifically to capture it. This thing is a Millennium Dragon. As Quinn's biological knowledge allowed him to quickly recognize the species of this thing, a special creature called a Millennium Dragon, but the name is called a Millennium Dragon, and their appearance is more like a combination of Archaeopteryx and dinosaurs. The reason why they are called Millennium Dragons is that they live long enough. Brother Quinn, what is a Millennium Dragon? A legendary creature. It is rumored that the bones of this thing can make people immortal, but it is false. Why did he know? Of course, because Ads had studied this rumor at the beginning. The research on bloodline factors involves all kinds of strange creatures. Although Millennium Dragons are rare, as long as they are species that exist in this world, the world government can always find some clues. The ideal cemetery and birthplace of the Millennium Dragon is the Dragon Island hidden under the deep sea of the East China Sea. This island will only surface once every 1,000 years, but not all Millennium Dragons can die here. Millennium Dragons that died or were born outside also exist. Through simple research and experiments, it can be naturally concluded that it is just fake news. Moreover, if this is true, then it is estimated that no Millennium Dragon will be seen in the outside world. The people of the world government will not let this creature live outside. No matter how much manpower and material resources are spent, they will also hunt this race to collect dragon bones and raise a small number of them in their own hands. The so-called secret of immortality is just a rumor. If the dragon bones of the Millennium Dragon can really make an elixir of immortality, then it is unreasonable that the Millennium Dragon itself will age and die. However, the facts have proved that there are still people who believe in this legend, otherwise they would not hunt the Millennium Dragon. As for how he came to this conclusion, the scars on the Millennium Dragon have explained everything. Only humans or subhumans can use such things. Quinn was doing popular science work for the people around him, which was also a way to show off his knowledge. However, when he talked about some experiments, the injured Millennium Dragon roared at him, which made its already injured body bleed more. What is this guy doing? Is he going to die? It's saying, "You bastard, you dare to hurt its own kind, if you have the guts, you can go over, it will bite you to death." That's probably what it means. Elizabeth's intermittent voice rang in Quinn's ears. As long as she studies for a while, Elizabeth can communicate as freely as humans. Adult Millennium Dragons can understand human language, but they can't speak human language, and humans can't understand their roars. However, it is well known that all land creatures other than humans and subhumans in the pirate world speak the same language, which can be seen from Chopper's translation function. Whether it is a camel or a bird, even a special creature like a kung fu manatee, he can understand it. Blue of the Seven Waters, Chopper can understand the language of ordinary sea beasts, but he can't seem to understand the language of fish. Fish and other animals probably don't use the same language. As for the Sea Kings, only the current Sea King and the observation Haki who can hear everything can understand their words. The language of this Millennium Dragon is the same as Elizabeth's, so Elizabeth acted as the translator. Otherwise, only Arceus on the ship can understand its words. It got it wrong. What I mean is that I have studied the materials sent by others. It is the first living Millennium Dragon I have ever seen. Quinn was not explaining to the Millennium Dragon, but to Shayna. Shayna hated the so-called experiments of the world government the most, not only the experiments that happened to her and Abel at that time, but also the experiments on other races. She would not approach Quinn's laboratory, and Quinn would not mention such things in front of her, but this time he was a little too proud and broke the tacit understanding between the two. Recently, Shayna has been with Arceus every night, and it seems that she has gained a lot of power, and she also has the idea of developing Quinn bowling, which makes Quinn have to guard against it. The great secret treasure of eternal life. It seems that Olga did not translate it wrong. I think the direction of the treasure map is the island where this 1,000-year-old dragon lives. Quinn began to change the subject, but the means of change were very rigid and the effect was not obvious. Just when he had a headache, someone helped him and a cannonball directly hit the hull. The waves stirred up scattered around Arceus, and the water soaked the deck next to Arceus. Seeing all this, Quinn's eyes almost glowed. "Lord Arceus! Someone dared to disturb your peace, unforgivable. I'll go and catch them now." Quinn directly turned into a tropical dragon and soared into the air, rushing in the general direction, leaving the pirates on the ship looking at each other in bewilderment. Does this bastard dare to act more exaggerated? Shayna, you go with him, I don't think he's reliable. As you say, Lord Saint Beast, I'll deal with those who fired the cannons right away. He waved his wings and caught up with Quinn, who flew out in advance, while Arceus walked to the Millennium Dragon. Since this thing has lived for a long time, they may know something about the past. The slate can appear in the stomach of a Sea King, so it is possible that it will appear in the nest of a Millennium Dragon. The struggle just now was the last physical strength of the Millennium Dragon. At this time, it was lying on the deck in an extremely weak state. Chapter 88, Drop of Life. Where is the ship's doctor? Take the things out of its body. At this point, the beast's pirates have more than one ship's doctor. Although Quinn is still the person with the best medical skills in the group, there is only one Quinn. The Beast's pirates are not a small pirate group like the Straw Hats, and he can't handle it alone. It is difficult to find a famous doctor, but it is easy to find some ordinary doctors. Their medical skills do not need to be too advanced. It is enough to be able to deal with simple colds, fevers, food poisoning and trauma problems. These are the most common situations on the ship. This, Lord Saint Beast, if it is pulled out it may die immediately. If it is pierced by a sharp weapon, it cannot be pulled out directly. Let alone these pirates, even if you watch a few more episodes of TV series, you will know this truth. The black arrow that pierced its body was as thick as an arm, and there was a huge barb on it. The Millennium Dragon had already torn the wound when it struggled in the air, and the wound was already bleeding. Although the amount of bleeding is decreasing now, it is because the blood production speed of its organs can no longer keep up with the bleeding speed. I know, you don't have to worry about other things, just pull the thing out and prepare to suture the wound. Yes, I understand. He had seen veterinarians forced to treat injuries before, but he was the first doctor who treated injuries to be forced to treat the Millennium Dragon. Then a bigger problem arose. They couldn't cut off the black arrow. There was a huge barb on the arrowhead, and a thick iron chain was connected to the tail of the arrow. If you want to pull it out, you have to cut it off. However, they didn't know what the black arrow was made of, and they couldn't even leave a trace. In the end, the water blade on Elizabeth's tail cut off the black arrow, and then Olga acted as an anesthesiologist. Zoroark's illusion ability is not just an ordinary illusion. It has both entities that can deceive the camera's capture and the perception of creatures. She gave the Millennium Dragon a false illusion that she would not feel pain. Then the two pirates worked together to pull out the black arrow. The wound was very hideous, and the broken internal organs and bone residue could be seen. Even if he was not a veterinarian, he sentenced the Millennium Dragon to death. Then a ball of water flew out of Arceus' body and hit the Millennium Dragon. Then a wave of water appeared on the deck, and the energy in the water droplets poured into the body of the Millennium Dragon. Not only the Millennium Dragon, but also the small wounds on the pirates within the range were directly healed under the influence of this ripple. Life Drop, a new skill after obtaining the Water Drop Slate. Water-based skills, a few skills that can restore vitality to other friendly parties, restore vitality and improve the body's self-healing ability, but this ability has no effect on broken limbs, unless the species already has this ability. The hole left by the black arrow is too big, so it still needs to be sutured. In the eyes of the ship doctor, the necrotic part of the Millennium Dragon's body seemed to have regained vitality. Divine Power. The strange power that Babanuki obtained shocked them, but strange power is a kind of ability similar to a way of cultivation, which can be understood as Babanuki being strengthened. This divine power that pulled the Millennium Dragon back from the brink of death is even more powerful, especially for him, who is proficient in medicine. The powerful healing power almost means that they have a little more chance of survival in the future possibly. Don't be stunned, sew up its wound quickly. Imposing such a realistic illusion also consumes more energy for Olga, which is not only shielding vision, but also pain. Looking at the dazed ship doctor, she urged him, and then he reacted and began to sew up the wound in a hurry. The Millennium Dragon has no hard scales, which is good news, otherwise the needles and threads prepared for humans in his medical kit may not be useful. Now, just shave off the excess hair and you can sew up the wound. However, this was done by the chef on the ship, because he shaved too slowly, and the hair of the Millennium Dragon was relatively tough, so he was very clumsy when shaving, and was not as flexible as the chef on the ship. With the cooperation of the chef and the doctor, the Millennium Dragon's wound was treated, and when Olga's illusion was lifted, the Millennium Dragon had recovered its vitality. Although the wound still hurts, it is acceptable to it. It seems that it has not figured out what happened, and it looks confused at its bald belly. How do you feel? Roar. Really? That's good. Have you ever seen something like this? Roar. Then Arceus and the Millennium Dragon communicated, but no one present except Elizabeth could understand what the Millennium Dragon was saying. Elizabeth, what is that dragon saying? It said it's only 200 years old, and it doesn't know a lot of things, but it can take us home and ask its father. Its father has lived for more than 600 years, and it's still thanking it. Olga's illusion didn't block some things. It knew Arceus had saved it, but it hadn't seen the stone tablet Arceus wanted. It hadn't left the area since it was born. But its father flew over from other seas, so it should know some news. It felt Arceus' kindness, so it was willing to take him home to have a look. The Millennium Dragon just couldn't speak human language, but it wasn't a fool. It could tell who was the boss on the ship. If it was a human, it might not believe the other party, even if the other party saved it. But Arceus' appearance made him choose to trust him, especially the breath and the more magical power he exuded, which also deepened his trust. Roar! It said it was hungry and asked if we had anything to eat. This was conveyed by Elizabeth. After receiving Arceus' instructions, the chef had a new job. But this job was very simple, because this Millennium Dragon only needed raw fish. On the other side, Quinn was thanking those who saved him from the sea of suffering with actions, such as using seed machine guns to blast the deck. Bombardment on the sea means declaration of war. Since they have already fired, fighting is the only result. What's more, this is the reason why he came here. It would be troublesome if he did nothing. There are countless scattered organizations on the sea. The best way to identify them is to look at the flag, but the logo on the ship in front of Quinn is very special. There is neither the skull flag of the pirates, nor the cross symbol of the world government, nor the seagull flag of the navy on the sail, but a strange scalpel and spherical logo. For Quinn, this pattern is not unfamiliar. They are one of the most notorious groups on the sea, the organ trafficking assassination group. Chapter 89, You Don't Know Where My Domineering Power Comes From. The organ trafficking assassination group is a group that is mainly active in the Grand Line. They can be seen in both the first half of the Paradise and the second half of the New World. Even members of their organization occasionally appear in the Four Seas, which is one of the components of the underground world. They are even more notorious than pirates. Pirates still have rules to abide by, and the territory of the great pirates also has its own system, but this group of people is completely indiscriminate assassination. As the name suggests, the business of the organ trafficking assassination group is human organs, and the source of organs is assassination. They will hunt selected targets and sell their organs. If they fall into the hands of human traffickers, they will not die for a while, but this group of people will directly dismember the target. Assassination is to protect the integrity of organs to the greatest extent. Where there is demand, there is a market. When wealthy nobles get sick, they need transplant surgery. Some people will not choose mechanical products, but human organs. In order to match the right model, this group may hunt countless targets to make their own deals. They will also hunt some powerful people or celebrities, whose organs can be sold at a higher price. And it was them who just hunted the Millennium Dragon. The dragon bone is part of the body of the Millennium Dragon. As an organ trafficking assassination group, hunting the Millennium Dragon is not beyond their business scope. And their purpose is naturally to get more money. Although many people know that the Millennium Dragon's dragon bone can make people immortal is just a rumor, there are also many people who believe it firmly. The temptation of life is too great. As a liar, they don't need to be very smart, just someone is stupider than them. They like this kind of cute and rich buyers the most. This kind of stupidity is very cute in their eyes. Which group in this world is the richest and often makes stupid mistakes? The answer is the Celestial Dragons. Although there are very few good people and some capable people in the Celestial Dragons, there are more people like Charlos. In order to have business, the organ trafficking assassination group has sufficient spies in the underground black market. They know some Celestial Dragons bought the keel of a Millennium Dragon at a very high price. And in order to prove that this is the keel of a Millennium Dragon, a complete Millennium Dragon must be sent over. This group of people has been tracking these Millennium Dragons for nearly a year based on various news. They finally succeeded, but saw that the Millennium Dragon fell on the ship of the Beast Pirates. Due to the angle problem, they caught up with the ship of the Beast Pirates from behind and did not see the flag at all, so they chose to open fire directly. However, even if they saw the flag, they might not stop. This organization has existed for a long time, which has led to some members of the organization being blindly confident. If it develops normally according to the original timeline, this organization would even dare to attack Big Mom and her children, as well as those who are in charge of the Dark World, at the Big Mom Tea Party. Big Mom's tea party is the most important thing for Charlotte Linlin, and when she holds a tea party, all her children and cotters will basically rush back. Provoking Big Mom at this time means declaring war directly on the entire Big Mom pirates. It is not surprising that such people do reckless things, and now they are paying the price. Seed machine gun, flying leaf knife, flying leaf storm, Quinn has completely maxed out his firepower. Due to the transformation, in addition to the position of the mouth, Quinn's tail and mechanical hands, and even the big braids behind his head can also release attacks. Quinn has transformed into an air combat fortress. Mhahaha, die, bastards, this is the price to pay for provocation. Under his intensive firepower, there were no living members on the deck. Only sharp leaves and countless bullet marks could be seen. Seeing that the cleanup was almost done, Quinn turned into a form and landed directly on the deck and continued to destroy. This time he controlled his mouth and did not say anything he shouldn't say. He had already felt the gaze of Shayna behind him. This was an ability he had trained after his slip of the tongue in the plantation, but some resentment could be seen in his actions. Come out here. What are you bastards hiding for? He did not enter the cabin, but bombarded the deck with energy balls outside. He did not know what the structure of the ship was, and it would be disadvantageous for him to enter the narrow place rashly. It was night, and the speed of the release of the sunshine blaze was slower than that of the day, so he did not use the more powerful sunshine blaze, but just as he continued to attack indiscriminately, all the lights on the deck suddenly went out. It seemed that he did not destroy the line, but someone deliberately cut off the power supply. Then several strong lights appeared, which seemed to be high-power searchlights, and beams of light shot towards Quinn's face, and then there was a noisy sound of footsteps. Although we don't know who you are, we will accept your organs. I like liver, but this fat pig may have fatty liver. It doesn't matter, I want his eyes, I hope he is not blinded, he should be able to compensate for our losses this time. Several iron chains were wrapped around Quinn's neck. Quinn's neck was in the form of a tropical dragon. In their view, this neck was his weakness. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. Even if he couldn't see, he knew that these people were swinging their knives at his neck. But the result was different from what they expected. Quinn's neck was intact under their slash. How is it possible? This is an attack with domineering power. Domineering? Do you have the nerve to call these two moves domineering? When it comes to this, Quinn seems to be furious, and grabs the people attacking him on both sides with one hand. Compared to my domineering spirit that has been tempered by countless hardships, what's yours is nothing. He pressed his hands downward, and the huge weight plus inertia directly pressed their heads under the deck, and then grabbed the chain around their necks and broke it directly. And are you all idiots? I'm wearing sunglasses, what's the use of this light? Touching his eyes, Quinn smiled disdainfully, looking at those who retreated back to the cabin. He seemed to have a new idea. He took out a purple fruit from his body. This fruit has only one characteristic, it is highly poisonous, and then the fruit disappeared in Quinn's hand, and there was a green wave in his hand. I don't have the opportunity to use this ability at ordinary times. Let you see the new plague bomb born from the combination of my ability and technology. The grace of nature, different effects will be produced according to the different tree fruits carried. Quinn developed this new ability after injecting toxins into the fruit. Chapter 90, Burning Out. The people of Mads will gather together to study the same things, such as bloodline factors. In this regard, Quinn, Judge, and Vegapunk all have their own research directions, but they all revolve around the bloodline factor. In addition, they also have their own research focuses. In addition to human body modification, Quinn is best at research on the application of viruses to weapons. He calls his research results plague bombs. Depending on the type of virus, the model of the plague bomb is also different, and this model is called vegetative. After injecting the toxin into the fruit, carry it with you, and then release it with the skill of nature's grace as the source. Compared with bullets or artillery shells, the energy attack of nature's grace is more difficult to avoid. Vegetative is the combination with the best effect he has tried. People affected by his nature's grace will gradually lose control of their bodies while conscious. If they don't get the antidote, they will fall into a coma after a period of time. After a period of time, they will become real vegetative people. This is what he said in the battle. The experimental results obtained from the defeated thorny pirates. And this release method has another advantage. As long as a fruit is used as a medium, he can quickly make an antidote. The attack of nature's grace quickly spread to the entire ship, and the people in the cabin also noticed something wrong and took out their gas masks. They often use large-scale anesthetic gas in their daily activities. The organs of the dead are not as expensive as those of the living. In order to pursue better quality, they usually choose to capture. If you kill the opponent, you have to quickly take out what you need. Release the anesthetic gas first, and then fight. This is their inherent way of action. But nature's grace is not a gas, but a special energy. Even if the gas mask filters the air, their bodies are still exposed to nature's grace. In just 1 minute, their bodies began to become stiff, and they fell into the cabin one after another. And Quinn was counting down on the deck. After 3 minutes more than the effective time, he walked towards the direction of the cabin, but a black shadow suddenly fell in front of him. "Hey, what are you doing? You're a fish that slipped through the net. I see your armament haki seems to be quite solid, but your observation haki is still a little bit off." The black shadow was thrown down by Shayna, and he was also a member of the organ trafficking assassination group. Just now, he hid in the observation tower when he saw that the situation was not good. Quinn's Nature's Grace was aimed at the cabin below, so he ignored that corner. Nature's Grace is not a gas, and it will not float up for no reason. But he dodged Quinn, but not Shayna. "You said it lightly." At this time, Quinn's armament haki was stronger than observation haki, which was related to his training method. Whether it was armament haki or observation haki, the best way to practice was to break through in battle. In addition, it was to be beaten, but even if it was the same, the beating of armament haki and observation haki was different. The practice of armament haki cannot be avoided, and one must improve one's own defense, while observation haki is to predict the opponent's attack and avoid the upcoming attack. But some of Quinn's sparring partners were supermodels, which made him unable to dodge the opponent's attacks. Over time, in order not to really turn into a ball, he had to practice more armed color, which eventually led to this result. "But why are you here?" "The Holy Beast Master was afraid that you would fail, so he asked me to come and take a look. Let's go back after it's over." "Wait, don't be anxious. There should be a lot of spoils on these guys' ships. It would be a pity if you don't want them." Quinn was about to go and loot the spoils, but he came up again not long after he went down. "That I should show you something." "I'm not interested in this kind of thing, hurry up." "No, it's hard to say about this thing, you should come down and take a look yourself." At Quinn's repeated insistence, Shayna followed him down. The environment in the cabin of this ship was still very good. It can be seen that the sanitation was very clean, and there was a smell of disinfectant. There were large petri dishes in several cabins, with organ-like objects soaked in unknown liquids. These were the warehouses of the organ trafficking assassination group, and their products were stored in them. The lower level was the bloodier slaughterhouse and prison, but Quinn had no intention of continuing, but pointed to the wall in front, where a pair of black wing-like specimens were hanging. "That's it. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be." Quinn took 2 steps back before he finished speaking. He could be ranked in the top 3 people who knew Shayna best. As for the degree of Shayna's anger, he was not bragging. He dared to say that Arceus didn't know him as well. Now Shayna looked like she was on the verge of rage, but she was forcing herself to endure it. "Find me a live person and detoxify him. I have something to ask." Black wing specimens are not common. Shayna didn't know who the owner of the wings was, but she could see that they were from the same race. Quinn could recognize them because he knew the true race of Shayna and Jin. He also helped them treat their wounds, so he knew some characteristics of the Lunaria tribe, so he recognized them. The wings of the Lunaria tribe are part of the limbs, and the wings here also mean a blood debt. Quinn didn't want to describe what happened afterwards. He found that women were much more terrible than men when they went crazy. He called Jin a pervert who liked to torture, but compared with Shayna just now, Quinn's torture was simply a good boy's behavior. There was nothing special to gain. The pair of wings was something they got decades ago. They just thought it looked good, so they put it on the ship as a decoration. There is also a pair of wings like this in the base in the New World, and the source is the auction of the world government. Although they are an organ trafficking assassination group, they also have their own transactions with the world government. The source of the pair of wings was the limbs of some Lunaria people who died, which were used and sold by some officials of the world government. In the end, the pair of wings was burned by Shayna with the flames of the Lunaria people. Their funeral method was cremation, and only their own flames could completely burn them. In order to hunt the Millennium Dragon, there were no people other than the organ trafficking assassination group on this ship. They just stored some goods because they might meet customers at any time. This was for sale, and it also facilitated Shayna's future work. The hot flame condensed at the mouth, and the bursting flame spewed out burned out, the whole ship was incinerated in the flames, including the members of the organ trafficking assassination group on the ship. Chapter 91, Sky Island. Organ trafficking assassination group. Thesiel remember this grudge. Mary Joa's side has long been hostile, but now there is one more. There were no survivors on the ship. She asked for information about the pair of wings, which increased the possibility of exposure. Silencing was the only option, not to mention that these were all members of the organ trafficking assassination group. This is a group that is more disgusting than pirates. Quinn, thank you this time. After saying this, Quinn's sunglasses almost fell into the sea. He thought he should get a cochlear implant. You still say thank you. This is not accurate. To be precise, it was Shayna who said this word to him that was the most outrageous, but Shayna's next words proved that she was still the same, and there was no change at all. Don't get me wrong, I still hate you so-called researchers, but one thing is one thing, you can mention this matter next time I can't help but beat you up. Speaking of the matter, Quinn reminded her that the pair of wings was indeed worthy of a thank you, but it was impossible for her to change her attitude because of this. No need to fight the gold medal. No, but I will consider doing it gently. Quinn and Shayna returned to the original ship. They handled their affairs very cleanly. After all, the entire ship was burned to ashes. I am afraid that only the microorganisms in the ocean can find what they need from it. How could this physical level of erasure not be handled cleanly? Lord Holy Beast, there may be more than one ship chasing the Millennium Dragon, but we have not found their traces in the nearby sea. This is also the information obtained previously. There are 3 ships chasing the Millennium Dragon, and the remaining 2 ships are chasing other Millennium Dragons. It's just that she and Quinn circled the nearby sea and didn't see any trace of any ships. Chasing, how did they do it? The Millennium Dragon can fly. If this Millennium Dragon was not injured, it would be impossible to catch up with the wind-powered sailboat. It is impossible for all Millennium Dragons to be injured. As long as they maintain a good altitude, ordinary artillery can't hurt them. We don't know this either, but Lord Holy Beast, where are we going next? To the Millennium Dragon's home, it will show us the way. The injured Millennium Dragon stood on the bow, flapping its wings in the direction of the moonlight. Midnight's wings cut through the clouds, and the moonlight guides the final direction. This was the sentence Olga translated earlier. Now it seems that the moonlight really guides the direction of the Millennium Dragon's home. The clouds in the sky are still closing, the moonlight trail is gradually disappearing, and the boat of the beasts is also following the guidance of the Millennium Dragon. However, until they reached the end of the moonlight, there was no island in front of them. Nothing. Could this dragon point the wrong way? No, it just said that it has arrived, their residence is right above our heads. Elizabeth translated the words of the Millennium Dragon, and looked up at her head in disbelief. Above my head, a sky island. Sky island, one of the specialties of the pirate world, is a general term for islands in the sky, not a single island. Whether it is the paradise in the first half or the New World in the second half, there are sky islands. For the pirates and people in the New World, sky islands are not too unfamiliar. It's not because there are more sky islands in the New World, but because the Golden Lion has created some floating islands, but the height is not as high as that of natural islands. Although it is man-made, it is also part of the sky island. And the so-called midnight wings cut through the clouds, and the moonlight guides the final direction also has a more detailed answer. This group of Millennium Dragons live on the sky island here, and their main source of food is skyfish. The so-called skyfish refers to the fish living in the white sea in the sky. There are many kinds of clouds here, including iron clouds as hard as iron, rope clouds that can be used as ropes, swamp clouds like swamps, and the most common sea clouds. The special sea composed of sea clouds is called the White Sea. These clouds are like sea water, ships can sail on them, and special fish also live in them. The height of the sky island is not uniform. The highest sky island is generally located on the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, while the lower ones are several thousand meters. There are also 2 ways to get to the sky island. One is to find their secret passage and climb up from the stairs formed by the sea clouds, and the other is to look for the sky current. The sky island where these 1,000-year-old dragons live is one of the lower sky islands, but from below, you can't see the changes on it at all. The so-called wings breaking through the clouds on the treasure map means that when the 1,000-year-old dragons hunt skyfish, their wings will temporarily create a gap in the sea clouds, allowing the moonlight to penetrate the sea clouds and shine on the sea surface, and the end point is just below the sky island. However, this 1,000-year-old dragon made a mistake. The road it led was not wrong, but this was the way for the 1,000-year-old dragons to go home, not the landing place for human ships. If the 1,000-year-old dragon wants to go up, it only needs to flap its wings, but it is not so easy for human ships. The sky current and the sky island are not bound. There are sky currents near the sky islands in some areas, but other sky islands may not have such currents. That is to say, although the ship of the beasts is now below the place where the Millennium Dragon lives, the only way to get up is to fly. Boss! The sky, it seems that something is falling from the sky. The lookout on the ship shouted down. The moonlight began to disappear, and with the remaining moonlight, he could only barely see a few black shadows, and more things were invisible. The speed at which the black shadow fell was very fast, and soon there was a series of sounds of falling into the water. Not only human corpses, but also the corpses of the Millennium Dragon and the fragments of the hull fell down. It seemed that some unknown battle was happening on it. The Millennium Dragon on the ship seemed to go crazy after seeing the dragon corpse. He ignored the wounds that had just been sutured on his body and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. Saint Beast, what should we do now? Of course, go up. Let everyone hold on to the things around them to fix themselves. Arceus stomped his feet, and a stream of energy passed through the hull into the sea. Not long after, the sea seemed to boil. When the members of the beasts had just fixed themselves, a current rushed out of the ocean and flew into the sky with the ship of the beasts' pirates. There was no sky-high current here, so he created one himself. The water drop slate had the power to manipulate the water flow. The sky-high current created by Arceus carried the ship into the sky. Chapter 92, Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Above the clouds, on an unknown sky island, some people are hunting some Millennium Dragons. Many small boats are put into the sea from two large ships, and the people on them rush towards the Millennium Dragons with special harpoons. There are individual differences between races, and the same is true for Millennium Dragons. The Millennium Dragons living in the East China Sea are least likely to encounter danger, and the prey they prey on is also weaker, which leads to their overall lower strength. But this is the new world, and the dangerous climate forces the creatures here to evolve stronger, so that they can adapt to the changeable weather in the new world. The climate here affects not only Qinghai, but also the White Sea in the sky. Even if these Millennium Dragons live in the sky, their strength is much stronger than their counterparts living in the East China Sea. Although they don't have any special abilities, their speed, strength, and physical strength are much stronger than their compatriots living in the East China Sea. This adds difficulty to these people's hunting operations. Originally, their goal was to capture these Millennium Dragons alive. A living Millennium Dragon must be more valuable than a dead one, but the Millennium Dragon will not surrender. Even the big white goose at the door can chase people everywhere, not to mention these creatures with dragon in their names. Millennium Dragons usually scatter in various seas in the form of small tribes. Only when the Dragon Island emerges from the sea once every 1,000 years, the Millennium Dragons from all over the world will gather together. There are not many Millennium Dragons here, only a dozen scattered here and there, and several of them are young Millennium Dragons. With wings, they have the advantage of flying. It is reasonable to say that they have the ability to escape from here, but the reality is very complicated. The organ trafficking assassination group captured several Millennium Dragons to anger them and make them choose to fight instead of running away. In addition, the Millennium Dragons have a strong sense of territory. Facing these invaders, they did not choose to flee directly, but fought for their homes. The bodies of the Millennium Dragons that fell into Qinghai and the broken ships are proof of the battle. These guys are really stupid. If they just run away, the loss will be less. After all, it's just a beast. Even if it's called a Millennium Dragon, it's just a rare beast. And isn't this good? Of course it's good, but if it's like this, a lot of preparations will be wasted. Don't worry about it. Send people down to salvage the bodies. The sea cloud here is too thin. Those bodies actually fell directly back down. The dead are nothing to him. The most lacking thing in the new world is manpower, but if the bodies of the Millennium Dragons are lost, the loss will be great. It's been sent out a long time ago, don't worry. At this time, a Millennium Dragon suddenly rushed out from under the sea cloud and overturned a small boat they sent out. The Millennium Dragons here feed on airfish. They have the ability to move in the sea cloud for a short time. The long hair on their bodies will not be soaked when entering the sea cloud. Instead, they will be tightly connected to form a special membrane to intercept moisture and reduce resistance at the same time. Looking at the Millennium Dragon rushing out, the eyes of the people on the boat were full of symbols of wealth. After copying, a piece of dragon bone can be sold at a sky-high price. If it has no effect on people, it must be that you are using it in the wrong way, and it is definitely not the problem of the dragon bone. Moreover, the dragon bone can be sold at a sky-high price, not to mention the dragon blood and dragon meat. This group is best at selling organs. A Millennium Dragon is a treasure house for them. You guys, go and catch it. There are other Millennium Dragons coming out to die. Several small boats approached, but before they could take action, a sea current broke through the sea clouds and rushed up. Another ship was also washed up by the waves, but it was just the salvage ship they had sent out earlier. The way they went down was very special. First, the coating prepared on the ship was released for diving, and after the ship broke through the sea clouds, the giant parachute was opened to achieve a safe landing, but when they were halfway down, they encountered Arceus, who was manipulating the rushing sea current. Little guys. Let these guys know how powerful we are. This situation does not need much explanation. It is obvious that they are on the same front with those Millennium Dragons. Since the enemy is clear, there is no need for a reason to start a war. Arceus is right behind them. Babanuki's experience is still vivid in their minds. They were all ordinary members at first, but because of a strange power, Babanuki has been promoted to a small cadre. Higher status, powerful ability, who doesn't want this? If you don't follow the lottery, you will get a bad one, but if you make Arceus happy, you may get a stronger power directly. Although their goal is to find treasure, they have brought all the swords, guns, and cannons they need. When the order to start the war was issued after that, they showed absolute suppression in firepower. Although there was only one ship, the range of their artillery was nearly 1/3 farther than that of the other side. On the sea, artillery battles are always an indispensable part, whether it is the navy or the pirates. After all, there are only a few people who can use manpower to make more destructive power than cannons. And for most people, the deterrent power of artillery shells is stronger than manpower. Since the last battle with Wald, there was a shortage of artillery shells and they could only force a boarding battle. Some members of the beasts seemed to suffer from a phobia of insufficient firepower, and they filled the ammunition depot every time they sailed. Fuck, where did this group of pirates come from? The sudden artillery bombardment made the people of the organ trafficking assassination group look confused. Although they had many enemies, their action this time was very secretive, and it took a lot of time to find the ladder to reach the Sky Island. How could they be attacked here for no reason? And there was a worse situation, because the main goal was to hunt the Millennium Dragon, and to capture it alive. They mainly carried harpoons, nets, and strong anesthetics, and the number of shells was only half of the usual number, and they consumed a lot on the way. Although they were not the same opponent, for the members of the beasts, the polar reversal still occurred. They did prepare a lot of back UPS, but all of them were prepared for the Millennium Dragon. The sudden arrival of the beasts' pirates disrupted all their arrangements. And their personnel were extremely scattered now, and they could not form an effective counterattack for a while. The trouble was not only that. The Millennium Dragon that was rescued by Arceus roared loudly, and its roar was transmitted to the ears of other Millennium Dragons in the gap between the shells. The meaning was very simple: these were our own people, and they came to help us. Chapter 93, The Great Bird of the First Ancestral and the Two People Who Prepared Surprises for Each Other. With the intervention of the beasts, the battle became very difficult. The physique of these Millennium Dragons was much stronger than that of humans. Only the harpoons fired by the heavy launchers on the main ship could penetrate their bodies. The heavy launchers that looked like artillery were devastated in the first place. The shells were not so accurate, but the snipers could. The more delicate the things are, the more precious they are, and the more stringent the requirements for the conditions of use are. Although those heavy launchers are not so incapable of withstanding the wind and waves, after the launch chamber was pierced with several holes, it is obvious that they have lost their ability to fire. They don't know where they will hit with such launchers, and the root of everything is Elizabeth's precise sniping. The silent water bullets are silent assassination machines on such a battlefield. There were no prisoners in this battle, which lasted until all the enemies were eliminated. Millennium Dragons are not humans. Although this kind of creature will not actively attack humans, they will not show mercy to humans who invade their homes and harm their own kind. Several Millennium Dragons were dyed red, with both dragon blood and human blood. Of course, the one who was really crazy was Shayna, which was the sequelae of trauma left by her and Jin. Normally, both of them are normal people, but once they enter the emotional venting period, they will become very extreme. Jin's way of venting is torture, while Shayna's way of venting is killing. On weekdays, beating Quinn is at most a suppressant, and the previous pair of wings brought out the things she usually suppressed, so she had no control when she attacked. The residents in the beast territory think that Shayna is a good person. That's because she has never imposed her tyrannical side on her own people. Well, Quinn is an exception. Her clothes are mostly red or black, so that they can cover up the blood to the greatest extent, but this time her clothes are useless. They are constantly stained with the blood of the enemy in the battle, and then dried by their own flames. This set of clothes is on the verge of being scrapped. Now in the territory of the beast pirates, there are 3 most valued professions. One is the technician of the military industry. The things on the main island not only supplement their own combat power, but also are the main trading items. The remaining 2 are doctors and tailors. Their cotters are all animal type ability users, so they have a rigid demand for stretchable clothing, even Kaido is no exception, which makes excellent tailors very popular. Why, who are you, why are you attacking us, why are you helping those beasts? There are always some people who are out of touch with the news. Except for Rocks more than a decade ago and Roger decades ago, no pirate has ever been known to everyone. Even the current Whitebeard and Golden Lion, some people in some places don't know them at all. Shayna is still a long way from being known to everyone. There are also people who don't like to read newspapers in the organ trafficking assassination group. Beast? Compared to them, you are probably not as good as beasts except for this layer of human skin. There is another coke in his hand. After the high-end combat power and long-range firepower were crushed, the result of the battle was not suspenseful at all. These people will only become garbage on Sky Island and be sent back to Qinghai by the current of the White Sea as time goes by. The loss of the Millennium Dragon is not small. 7 Millennium Dragons died in the battle, and the remaining adult dragons were all injured. This was the result of the other party trying their best to capture them alive, but under their desperate resistance, the strong anesthetic was difficult to take effect, and in order to survive, those people had no choice but to kill them. 7 may not seem like a lot, but there are only 27 in this group of 1,000-year-old dragons. They had captured a few before, and only 100 were left to fight after the young dragons were removed. More than a dozen. The loss of nearly a quarter can be said to be a heavy loss. Roar. Elizabeth, what are they talking about? Thank you and apologize. The leader of the Millennium Dragon has not seen the things of the Holy Beast, but it said that it can ask its own kind on the Day of Return. The Day of Return is the day when the Millennium Dragons gather once 1,000 years. On that day, all the Millennium Dragons will gather on the mysterious island in the East China Sea. There are less than 30 years before the next. The leader of the Millennium Dragon believes that there will always be people of the same kind who have talked about these things. You said you want to move. Roar. That's right, this place has been discovered, it's time to move to another place. Do you want to go to our place? No one knows where these Millennium Dragons will move to, and no one knows what they will encounter. There is only one day. If you miss that day, you have to wait for another 1,000 years for the Millennium Dragons to gather together again. And the reason why they are called Millennium Dragons is that the island will only float up once every 1,000 years. Due to individual differences, some Millennium Dragons may be short-lived and die in a few hundred years. In order to prevent accidents, it is best to lure these Millennium Dragons back. There are still 20 Millennium Dragons left, or to be exact, 20 and 3 eggs. The leader is even bigger, with a body length of more than 10 meters. They are enough to build a small air force. As for whether the Millennium Dragons will cause trouble, they will not at all. They will be given a new appearance. Arceus discussed with the leader of the Millennium Dragons for a while, and the little Millennium Dragon that was rescued earlier also came to assist. Its father is this leader, and with the difference in strength, the leader of the Millennium Dragon agreed to Arceus' request. It saw how Arceus manipulated the ocean currents. The beasts' pirates will shelter these Millennium Dragons in the future. They will provide assistance to the beasts as air cavalry and help him collect information on the day of the more than 20 years later. Transforming animals is less labor-intensive than transforming humans, and the appearance of these Millennium Dragons does not even need to be changed too much. The power in their bodies is used to change the genes in their bodies, and a new form appears in all Millennium Dragons, the ancestral bird. For the Millennium Dragons, this appearance is also easy to accept. Compared with the original body, the ancestral bird's form is equivalent to shaving the hair and dyeing the hair. The young Millennium Dragons like this new look very much. The older Millennium Dragons think this is not good, but for the safety of the tribe, they still change their form. Like the Lunaria tribe, they also plan to hide their true posture as much as possible. There is no place for them on the ship, but it doesn't matter, because the ancestral bird itself can fly. Kaido not only likes animal-type ability users, but also has a preference for some animals. Arceus thinks Kaido will be excited for a while when he sees these Millennium Dragons, which can be regarded as a small surprise for his partners. But at the same time, Kaido also has the same idea as Arceus. He just handed half of the banana to Big Mom's people, and in return he got a heavy stone slab. He tried it and it couldn't be broken with a stick. It should be what Arceus wanted. He should be very happy. X2. Chapter 94, Lightning, Fruits, Water Splashing. Although the small radar in his hand responded to the stone slab brought by Big Mom, he wanted to confirm it again. Although it was unlikely, what if Quinn's things were broken? The simpler the method, the more direct it is. Compared with the complicated technology, testing the hardness is a good choice. Arceus and his men went out to hunt for treasure. For pirates, treasure hunting is also one of the important pirate activities. Kaido ordered his men to plan a new banquet. In a non-combat environment, the biggest extra expense of a pirate group is the consumption of the banquet. But no matter which pirate group retains this link, it is just that it varies according to the financial resources and customs of the pirate group. It is normal to open it for several days in a row. Except for the pirates on duty, most pirates will choose to drink to their heart's content. Brother Kaido. Brother Arceus' ship is back. And brought back a group of strange big birds. Big birds. On the main island, Kaido received the news that Arceus had returned, but what they brought back was unexpected. When Kaido arrived at the port, he looked at the big birds mentioned by his subordinates circling in the sky, and his eyes lit up with interest. What are those? They are Millennium Dragons. The endpoint of this treasure hunt is their home. We have reached some cooperation. These Millennium Dragons will live here in the future. We will protect their safety, and the adult dragons among them will serve as partners of the Air Cavalry. Air Cavalry, Air Force UG, it is indeed the right decision to cooperate with you. After thinking for a while, Kaido began to laugh wildly. With these Millennium Dragons, it means that the beasts can also form an air force. There is no problem with people sitting behind those adult Millennium Dragons. Although there are only a dozen adult Millennium Dragons, it is enough as a surprise force. Except for the Golden Lion, no pirate group can currently carry out large-scale air combat. Oh, I found something good too. I can already feel the aura of the stone tablet. Tisk, boring, I forgot you can sense the aura of your own things. Kaido thought this was a surprise, but the problem is that Arceus can sense his stone tablet within a certain distance, which means that after the stone tablet is brought back, it can't be hidden from Arceus at all. The result has not changed, but I always feel that something is missing, but this is not a big problem. By the Beast Pirates still entered the familiar banquet session. There was also a group of Millennium Dragons at the banquet this time. The pirates of the beasts were very enthusiastic about these Millennium Dragons. Kaido had already talked about the plan to form an air cavalry. Flying is one of the dreams of mankind. Even if you can't fly, it would be great to be able to fly on something else, but there are only so many adult Millennium Dragons, and the air cavalry can only be formed by a few elites. At that time, the compatibility with the Millennium Dragons will inevitably affect the selection of the air cavalry. Smart people have already started to build a good relationship with these Millennium Dragons. However, in order to reduce trouble, from now on, the code name of these Millennium Dragons will become the Ancestral Bird, and all those who know about it are asked to keep their mouths shut and not talk nonsense outside. Those who were picked by Shayna to board the ship are all members of the Arceus cult. Their loyalty has been tested, so this requirement is nothing. And Arceus also took back his stone tablet, the Lightning Stone Tablet. At that moment, the sky above the island seemed to resound with thunder, and the power of thunder and lightning returned to Arceus' control. Lightning is regarded as a disaster from heaven. Compared with fire, lightning is more like a natural disaster. Then came the popular lottery. When his dart hit a blue word jump, the pirates below stopped making noises. What do you think this guy's ability is? I don't know. Babanuki's strange power is so easy to use. Can this word make him jump very high? Who knows? Babanuki took 3 days. How long do you think it will take him? 2 days. Impossible, at least 4 days. He is far worse than Babanuki. A pirate even opened a handicap on this issue, betting on how long it would take for the lucky guy to learn the skill. In the end, he also took 3 days to tie Babanuki's record. When he came out, he started eating like Babanuki did back then. However, when other pirates asked him to show his abilities, he didn't seem as excited as Babanuki. Under the urging of everyone, he walked to the seaside, then rushed to the sea surface with one step, and then he jumped on the sea surface. Yes, jumped. The water surface became something that he could use as leverage, just like the land. The skill represented by the blue word jump is water splash jump. Water splash jump, a strange skill with no other form of expression except jumping, but when humans learned water splash jump, they got some strange enhancements. The leg jumping power was enhanced, the height and distance of the jump were far beyond the past self, and he had the ability to jump on the water surface. The skill extraction depends entirely on luck, there is no shady deal in it, so he can't say anything about getting this skill, but he just feels a little confused. Is there a future for water splash jump? The answer is yes. In this world dominated by water, being able to jump on the water surface will definitely greatly enhance flexibility and allow him to move freely on the water surface. But it is not as intuitive as the increase brought by the strange power. After all, it still has its meaning. A group of people brainstormed and thought about where his water splash could be used, while Quinn recruited a group of local residents to make dried bananas. The bananas of tropical dragons can be preserved for a longer time. Even if the bananas he cultivated inherited this feature, there is a limit. Ripe bananas can last for half a month without rotting. If the raw bananas are picked and properly preserved, they can be stored for about 2 months. But this is already the limit. As for bananas, this time is exaggerated, but it is still a lot worse than the speed of consumption. Now Quinn is making the ripe bananas into freeze-dried bananas for preservation. At the same time, he is also cultivating new seedlings. After all, the slate was traded with the bananas he cultivated. Seeing that he paid a lot of inventory, Arceus gave him some compensation. He also modified the seeds of other fruits and provided Quinn with a batch of tree fruit seeds, pomelo fruit, peach fruit, and mango fruit. However, this batch of tree fruit seeds only retained the taste, but not the original effect. Castrated version. The complete version of the fruit is no longer just a fruit, but something that can be cultivated as a strategic resource. Chapter 95, Prelude. Big Mom's behavior reminded Arceus that fruit can also be sold at a high price. The fruit cultivated by Quinn can be said to be the second-generation fruit. Even if it does not have the effect of removing abnormal effects and restoring physical strength, its nutritional content and taste are far superior to ordinary fruits. Fruit is an indispensable part of the voyage, and the resources of this world are in the hands of a few people. Fruit can also generate income. The most important thing is Big Mom's channels. She has a wide range of friends in the underground world. Big Mom attaches great importance to sweets and has the problem of bulimia. Anything she has eaten may cause bulimia. The fruits exported are the third-generation fruit. As long as they are slightly improved, the third-generation fruit will lose its breeding ability. At that time, the fruit resources will be firmly in the hands of the beast pirates. Kaido's strength is still on the rise, and so is the development of the beasts. By then, even the Big Mom pirates will not be able to deal with the beasts pirates. Big Mom can ignore some things, but her children cannot. In order to prevent Big Mom from not being able to find the fruits or desserts she needs when she has an attack of cravings, they must maintain a stable trade with the beasts. By then, it will be easy to use the channels in her hands. Kaido can also go through the Mid-Lethe business made a fortune. Kaido got power, Big Mom got food, Arceus used the channel, and everyone got what they wanted. Although the value of these things is not the same, they have different meanings for the three people. At night, bonfires can still be seen on the beach. It is the end of the pirates' banquet. Most of the pirates are drunk. Those who have obtained the ability of water splashing are jumping around on the sea. A few people who are on good terms are rowing desperately to chase him, worried that he will dive into the sea and drown himself. Quinn is in the laboratory cultivating his new crops. He also tried grafting and tried to get some strange fruits. Arceus is fusing new slates to restore more power. Kaido doesn't know where he will go. When he gets drunk, no one knows where he will go. Although Arceus always says that he drinks and messes up things, he just got a slate back through the channel, so it's not appropriate to say that he messes up things. Jin just came back. He dealt with a small problem. Now they have their own territory. The pirates in the New World collect taxes from a territory and are also responsible for the safety of this territory. Another group of newcomers just passed through Fishman Island. Jin went to deal with such a group of bold newcomers. Although he missed the banquet, it didn't matter to him. Is the matter done? Shayna's voice came from the side. In order to facilitate their daily life, Kaido specially reserved a place on the island for Shayna and Jin. Except for a few cotters, Any member of the pirate group and ordinary residents are strictly prohibited from entering here without orders. This is also for their sake. Shayna occasionally removes the form, and Jin occasionally takes off the mask. He and Shayna can be said to be dead in the light. Anyone who sees their true appearance will be killed. Well, just a few newcomers who don't know the height of the world. Although they are not very old, those pirates who have just entered the new world are indeed just newcomers to Jin. Shayna knew that Jin had just returned, and because of the banquet, the chef had already rested, so she brought some midnight snacks for Jin. Flying fish sashimi, Jin's favorite food, this thing can be made even without a chef. When she first went out to sea, the kitchen was under her control. Slicing fresh flying fish is a very simple thing. What about you? Did the holy beast master find what he wanted? No, but it's a little progress, but now there's something else. He handed Jin a stack of documents, all of which were about the organ trafficking assassination group. What is this? We met the organ trafficking assassination group before, and on their ship I found the wings of the tribe. Shayna roughly talked about what happened before, and the information she pried out from the other party. There should be another pair of the same wings in their headquarters, and the tribe's relics are not their crafts. Do you have a plan? He was familiar with Shayna's personality. Since she mentioned this to him, it was likely that she had already planned it. No need for a plan, just destroy that kind of person directly. Lord Holy Beast. Before Shayna could even speak out her plan, Arceus rejected it. I said that this debt will be recovered bit by bit, and my deal with Millennium Dragon also includes this part. Originally, she wanted to carry out an assassination with Jin, eliminate the leader and recover the relics of the tribe, but now the plan has changed. Assassination is still assassination, but the method of action is completely different. As we all know, the purpose of assassination is to kill the target without anyone knowing. So as long as all the witnesses are eliminated, this matter will be unknown to anyone, so this is also an assassination. Sir, will this not affect your plan? Of course not, and this is what I promised. What I promised must be done, and I see that some people are itching to do it. Don't you agree, Kaido? Arceus's words about Kaido made Jin and Shayna stunned for a moment, and then Shayna seemed to remember something, so she ran to the back of the house, where she dug a wine cellar and brewed some wine according to the tradition of the Lunaria tribe. This kind of wine is called fire wine by the Lunaria tribe because its only characteristic is that it is strong. The consumption of wine and water in the Beast Pirates has always been the largest, and every banquet will use up the inventory. Kaido's physique has basically no upper limit for drinking. He hasn't drunk enough for a while, so after drinking up the inventory, he went to other places to find wine. When they came here, they saw Kaido in the wine cellar. Although Kaido was drunk, he could still hear Arceus' words. It seems like I haven't done anything for a while. Anyway, there's nothing to do, so let's just do it. He is a pirate, and many things don't need reasons. He does this just because he wants to do it. But it looks like we have to wait for 2 days. Kaido's mood after drinking is very uncontrollable. He may cry, laugh, be furious, or fall asleep. A few months ago, the wood purchased by Jin has been processed into the hull, and the main ship of the Beast Pirates is about to usher in its first voyage. Chapter 96, Beast King. In the world of pirates, shipbuilding is a pillar industry. The vast four seas and the dangerous great routes all require ships to pass. As for bridge repairs, the world government has been repairing for so many years, and the kingdom on the bridge has not been completed. The developed shipbuilding industry allows shipbuilders to be found in many places, especially in the New World. Excellent shipbuilders are popular under the hands of various forces. The New World is more thoughts right. The changeable sea climate makes the probability of damage to ships extremely high. Almost all islands near the main routes have the ability to repair ships, and each pirate's territory also has the ability to build ships. Due to the search for stone slabs, the Beast Pirates have a high demand for ships. Kaido can fly around, but other people still need ships for their physical strength. After several months, the main ship of the Beast Pirates, Beast King, was completed. Wald came to this island to cast a giant cannon with the island's craftsmanship, so the firepower of this ship has basically reached saturation, and the power of the shipborne cannon is not inferior to any main battleship of the Navy. And today, the Beast King also ushered in his maiden voyage. The ship is fully loaded with 650 people. Except for chefs and conscripts, the positions of sailors and combatants are the same. The next morning, the new combat order was issued, and the people on the island began to prepare supplies and prepare for the expedition. The battles between pirates are usually very frequent. In order to prevent the residents of the island from resisting the external war of the beasts, they formulated a peculiar system. The residents who provide materials also have the right to share part of the spoils after the victory of the battle. No matter how good the empty words are, they are not as good as the real benefits. In this case, although they will not all want to go out to sea to join the pirates, they will not oppose the external war of the beasts. This is similar to an investment. If you lose, you will naturally have nothing. However, at present, the external wars of the beasts are more victorious than defeated, so the residents in the territory are still relatively supportive of this. The old people on this island have experienced many times, and the owner of this island has changed several times. So far, the beasts are the pirate group with the highest quality of life here. The cruelty of the New World is far beyond other seas. Without the protection of a strong backer, this island will inevitably become a lawless place. Whether it is pirates or human traffickers, or even the world government, they will regard it as their own sheepfold, and the residents inside are just livestock. The celestial dragons are the gods of the world. Countries and islands that do not join the world government cannot enjoy any rights. The high sky gold is to distinguish the levels. The world government is intentionally creating inferior creatures to improve the satisfaction of member countries by despising people from countries that have not joined the world government. It is the world government's laissez-faire attitude that has given rise to powerful pirates, and with the accumulation of time, a living environment in the New World has been formed. 3 days later, everything was ready for the Beast King, but there were only 200 crew members, not fully loaded. Led by Arceus and Kaido, and accompanied by Shayna and Jin, the two most powerful men, this ship should not be underestimated even if it is not fully loaded. At the same time, the Millennium Dragons also boarded the ship. When they heard that this organization was the one who attacked them before, the head of the Millennium Dragon took the initiative to ask to participate in this battle. Kaido didn't need to board this ship, but he himself was not a person who could stay idle. Most of the time, he was not in the territory, but wandered around, helping Arceus search for the whereabouts of the stone tablet while doing his own things. Recently, there was another piece of information that he was caught by other pirates and escaped unscathed. Arceus didn't know where Morgans got the news from. According to the answers of the parties involved, the information in the newspaper was basically true, but it was processed literary. In addition, this was the first voyage of the main ship. As the current governor of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido naturally had to sail together. Yes, as the beasts grew stronger, his own identity had been clearly identified as the governor, and the other was the position of the chief executive of Jin and others. Although Shayna was not a chief executive, she was at the same level as the chief executive. The sea breeze blew up the mainsail of the ship, and the Beast King also began its initial voyage. An island in the New World, this is the headquarters of the Organ Trafficking Assassination Group in the New World. Although the name is called the Organ Trafficking Assassination Group, they actually do a lot of business. However, organ trafficking is the main business, but assassination, mercenaries, and other similar businesses are also within their service scope. They are more like a group of illegal bounty hunters. This is actually not quite right. From a humanitarian and legal point of view, they are indeed an illegal organization. However, from the perspective of the world government, they are not an illegal organization, because this organization has not been wanted by a bounty at all. Through some secret connections with the world government, they are legal on the surface. The Organ Trafficking Assassination Group does a lot of business, but it does not engage in human trafficking, because they have always only sold organs, not living people. There are many people imprisoned in the underground prison of the headquarters, and they are also given scientific meals and forced to exercise every day. No matter how good the culture dish is, it is not as good as the human body. In their eyes, these people are living containers. Once a suitable business appears, they will be killed and their organs will be taken out. Although the blood types here are more complicated, people's physiques are also stronger, which makes organ matching simpler. Their business network has connections all over the world, which leads to people dying here every day. In a seemingly neat office, a man in a suit is chewing gum. No one would have thought that he is the leader of this notorious organization. Manager, isn't the price too high for us to do this? Manager is the self-proclaimed name of the leader of the Organ Trafficking Assassination Group. He thinks he is a serious businessman, so he asks his subordinates to call him that. In order to get in touch with the Celestial Dragons, I have used all the favors I can. If there is no gain, it will be a big loss for them. Don't be impatient, Kokadin, this is a big business, and it is worth waiting. The transportation on the sea is not too convenient. It takes more than 10 days to go out. It is fast to hunt a 1,000-year-old dragon. The creatures mentioned in the article took a long time, which was within their expectation. Have you found a buyer for the new product? Yes, it's a king of the West Sea. His son has been weak and sick since childhood, and he has always wanted to replace a stronger organ. He is very interested in the fur tribe. The people have arrived at the trading place in the Red Earth continent, waiting for our goods. Very good, this order of business is 10 times the profit of ordinary business, let's do it directly, it will be bad if that guy goes crazy and hurts himself again. Chapter 97, Ruthless.jpg. The fur tribe is a race living in the furry principality on the back of the giant elephant zoo. The specific image is the orc derived from the furry animal, which is even rarer than the fishman. There are many minority races in the pirate world. In addition to the long-handed tribe and the long-legged tribe, which are similar to human races, there are also subhuman races such as the fur tribe and the fishman tribe. Although they are not human, their blood and some organs are indeed interchangeable. Many people discriminate against this kind of race in life and regard them as beasts, but at the auction, the price of this kind of race is much higher than that of humans. The fur tribe has lived on the back of Zo for generations. Since the giant elephant has been walking on the sea, Zo has no fixed location. The only way to reach Zo is to use the life card. If you are lucky, you may also encounter Zo walking on the sea near that sea area. Usually the fur tribe will not leave Zo, but there are exceptions. There are fur tribes who do not want to stay in Zo and take the initiative to go to sea, and there are also fur tribes who accidentally fall and can't find their way home. The price of the fur tribe is also relatively high on the black market. In addition to the different results, the organ trafficking assassination group is similar to the human traffickers in the process. They will also take over the slaves who cannot be sold and resell their organs. Because organs and blood can be used interchangeably, some people are also interested in the organs of this kind of subhumans. According to rumors on the black market, the bodies of this kind of subhumans are stronger. The king of the West Sea believed this news and wanted to use the organs of the fur tribe to treat his child who was suffering from congenital organ failure and make his body stronger. Kokoding brought the manager to the place where the fur tribe was imprisoned. Unlike other rooms, the interior decoration here was soft, and the white wolf fur tribe inside was tied up like a dumpling. Since being caught here and knowing their business, this fur tribe has been trying to hurt itself, but this is just an underage fur tribe, so naturally there is no ability to resist. In order to prevent her from doing anything in the future, the people of the organ trafficking assassination group want to get rid of her as soon as possible. Notify the surgical team that they can prepare to pick up the goods. The heart and kidney are the most important in this transaction. There must be no accidents. Yes, manager. He turned around and wanted to arrange the surgical team, but the sudden vibration made him slip and fall directly to the ground. Some gravel fell from the ceiling, and the manager next to him looked at his shoulder with a very ugly face. The shoulder was already stained with dust. Earthquake. Before the fallen Kokoding could figure out what happened, someone stumbled in from outside. Manager. Big something bad happened. Someone called. How is it possible? Although their business is notorious, it is the first time that someone has taken the initiative to call them. This is because their location is secret and few people can find the location of their headquarters. In addition, they have a certain strength, otherwise they can't do this kind of business, and it takes a lot of effort to deal with them. The world government has already established a relationship. As long as they don't attract the navy to encircle them, they are basically safe. No pirate will do such a thankless thing. This manager is still very smart and won't touch some opponents who can't afford to offend. This is the first time they have been called in so many years. The continuous bombardment shows that the battle outside is not small. Outside, the ship of the Beast's pirates has already docked, and the cannons are firing at the building in the middle of the island, while the combat troops on the ship have already rushed out. Although Kaido can choose to do it himself, what he wants is a strong warrior, not a waste that can only survive under shelter. He will naturally take action against a supermodel opponent, but his subordinates must also have the ability to fight on their own. However, the battlefield also presents a situation of crushing withered and rotten. The organ trafficking assassination group rarely engages in large-scale frontal battles. Facing powerful opponents, these people seem a little fragile. Dan Gong Huang. The two wings display the steel wings, and the low-flying Jin is interspersed on the battlefield like a sharp blade. The enemy has no power to fight back against him flying at high speed. The rock blade and fireball dominate the battlefield, and the remaining members of the beasts are almost harvesting vegetables. The difficult enemies have been solved, and the remaining ones have lost their courage and cannot form an effective resistance at all, but whether they resist or surrender, their results are the same. The purpose of this action is revenge, and there is no intention to leave them alive. When the manager came outside, he saw a burning battlefield. The accumulation of the organ trafficking assassination group on this island over the years was completely destroyed. This made the manager's heart bleed. What's going on? Where did these people come from? No, I don't know. They suddenly appeared here and directly bombarded us. The flag shows that they are from the beasts' pirates. Beasts, when did we offend the beasts? No one answered him. Who can figure out this kind of thing? There are too many people who are offended in their line of work. Pulling out a den mushi from his arms, the manager began to call the outside world for help. The beast pirates are a rising star in the new world recently. Both the captain and the cotters have shown strong combat effectiveness. Pirates of this level are no longer something he and his men can deal with. He needs support. The den mushi was quickly connected. The person on the other end of the phone was the pirate he was establishing contact with during this period. Although he has some business dealings with people from the world government, in the new world, the names of those people are of little use. Pirates are not officials of the world government, so there is no need to worry about their careers. Only equally powerful pirates can make the other party a little afraid. Mr. Sparrow, it's me. Do you remember me? Pirates can also do business. The organ trafficking assassination group is also a member of the underground world, and the Big O pirates are the pirates with the most extensive contact with the underground world. He also has some business dealings with Big O, so he has Sparrow's contact information. It's you, what's wrong? We were attacked by other pirates, the enemy is very strong. I mentioned to you before that I wanted to borrow Big O's flag, what do you think? Pirates' flags cannot be borrowed at will. If you use the opponent's flag without permission and are discovered afterwards, it will be a more serious matter. He had this plan some time ago, but the two sides had some disagreements on the cost, so they haven't reached a complete agreement yet. In Sparrow's view, this is an opportunity to ask for a sky-high price, so he asked who he was fighting against to see how much the price would be appropriate, but after hearing the answer, his face changed. What did you say just now? About borrowing the flag? No, before that. Do you remember me? No, who are you? How do you have this number? He hung up the den mushi in his hand. Chapter 98, The Underground World About to Change. What's wrong, Peros? The person next to him looked at Sparrow and hung up the phone with a look of disdain, and there seemed to be some anger in his disdain. Nothing, some insignificant little bugs offended the group of beasts, but the underground world may have to be reshuffled. Although the organ trafficking assassination group has a certain status in the underground world, these people are just illegal businessmen who are free from the rules. Because someone has a demand for their business, they can exist in this world. In terms of force, both the world government and the pirates can crush them. Once someone decides to completely eradicate them, their own strength is not enough. The new world is the territory of pirates. Even if the managers of various industries in the underground world are called kings, it is only in their own fields. The root of their survival is the business with various pirates and the world government. Once they lose their own value, naturally no one will care about their life or death. Although the organ trafficking assassination group has not yet reached this point, their recent situation is not very good. Other underground businesses also have pirates who work closely with them, so close that they can borrow flags, and the pirates who originally lent them the flags lost in the fight not long ago, which led to their loss of protection. In theory, the winner usually takes over everything from the loser, including the business they originally controlled, but the winner this time is Whitebeard, who is not interested in this part of the business. Weapons smuggling, casinos, war mercenaries, this kind of business is also done by the Whitebeard pirates, but Whitebeard never touches the business related to human trade. He values his family and does not like this kind of business. Therefore, the organ trafficking assassination group did not get the protection of its flag, which is why the manager wanted to connect with Big Mom and also wanted to establish new connections with the world government through the Millennium Dragon. According to his plan, as long as these two things are done, they will have a more stable backing. Unfortunately, there is no news about the team looking for the Millennium Dragon, and Big Mom is hesitant because the price is too high, so when the beasts come, they can only rely on their own strength. Not all assassins are called Wang Hassan, and their frontal combat power is not very strong, at least facing the current beasts pirates. Looking at the busy tone of the Den Den Mushi, the manager's face became a little uglier. Would the Big Mom pirates be afraid of the beasts? In fact, he guessed wrong. The big pirates have their own dignity. If they have lent them the flag, then Big Mom may not ignore it, at least she will come out to mediate. They are all pirates, and Charlotte Linlin is Kaido's old predecessor. It is impossible to say that she is afraid. And this is a question of credibility. If a pirate abandons his forces at will, then the rest of his subordinates will no longer trust him. If the flag has been lent out, then a fight is likely to break out between the two sides. The face between pirates is a very serious issue. But now, they don't have any agreement at all. In this case, Perospero didn't even have to think about it and directly rejected them without asking Charlotte Linlin. As the eldest son, he still has some judgment. Now that the beasts pirates have caught Big Mom's tongue, for her, food is far more important than the little offerings handed over by an underground force. As for the reshuffle of the underground world, the resources possessed by the organ trafficking assassination group are not just organs and assassination businesses, but also their supply channels. Business scope and a series of industries. Once these people disappear, other people in the underground world will instantly fill in the missing link like sharks smelling blood. So the manager never thought of looking for help from other people in the underground world. It was good enough that those people did not add insult to injury. Let's go. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although this is the headquarters, they have other bases. It's a pity to lose the accumulation of many years, but it's better than death. He had seen with the telescope just now that even if those men chose to surrender, the pirates opposite them had no intention of stopping. He didn't know when his people offended the beasts, but if he didn't run now, he would definitely be the next unlucky one. When they built this place, they had thought of various possibilities, so they prepared a secret passage to escape. There was a secret passage under the dungeon leading to the secret port on the island. As long as they got on the ship, they could escape to other bases and then seek opportunities to make a comeback. Manager, we are now. Take someone to take those rare goods, I will gather at the number 7 operating room after the bell. Cocoding knew that the manager must have a backup plan, so he called a few people to pack up, and the manager wanted to return to his office to take away those priceless collections. He just hoped that the gate outside could hold out for a little longer. But just as he turned to leave, the cast iron gate outside shook violently. Are these pirates coming so soon? The people behind the door swallowed their saliva, and their legs unconsciously retreated again. Since the beginning of the battle, they have been retreating. They didn't gain any advantage in the wilderness until they retreated to the building. Ordinary pirates don't carry siege weapons. Although the main guns of the pirate ship are powerful enough, they are fixed on the ship due to the strong recoil, and it is also difficult to dismantle and transport. They don't know what the meaning of holding on is, but the other side doesn't accept surrender at all, so they all retreat here. The heavy door gave them a sense of security. It was just a thread, and the thread collapsed the next moment. The gate melted in their incredible eyes, and Jin and Shayna entered here one after another, and then the rocks made by Jin covered the road under their feet. The molten iron made it impossible for ordinary pirates to step on the ground. With the help of Jin, they crossed the hot flow of steel. Don't leave anyone behind, get rid of them all. Shayna glanced at the people around her. They were all miscellaneous soldiers. There was no point in wasting time. Her target was the person in charge here, so she chased directly into the depths. The people around almost only saw a red shadow, and Shayna had disappeared. Features: acceleration. Her speed will get faster and faster in battle until it reaches the upper limit. Brother Jin, you should go with the big sister, leave this to us. Chapter 99, Clever Misunderstanding. This action is obviously closely related to Shayna and Jin, and these younger brothers have also seen it. They don't know the identity of the Lunaria tribe. The beast group only has rumors that they are like siblings. But it doesn't matter. There are many strong people with quirks. Shayna and Jin just don't like to show their faces. For ordinary residents in the beast territory, the beast's external war is an investment opportunity. For them, it is something that determines their status in the group. Kaido made one thing very clear at the beginning. As long as they have the courage, they can challenge the position of the big boss. As long as they can defeat the opponent, they will be the new big boss. However, except for a few overconfident people who tried it at the beginning, no one else has this idea. If the challenge fails, they will be beaten badly. In addition, their promotion mechanism is completely determined by strength, and the fastest way to improve strength is Arceus's gift. Whether it is ability or anything else, it can make their strength change qualitatively. So far, the good brothers who have drawn Water Splash Leap have become the best scouts, and the qualification for the lottery is determined by the merits in each battle, and fighting is the only way to gain merits. If Shayna and Jin had solved all the enemies, they would find it difficult. I'll leave it to you. Jin left here. The organ trafficking assassination group often captured various targets here. Even ordinary humans had various huge bodies, not to mention the magical giant hybrids and other creatures, so they built the passage below very wide. It was so wide that Jin could fly freely in the beast form, and this became the thing they regretted the most. The flame behind Jin was almost extinguished, which was also the performance of the speed of the Lunaria tribe reaching the extreme. Due to the battle outside, ordinary members were pulled outside to fight against the beast pirates. Those who could stay in the safe area below were almost all high-level people in this organization. So Jin directly launched an indiscriminate attack. Shayna's speed was faster than him. He couldn't catch up with Shayna, who was fully accelerated. The structure below was a bit complicated, so Jin and Shayna simply acted separately. Observation Haki can detect the aura of nearby living people, but these people are no different to Shayna. Not everyone's observation Haki is like Fujitora, who can analyze the differences between all the people around. She can judge the aura of a few familiar people, but here are all strangers. Even if she can sense the aura nearby, she doesn't know who these people are. However, as she moved at high speed, she caught the breath of a group of people who were moving. Most of the people here were bound in a certain space, and the speed and range of these people's movement were not right. Those people felt right below her, but the stairs here were not regular, and she couldn't find the way down for a while. The range of her observation color was not particularly large, so she stepped directly down. There was no road in this world, but as more people walked, there was a road. If you can't find it, just make a way out. Below her was Kokadin, who was transferring important goods. After a few scattered gunshots, these people lost their resistance. Although they were the manager's confidants and their own strength was a little stronger than those miscellaneous soldiers outside, it was just the situation of upgrading from miscellaneous soldiers to elite soldiers. For Shayna, there was no difference. Why, where did we offend you? Why are you killing us all? Until now, Kokadin didn't know why the beast's pirates came to attack here, and they were killing people, and they didn't mean to live at all. He didn't wait for an answer, and Shayna didn't mean to explain to him. The second in command of this organization died here with a head full of questions. Then Shayna looked at the several iron cages covered with black cloth behind him. Even if you have to take things with you to escape, they must be very valuable. Under the first piece of cloth were boxes filled with unknown liquids, which contained organs from various parts of the body. Shayna just took a look and covered them, and the cages behind were full of living people. They were strong, not disabled, and both men and women looked good. In fact, their business had nothing to do with appearance. After all, they only looked at practicality, as long as it was useful. But the organs of such people can be sold at a higher price. The powerful and wealthy classes everywhere are always willing to pay a higher price in such places. The last cage was where the wolf girl from the fur tribe was locked up alone. The shackles were made of special high-temperature resistant rubber. They would not use anesthetics or sedatives unless they had to. Some people believed that this would damage internal organs. The fur tribe is a natural warrior race. Not to mention the elite warriors, even the old, weak, women and children have a greater fighting power than ordinary adult men. High-temperature resistant rubber is to counteract their ability to discharge electricity. The fur tribe can generate strong static electricity through the friction between the fur. Although it is static electricity, after training, the power is no different from lightning. This fur tribe member is still young, but the ability to discharge electricity has also brought them a lot of trouble. Although Shayna came for revenge, she did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. The iron cages that bound them could not stop Shayna, so she broke them at will. Find a place to hide yourself, don't run around, and wait until it's quiet outside before coming out. However, she also did not intend to waste time taking care of these people. After untying their chains, she did not intend to take care of the rest. Even if the people of the beasts came, the prison uniforms on these people had already revealed their identities. Then Shayna chased out again, but not everyone would listen to her, such as the wolf girl of the fur tribe. After untying the bonds, she followed Shayna's smell and chased after her. The degree of isolation of the fur tribe is comparable to that of Wano country, but they are passive. Due to the characteristics of Zou, outsiders rarely have the opportunity to find Zou. Even if they succeed in finding Zou, the chance of landing is very slim. The fur tribe living on Zou's back lacks understanding of the outside world, and the outside world does not understand them either. For example, the outside world has always believed that the fur tribe hates humans. In fact, the fur tribe is a very friendly race. In their view, humans belong to the monkey fur tribe suffering from hair loss. This fur tribe is still young. She left Zou only because of her yearning for the outside world. She does not know enough about the world. Shayna's form seems to have caused her a misunderstanding. Chapter 100, Kalyakyu. The fur tribe, as the name suggests, is an animal with fur on its body. In the cognition of the wolf fur girl, people living overseas are also fur tribes, and ordinary humans are monkey fur tribes with scarce fur. The fur tribe where Zou lived were all mammals. The flame chicken had feathers on its body, not hair, but she didn't know this. In her opinion, the other party might be a bird fur tribe that Zou didn't have. The fur tribe would inherit the characteristics and abilities of their species. The rabbit fur tribe loved carrots. Although normal rabbits couldn't eat too many carrots, the rabbits here were obviously not ordinary, and the food quota could not limit them. Fun W. The cat fur tribe would be attracted by cat teasers, and the dog fur tribe liked bones. These were the characteristics of the fur tribe. As a wolf fur tribe, she inherited the wolf's sense of smell. Although it was only a face-to-face, she had already remembered Shayna's smell. The underground here was a huge prison area. The people of the organ trafficking assassination group even called it a breeding farm. The people inside were all livestock in their eyes. At a specific time, they would release the captured people from their cells and allow them to move freely. The girl of the wolf fur tribe was looking for an escape route during this time, but she failed. But this also made her understand the underground environment better than Shayna. She was not as fast as Shayna, but she knew some small paths. Following the change in the direction of her smell, she really caught up with her. When she chased out from the small path, she happened to see Shayna nailing a person to the wall with one kick, and the legs were burning with flames. That was the iconic skill of Flame Chicken, Flame Kick. Shayna, who was used to kicking skills, plus the enhanced ability of Flame Chicken, made the power it was doubled, and a big hole was left on the wall. At this time, she noticed something behind her, and instinctively turned around and kicked, and then she saw the little wolf girl from before. However, it was not so easy to retract the leg that had been kicked out. Although she retracted the flames and most of the force, the remaining force was still too much for an ordinary adult. However, the girl of the wolf fur tribe was quite agile. She grabbed Shayna's legs and turned around, flipped twice in the air, and landed steadily on the ground after removing the force. So cool, can all the fur tribes in the outer sea make fire? The reason why those humans can't discharge electricity must be because the hair on their bodies is too sparse. After all, this is an ability that all children in the fur tribe can master. And Shayna's flame was also considered by her to be the ability of the overseas fur tribe. After all, no one explained to her what a devil fruit is. Shayna is a fur tribe in the outer sea in her cognition, and the outside world must be different from Zou. At first, Inuarashi and Cat Viper believed that there were at least 10 islands in the world. However, 2 years ago, the two guys went out to sea secretly without taking her with them, saying that she was too young. Although they were only 2 years older than her, they spoke to her in that tone and said that there were no other fur tribes in the outer sea, only monkey fur with sparse body hair like humans. There was no news from them in the next 2 years. She thought that the two guys might have died in the outer sea, but she chose to go out to sea secretly not to find them, but to confirm her idea with her own eyes. However, she was caught here within a few months, and those annoying rubbers made her power unable to be exerted at all. The appearance of Shayna seemed to make her discover a new world. Shayna did not answer her question, but asked back. "Didn't I tell you to hide? Why are you following me? You must be here to defeat that bad manager, right? That's what the story says. You are so awesome. You can even bend those iron fences. Are there many flying fur tribes in the outer sea?" She seemed to have a lot of questions to ask. She had a hard time during her time away. The characteristics of the fur tribe are the characteristics of wild beasts, so many people regarded her as a monster. Even though this is the new world, there are some islands isolated from the world. The people on the islands have never heard of fruit ability users. In their eyes, talking werewolves are monsters. The people of the organ trafficking assassination group are not afraid of her, but they treat her as a commodity. Shayna is the first person she met who does not discriminate or fear, and she is also a fur tribe in the outer sea in her mind. She also solved those bad guys and rescued her. The fur tribe is a hospitable race. They do not discriminate against any race. If they show extreme disgust, it is only directed at individuals. She has many questions to ask the other party now, but Shayna is not interested in this. She doesn't mind saving people here, but this is not her main purpose. Listen, little girl, I don't have time to take care of you. What you have to do now is to hide yourself. The battle here will end soon, and then you can go wherever you want. After saying that, Shayna didn't mean to continue to care about her. The route here was too complicated. She had never found the person in charge here, let alone what she wanted. That bad manager is the boss here. I know where he is. I smell him. Your bird fur doesn't seem to have a good sense of smell. And I'm not a little girl. I will definitely become the next Duke of Zhou. I want to be the first Duchess of Zhou. The King of Zhou is called the Duke. Now the Duke Yangjis Khan is in charge of Zhou. As for the succession mechanism of the throne of Zhou, it is also very special, and there is no clear heir. As long as you can get the recognition of the residents of the Furry Principality and the current Duke, and have enough strength to defeat all challengers, you can become the new Duke here. Shayna was not interested in the Duke of Zhou, but she heard the wolf fur say that she knew where the manager was. How do you know where he is? I remember his smell, but he seems to have run away. Lead the way. Shayna held her in her arms and asked her to show her the way. Karukiu the wolf fur girl leaned forward and rubbed her face against Shayna's face when she could touch her face. This is the way of greeting in the fur tribe, and it is also a way of expressing friendship. The specific performance is to say Karukiu and touch face at the same time. She felt that Shayna was expressing friendship by holding her up. Although she did not say Karukiu, it is normal for the fur tribe in the outer sea to have some differences. Then she sniffed the air and began to point out the direction for Shayna.